Well, hello and welcome to Politics Social. I'm Graham Hughes. I hope. Yes, I am. Yay, good. It came up and everything. Welcome to the Canadian election watch party. We're going to be going through into the wee small hours of the morning. I've got my coffee. I might have to leave at some point, get more coffee. I don't know. We'll have to see. Let's head over to the BBC, see what they're saying. The first polls have just closed at midnight in Labrador and Newfoundland. In Canada, on Canada's east coast. In the chat, we've got Politics Social saying, haha, oh geez, I'm so not ready for this. We've also got Billy Kershaw in there. We've got Person Impersonator, SG, as well. Asperger's Europe is there as well with Paula Thomas. And Andrew Ray is in there. Awesome. So welcome. If you'd like to join our friends in the chat there, all you need to do is hit that subscribe button if it's available. Let's go back to the main screen. No, there it is. Okay, so back to the feed. We are going to just turn the volume up. The Far East, they're talking
Canada,
about the Far East coast.
The province of
Canada.
Newfoundland and Labrador. And I'm pleased to say that the Premier of the province, Andrew Furey, is joining us.
Okay.
The Premier from the Liberal Party. And Premier Furey, thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News.
Well, thanks for having me.
That's why.
We saw a high turnout in the advance polls, as you know, a record 7 million Canadians voting. Now it seems that there's been long queues at polling stations today. How did it look like in Newfoundland and Labrador today?
It's very similar to the situation that you described. We've had incredible turnout in the advance polls, the highest in our history. And anecdotally across the province today, there have been lineups and queues, as you suggest, where people I think people understand the significance, the importance, and the historic context of this particular election, and want to make sure that their voice is heard loud and clear. So this is a consequential election. It's an existential election with respect to the future of our country.
I agree with that.
And there is no question that the electorate here in Newfoundland and Labrador are energized and are wanting to exercise their democratic right for the future of our country.
You use that very loaded word, existential. That means you take very seriously President Trump's threat to turn Canada into the 51st state. Could he really try to do that?
Yes.
Well, look, the President of the United States is arguably the most powerful man in the world. He can try to create different scenarios in which he causes pain to Canadians. But make no mistake, whether it's the threats of tariffs or the threats to our sovereignty, Canadians are united in a moment of pride that I've never seen in my entire life. We are, as you know, there has been historic issues with respect to unity across Canada. But currently, there is a moment of national unity and national pride that is one that is caused by the President of the United States attacking not just our sovereignty through perhaps economic instruments like tariffs and other things, but attacking our values, attacking our fundamentally who we are as Canadians. And this is something that Canadians are hurt by, they're confused by. The United States is our biggest, it has been to date, our strongest ally, our biggest economic trading partner. Historically, we've fought on the beaches with
rather than badges for the stream.
After 9/11 here in my provinces, we welcomed the diverted planes to small communities in Newfoundland and Labrador. They have been our trusted friends and allies and economic partners. And the people of Canada are not only hurt, they're angered and upset by this continued prose by the President of the United States, which is causing a great deal of upset across the country.
But of course, you know, that's not the only problems. You must hear it from people in your province, and that's what Pierre Poilievre of the Conservatives has been saying. He calls it the lost Liberal decade of the putting the blame for the cost of living, the housing crisis, the healthcare crisis, that it's blaming, and the Liberals were in power. He has a point.
Look, those are issues that are global in nature. With respect to the inflation, for example, the country of Canada isn't the only country that has gone through inflationary pressures post-COVID-19 pandemic. What has captured the democratic spirit and energy of the people of Canada right now is the protection of our values and the protection of who we are as Canadians in an assault and an attack from the President of the United States. And that is what has truly captured and is, I would say, definitively the ballot question. Who is best positioned to stand up to the President of the United States in protecting us, in protecting who we are, in protecting our sovereignty, in protecting our democracy, in protecting our values? Who is best positioned to do that? So while there are other local issues and while there are other national issues, I would argue, and I think I'm correct, that they are secondary, if not tertiary, to all the issues related to the President of the United States and the attack on Canada. And make no mistake, while Mr. Poilievre wants to suggest that these issues are the consequence of a Liberal decade, the country of Canada is in a better place today because of some incredibly strong Liberal policies, especially when it comes to social programming.
Well, we'll soon find out whether or not Canadians do believe that that is the best way forward, and whether Pierre Poilievre's charges that it is the Liberals that have to change, the government has to change if the country is to change. Andrew Furey, the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, thank you very much for making time to speak with us on this important night in Canadian political history.
Well, thank you very much.
From a very
Right, okay, so I'm just going to turn this down for a moment because they seem to be having technical problems or whatever. I just want to run through with everyone what the plan is tonight. The first polls have closed in Newfoundland and Labrador. At 12:30, the Atlantic provinces, that's Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, they'll start reporting. But, you know, that's still very early. That's like exit polls. They don't really do exit polls in Canada, so take anything that comes at that time with a little pinch of salt. At 1:30 a.m., we'll see the Quebec polls start closing, and we'll get some early bloc Quebecois and also Liberal indicators to see, you know, what people who've done early voting and all that kind of stuff. Ontario closes at 2 a.m. So that's when the polls close, and that will be the biggest batch of seats. 121 seats in Ontario, so that's a lot. And if it's overwhelmingly for the Liberals, which it probably won't be, it might not be because, you know, it's still quite close, but if it's overwhelmingly for the Liberals, then we might see CBC and CTV call the election maybe about 2:30, 3 o'clock, something like that. Maybe. I mean, if it's a landslide, they'll probably say it's a landslide. Forget about it. Then you have what they call the Prairie provinces closing. So that's Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta tend to vote Conservative. They're like the red states of America. And some people in Alberta, they want to be part of America. I've seen some interviews of Canadians saying, yeah, Trump, you can invade me, which is a bit like, you know, that those weird women who wear the T-shirts that say that Trump can, sexually assault them anytime in the language that he used. Yeah. Do you remember that? Yeah. It's a bit like that, really, isn't it? Yeah, come on, America, invade us. Yeah, tell us what to do, Daddy Trump. Anyway, so at between 3 and 4 a.m., British Columbia closes. That's on the west coast. That's where Vancouver is. Look, there's a tight race. Then we might not know until we get the results in from Vancouver and around there, which way this is going to fall. But by 5 a.m., by which time I'm going to have gone to bed. I'm not staying up for 5 hours covering this. I'm telling you that now. I don't want to put you in for some, false hope. But by 5 p.m., 5 p.m., Jesus. 5 a.m., the near complete results are expected by then. Later this week, we'll get the official verified results with the mail-in ballots and recounts if necessary. But we should be able to get a good idea by about 2:30 tonight of which way this is going. And this is a really remarkable turnaround for the Liberal Party in Canada. It's been in charge for the last 10 years. Really, really unpopular this time last year. But since Trump got re-elected and started going after Canada, Canada's really kicking back now and saying, no, piss off Trump. The Liberals won with a massive comeback in 2015, taking the premiership from Stephen Harper, who was the Conservative leader at the time. He had a majority government. He won 166 seats out of 308 in 2011. 2015, Trudeau won, took 184 seats. That gave them a massive Liberal comeback. They had a minority government in 2019, where they had 157 seats out of the 338. In 2021, that went up by 3, but not enough to give them a majority government. So they were reliant on smaller parties to prop them up. If they wanted to pass a law, they had to get the smaller parties to say, yeah, that's okay. This year, it was really expected for the big Conservative comeback. There's been very few political parties around the world that have been in power, that were in power during COVID, who are still in power now. Most of them got kicked out. Some immediately, some during COVID, like Trump. But some of them are coming back, obviously. But yeah, the Tories were kicked out in the UK after COVID. The party of Jacinda Ardern over in New Zealand they were kicked out as well in their election. So a lot of the parties that people people were expecting to possibly win the elections, the post apocalypse elections, if you want to call them that. It hasn't, it's been mostly people saying, well, whoever was in charge during COVID, we don't want them in charge anymore. However, this might buck the trend. It might buck the trend. Who knows? Who knows? They have a parliamentary system in Canada, very similar to the UK. Voters elect 340 odd MPs in ridings, which is their word for constituencies, apparently. It's a first past the post system. Candidate with the most votes wins. And for a majority government, the magic number apparently is 172 votes or more. If I'm making any mistakes on this, just let me know and I'll correct them. If you get no majority, you have to form a minority government or at least cooperate with other parties in order to get things through. Apparently, this is the 45th general election since 1867 in Canada, and the main characters in this: Mark Carney, former governor of the Bank of Canada, former governor of the Bank of England, and he's been the Liberal Party leader since last month. And Pierre Poilievre, who is the Conservative leader. He's a populist hardliner, Trump acolyte, gobshite, who we really, really hate. The election's been absolutely dominated by Trump's aggressive tariff regime and his populist pitch. This fear of Canada becoming the 51st state under Poilievre. And with over 28 million eligible voters and 7.3 million of them already having voted, which is remarkable. This is record-breaking numbers for early voting. I can't even say it's anything to play for. The polls are pretty tight. They're a lot tighter than they were this time last year. It was like this time last year, the Tories over there, the Conservatives, they were like 20 points ahead in the polls. They were romping home. This is like if Labour had gone from where they were in 2023, where they were 20 points ahead of the polls after Liz Truss's terrible, kamikaze, what's it called? Budget, her mini budget. After that, Labour were consistently 20 points ahead of the Tories. Imagine losing all that in the months running up to the election. That would be quite remarkable. But it's what it looks like the Tories in Canada have done. Okay, half of Spain's power has been restored after the massive blackout we've had there. And yeah, this is a big showdown between freedom and authoritarianism, between left and right. I know that Mark Carney's not exactly Citizen Smith, do you know what I mean? He's not Jeremy Corbyn by any stretch of the imagination, but he is a solid grown-up figure in a world that needs solid grown-up figures. I mean, one of the things that I'll give Starmer at least some kudos for is the fact that he comes across as a grown-up in these situations in a way that Trump and all the dickheads surrounding Trump just do not. They just come along as a child with a chainsaw. I'm just going to have a look at the chat. Does the Canadian PM have regular meeting with the King like our PM does? No, not at all. There's a Governor General of Canada who's basically there in case there's any mischief going on in Parliament, and they have the power to dissolve Parliament, which has never happened in Canada, I don't think. It happened once in the 1970s in Australia. The Governor General dissolved. I think it was the Whitlam government in Australia. Any Aussies watching in the house to set me straight if I'm just making that up? I think the government didn't have a proper majority. It was a bit too left wing for the establishment. So the Governor General of Australia said, no, we're not having that. But I don't think that it's the same. I don't think the Prime Minister goes to the Governor General for advice in the same way that the Prime Minister of the UK goes to the King or Queen previously for advice. Poilievre got involved with the trucker convoy in 2022, something that had a lot of US funding, says Frank. Yeah, indeed. Person impersonator. Hey, Graham, can get Commander Canadian Ollie on the stream. Where's the magic button without Mikey? Yeah, sorry, I just texted Mikey because I don't have Ollie's number. I realised I was trying to find it just before I came on, and I don't think I've actually got it. So I think Ollie's watching. So what I'll do is I'll set up a Zoom meeting and see if we can get Ollie on the stream. I've set up a little place for him on the side of the screen when we're doing the 2-up thing there. This is when I try and sign into Zoom, and it's like, you need to have your two-factor authentication, and I'm like, shit. This is my Zoom. This is Phil's Zoom. There you go. All right, open Zoom meetings. Okie dokie then. Vlad the Impaler will beat our PM. Less cruel, says Pete's Music. Oh, there's me. Okay, there's me again. All right. What do I need to do here? Sorry, everyone. You just having to bear with me while you can't see what I'm doing. I'm just setting things up. See if I can get that in there, and then that there, and then I hope this doesn't overload my computer. Trying to have too many windows open, having too many videos going all at once. Oh, could you imagine? So if I go to here, let's see if we can get to Mikey. Please pass this on to Ollie. Okay, right, that's done. Okay, right. Where was I? Vlad the Impaler. He smoked his long pipe and he smiled upon us tenderly. Says Billy Kershaw. Cometh the hour, cometh the badger. I love it. It's great. I really hope Carney gets a decent majority. So do I. I hope he smashes the stupid Tories into little squishy bits. Because I hate them. I hate them forever. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set this up. If you just give me a moment. What I can do. Oh, I'll tell you what, my friends. We can head over to the BBC and I can figure out doing some back end stuff here while we're watching the BBC. Should we do that? Should we do that together? Okay, let's do it.
Bill C-69 has destroyed the Canadian economy by keeping capital out of the markets. There's no GDP growth anymore. There's only debt spending. So I don't know what the future looks like for Canadians. Doesn't look
like an old bald man like you.
The same. He's basically Trudeau 2.0 on steroids.
Okay. All right, mate. All right, dickhead.
Yes, that indeed has been one of the main slogans of Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader's campaign, is that we need a change, a lost
BBC putting the word lies up there on the screen. That's unexpected, isn't it?
That Pierre Poilievre, his style and policies are very much like President Trump.
Yes.
Well, I think that's been a fantastic tactic by Carney, and I have to recommend that the strategy he tried to make the whole position of the Conservative government look like Trump. And frankly, he's adopted most of their policies himself because he has nowhere else to go. The country has been wiped out by the Trudeau policies that Carney put in place, including a proposal just a few weeks ago for higher taxation. Now, the real challenge that people know is Carney has not eliminated the carbon tax.
What is he on about?
He is he's well known.
He says he has. He says.
That is not true. He took it away from the consumer, but what he did do is double it up on industrial taxation, which is basically businesses in all across Canada.
Try harder.
And he's done a masterful job in selling that story, and you bought it too, but it is not factual. He has, in fact, doubled down on carbon taxes and industrial tax across Canadian businesses, which has gutted the work done by Alberta's Premier, Danielle Smith. She has been wiped out by these policies and all the carbon caps that have been put on her emissions.
Oh, God, I hate the right wing. They're such shit liars. Stop being such a shit liar.
Policies back in October 2023, the Supreme Court of Canada had won her sovereignty to sell oil, not to Canadians, but to Americans, which sounds crazy. They're getting the cheapest oil, but that's also a fact. There's a lot of confusion in the policy of Carney, but he has not been good to Canada. The question is, will he change, if he wins, and we'll know later in a few hours, will he get rid of his cabinet, which were they were the weakest managers in Canadian history.
He just sounds like Trump, doesn't he? Doesn't he sound like Trump? He's just
Every single economic measure, and the numbers don't lie, says that these policymakers, these lawmakers, were the worst in Canadian history. And yet they're still sitting there, including Freeland, who is the worst ever.
God, it just sounds like Trump.
Okay, let's not get
Everyone's
into that.
awful. Everyone's the worst.
Let me ask you one last question, if I may, Kevin O'Leary, because you see it from both sides of the border. Whoever becomes the next Prime Minister, what is the top issue they have to deal with?
They immediately fly to Washington and start the negotiations to eliminate all tariffs between the two countries. Because the real opportunity is to combine, not sell the country to America, but to get free trade going in both directions, north and south, and east and west in Canada, where there have been a lot of barriers between provinces, and create something of a behemoth economy, because the Canadians have all the precious minerals, all the resources, all the energy,
just work for the same people, don't they?
Market in the world
clearly
has
work for the same people,
which represents 39% of consumption worldwide and 26.1% of world GDP. The Canadians are only 2.5% of world GDP. So by combining economies, not selling sovereignty, not telling Canadians you have to become Americans, you create a behemoth market where everybody benefits. But they have to eliminate tariffs.
Ollie has joined me, which is great. However, I do realise that Ollie can't hear my audio.
Carney's used it to his
advantage. I have to monkey about with it a little bit. So my audio.
He was able to distract Canadians away from his own mistakes, the blood on his hands and poverty in Canada, and say, stop looking at that.
It'll be
look south of the border. I can say, and he might just pull it off, and we'll know.
5 seconds behind or something.
I think it's like 30 seconds.
Kevin O'Leary, thank you very much for your forceful opinion. It is true that Mark Carney has capitalized on this, but also polls do show that Canadians also believe that the threats posed by President Trump's tariffs and his threat to takeover is the main issue in this election. We'll be watching, and so will you. Thank you very much for giving us some
on the
of your
BBC
time.
at the moment.
Kevin O'Leary, Canadian investor, TV host,
of an idea
who
of what's
himself
happening
ran for
in
the
Canada.
Conservative Party in
Have you voted? Did you remember to vote?
I voted Saturday last week in the early polls. I was one of the 7.3 million that got out early.
Excellent.
And I got to tell you, it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, early poll voting.
We'll soon find out.
I went 3 times on Friday trying to vote.
What, you voted 3 times? That's illegal. Don't be doing illegal things.
No. I went to try and vote, but every time I got there, I was told, yeah, it'll be at least 40.
All right, okay.
Right?
Oh, God.
I tried 3 times on Friday and twice on Saturday before it was, only 5 minutes and you can vote. So,
oh, you got there in the end. You got there in the end. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
So,
right. So I'm gonna just while we're discussing this, we're just seeing images of them putting flowers down for the tragedy in Vancouver, where there was some bloody lunatic.
11 people killed now is the last I heard.
Yeah. Do you know what? Something really similar happened just before the German election, like a day before the German election this year.
Yeah. People are doing dumb shit all over the world.
It's awful.
But
my heart goes out to the families. I mean, there was a 5-year-old kid.
Yeah. There was, I didn't get the exact number of other people that are injured, but they did expect a few more people to not just live out the week too, right? So there's going to be a few more deaths come out of it.
That's fucking awful. So, I am just going to sort this out, I hope, so that we can have both of us on the screen at the same time, which would be nice. We are on the screen at the same time. What's your feeling for the election in general? Are you feeling positive? Are you thinking?
I'm hopeful. Right, I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, I've in people in my personal life that I've spoken with, that are voting for change.
Why? What?
And it's like I asked them, do you know what the change is that you're voting for? And most of them don't, which is the problem.
Yeah.
They're uninformed as to what's going on, but they just want something to change. And that's the way they're voting, which is very disappointing.
That is very disappointing.
Because if you actually looked at what you were voting for, you'd realize you don't want that change.
No.
You do not want that. If Tim was here, he'd say it was a very bad pineapple.
A very bad pineapple.
Yeah. That's a callback to our show, the Unbox Politics show.
Yeah.
Whenever we're reviewing videos, right? Tim has a story that he tells about pineapple that went bad that he had to eat, right? So every time we watch a bad video, it's
that's bad pineapple.
The bad pineapple.
Is it possible, Ollie, for you to move your camera, just tilt your camera down a little bit, or put your chair up a little bit, because you're quite at the bottom of your picture. There you go. That's better. Let's see. Better framing. That's all good.
The problem is my camera's up on top of my monitor, right?
Yeah.
And my monitor sits way the hell up in the air too. So.
You're gonna have a crick in your neck by the end of the night.
No, it's a big monitor. I can just look at it here. It's eye level for me in the middle.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So, I mean, that is a bit worrying that there's people in your life who are voting for change. But when you point out to them that change means becoming the 51st state of America, are they happy about that change? Do they want that?
Well, some of them, yes. Disappointingly, some of them, yes. Right. One in particular that I can think of that just worships the ground Trump walks on, it seems.
Oh, shit.
Other ones, when I got to the point where we were discussing it, we were over at a friend's place doing like playing cards, right?
Yeah.
And the host basically said, as soon as politics came up and they started talking about what way they were voting, the host basically shut the conversation down and said, we're not talking about politics tonight.
Oh, wow.
So I never got a chance to actually discuss with those particular people what they were thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's and the one other one, they don't think that Poilievre is going to make us the 51st state, but they're voting for change. Right? They don't believe that thing. And that's my biggest fear, honestly. That is,
they don't believe it.
They just don't believe it. They think that Poilievre is just as much against it as anybody else, and they don't want it. But they think that Poilievre's
he's clearly like Trump's busy mate. Like, wow.
If you look at Poilievre's politics from 6 months or more ago, yes, right.
Okay,
so but ever since Trump started saying this stuff, and then right, ever since Trump started saying the Canada's going to be 51st.
Yeah.
At first, Poilievre wasn't arguing too much against it, but as soon as he saw which way the wind was blowing, like all of Canada saying, no, we don't want that, that's when he started speaking out against it, right? So, and he's convinced quite a few people that he is not going to do that. I'm not convinced. I'm not even remotely convinced. I mean, this is a guy that's been elected the leader of the Conservative Party almost 3 years ago now. Still hasn't gotten his background check done yet. Still.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's significant. The leader of the opposition gets invited to the Security Council meetings. He's not allowed to go.
Wow.
Why is that? Why won't he get that done?
Yeah.
How can he, if he still refuses, he can't be prime minister.
Yeah.
So we may find things out about his background once he actually gets elected and put into power that we don't want to know. And that's what frightens me.
Yeah, but he's part of the international group, isn't he? That Democrats, the Republicans in America are part of, and the Conservatives in the UK are part of, and Viktor Orban and all those autocrats around the world.
I'm scared. I just don't know who owns them. Right, that's the problem.
Well, it'd be the Heritage Foundation, won't it? There, and everybody else who's
pretty much
who's buyable. Hornet saying really depressing that shutting down political conversation sometimes feels like the right thing. Such conversations need to happen somewhere. Yeah. And Mr. Skelm is saying with America, I saw someone say if the Dems are offering to get back to how things were, that's how things were was bad anyway. And we need in the West is political parties offering positive change, which is true. I mean, I think it's a mistake that Labour are making over here. They're not giving the people the change that they expected. It seems like a continuity of the Conservative Party. It seems like a more compassionate version of the Conservatives, and that's not what people voted for. They voted very much to get rid of those bastards and do something different. Person impersonator says, when chairman of the Bank of England, Carney was willing to talk with the MMT economists and show the truthful understanding of how money mechanisms work. Well, yeah, he's a lot smarter than Pierre Poilievre, isn't he?
I believe, yeah. Better educated at the very least, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, he was in charge of the Bank of Canada during the credit crunch. He was in charge of the Bank of England during Brexit. And he managed to steer the ship, and in both cases, in these what could otherwise have been a real tragedy for the economy of our respective countries, he did the right thing. He did it, stuff that needs to be done when it needs to be done.
He's got a good head on his shoulders for stuff like that, managing big things.
Yeah,
I like it. I do.
Yeah. So we're getting told that the first polls are going to close soon in the election. So you're on Prince Edward Island, aren't you?
I am on Prince Edward Island. There's 4 ridings here on the island. I mean, we only got 128,000 people in the whole province. So
okay, so a riding is what we would call a constituency, isn't it?
I believe, yeah.
Yeah. So, or a voting district, as they'll say in America, because they're weird like that.
You need 172 of them to be the majority government.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So
over here, Yorkshire, the county of Yorkshire is split into 4, and you've got West Yorkshire, you've got North Yorkshire, South Yorkshire, and East Riding of Yorkshire.
Okay,
that's old school. That's what we used to call it. It was a riding.
That's probably where we got the name from, was something like that.
Probably. Yeah. But your polls, are they closed now, or are they closing in a little bit? I mean,
let me see here. The polls here on the island closed about 5 minutes ago.
Okay. All right.
Newfoundland,
so midnight. Yeah.
Newfoundland is a half hour ahead of us, so they closed like 35 minutes ago.
Yeah, they closed at midnight.
But and early reporting there is looking like a 6-3 Conservative, but I mean that's really early voting there. Okay. I don't know how many ridings are actually in Newfoundland, but right now only 9 of them are really reporting numbers.
Okay.
So
is that a place that's usually quite conservative, or is it usually quite liberal, or?
Usually most of Atlantic Canada is liberal. Right. Most of Atlantic Canada is liberal. A small bit of Quebec is liberal, with most of it being the Bloc Québécois.
Yeah.
Once we get into Ontario, it's generally liberal.
Yeah.
But after that, once you keep going west, it just turns blue or conservative, right?
What do the Québécois vote? Do they vote as a bloc? Did you say?
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you can't count on them. So that's why the Liberals have been forming a minority government with the NDP for the last 10 years, pretty much.
Okay.
Right, because the Liberals were
Quebecois
getting
voting for the NDP.
Bloc Quebecois. No, they're separate from NDP altogether.
Okay.
They vote the way they want to vote on different things. They're separatists, so we can't really count on them.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point of that party is separatists.
Right. Okay.
Like they haven't been touting it for a while. I think the last time that it really came up was back in the mid 90s.
Right.
So, but I mean, that's what they are. That's
so
what
Bloc
the point of that party
is a political party in its own right. It's not just a voting block of other parties. Okay, right. Sorry, I thought it was a bit like in the European Parliament we have voting blocks, so it's more than one party and they vote as a block. Do you know what I mean? So
no. That the Bloc Quebecois is the separatist party that is only in Quebec. They don't have anybody riding anywhere else in the country.
Okay, well, we have that in Scotland where we had the SNP. They'll put MPs for Westminster. They'll put them in Scotland. They won't put them in anywhere else. So that kind of makes sense. And they're separatists too. They want to separate from the union.
If we come out of basically Eastern Canada and from Atlantic Canada through Quebec or through Montreal, with 120, 125 of the ridings, it looks real good.
Okay, all right.
Right. That's if that happens, then that you're right. That'll be about 2:00 in the morning your time. It's 10 o'clock, 10:30 my time, something like that. The CBC will probably call it for the Liberals because they'll get enough going out east to make up the rest of it.
Yeah.
If they don't, then they'll still be at the very least a minority leadership with once again the NDP backing them. The only problem when they're a minority government like that, they can't get things done.
Well, yeah.
Right. They can table things, but there's enough votes out there to stop them from putting through.
Yeah.
Right. So.
But I mean, then it's the art of the compromise, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah.
That's politics for you, isn't it? I mean, even if we get a majority sometimes in the UK and in other countries, like it doesn't matter. There'll still be like one or two people who are like, no, I'm not voting for that. There was that guy, Mention, whatever his name is, in was he Virginia in America, who was supposed to be a Democrat, and he kept voting against them on everything. He was
his name Paul Manchin? Is that him?
Manchin, Manchin or Minchin or something like that.
Something like
that. It was him, and then there was some woman from Arizona or somewhere who kept voting against them as well. It's like they only have 100 senators, and each party has like 49 or 50 each. Do you know what I mean? Like, they
1 or 2 votes can screw things up.
Yeah, and they've got a majority apparently, but they've got to keep the whole party on board. And you can see how people go, oh, tell you what, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You want my vote, you have to do this for me. And it all becomes a bit of a horse trading game. So
it does.
It's I don't mind having coalitions. I think it tempers the more lunatic fringes of the main party. But what we've had in the UK during the Brexit years was just it was the lunatics in charge of the asylum. It really was. It was the crazy side of the Tory party doing all this stuff, and the more sensible side. I mean, you can't really be sensible if you're a conservative, but the more sensible side, we're just
the politician. You can't be sensible. Come on now.
Well, that's true. People that go into politics probably shouldn't. Scott says, I just wish people would stop venerating the mega rich and realize what they do. Yeah, couldn't agree more, mate. Couldn't agree more. One Angry Pagan says, this social flux, especially in the West, has multiple possible routes. What's needed, in my opinion, is to get as many disassociated voters on board as we can. Difficult, but possible. And person impersonator saying 107 people watching. Let's see if we can get 107 likes. Can we get 107 likes? Can we get 107 likes?
Jeez, I gotta add my like. I hadn't hit it yet. There you go.
Oh, thank you, Zach. Thank you. Very kind of you. So we're not seeing anything coming up for on the feed here about any results coming in. Yeah, but Trump's policies are taking center stage, apparently, in Canadian elections. Is Is this like the weirdest thing for you guys? Like just having the Americans take this much of an interest? Or has this happened before? Has this ever happened?
Never. Not in my lifetime, anyway.
Okay, so
right?
this is kind of unique, right?
I mean, the other night the boys reminded me of the fact that the U.S. has always wanted to take control of Canada, Greenland, Panama, Mexico, all of that. They want it all, right? Yeah. Like, I mean, if you think way back, they did invade us twice.
Yeah, they did. Was that the War of 1812?
Exactly, right?
Naughty.
So, I mean, but we've been pretty peaceful since then.
Yeah,
and we've been pretty good neighbors.
After you burned down the White House. You did burn down the White House, though.
We did. Yeah, but I mean, they had it coming.
They did have it coming, but that's no excuse. That's why the White House is white, by the way, because they had to cover over the scorch marks from the fire that the Canadians put there. Well, it was the British, wasn't it? I suppose. One of the weird things I found when I was in Australia is that anything bad that the Australians did in the past wasn't their fault. It was the British. And they'll blame literally everything on the British. And so they got away with everything. They said, oh, no, that wasn't us. That was the British. And like, well, that was you because you were the people who stayed here. You were the British who stayed. So do you have the same sort of thing in Australia and in Canada where people go, oh, we didn't do that? No, it was the British. It was the British.
No. No, we don't bump into that at all, really.
Oh, good.
So
I'm glad to hear
we don't blame the British for stuff.
Oh, good. Makes a change. I usually get blamed for everything. Oh, I've just had a little thing pop up saying Mikey Famine. That's not your name. That's not my name. I just took it off. Sorry about that. Oh, that won't happen again. What have we got in the chat? We got Hornet, Soft Talk. I mean, Lab, Green, voters sitting in the pub with people who see the world similar but have been gaslit with two very different political direction. I find that most people who are left-wing in the UK, not the people who are like dyed-in-the-wool party people, Labour, Lib Dem, Greens, they tend to get on all right. Like they tend to be able to, talk about stuff and discuss, the best way of doing things. They might disagree a little bit, but there's nowhere near the level of disagreement that I have with a Tory or with a refuck voter. Like Reform for me are just Nazis.
Yeah,
they're so far off.
I agree.
To the right, and I can't have a sensible conversation with them. I'm just like, if I find out someone is a refuck voter, it just makes me feel less. It makes me think less of them, which it shouldn't. It shouldn't. I know, but it does.
I feel the exact same way when I find out about Canadians that are fully supporting what Trump's doing.
Yeah,
it's like, what are you thinking?
Yeah,
do you not see what it's causing?
Yeah.
Are you that like, what are you thinking? And then I realize all they watch is Fox News. All they watch is Fox News.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have no idea what's really going on in the world.
Organ. Yeah. Peter Connor in the chat. 20 times champions. Liverpool, top of the league. I'm so happy my face hurts from smiling. Love to all. Politics Social, especially the Blue Graham. All right, thanks, Peter. I'll be in Liverpool for Bank Holiday Monday, at the end of May, because that's when they're doing the procession back with the trophy. Hopefully, the trophy will be, it'll be taken along to Anfield from the beginning of the M62 usually. So down Queen's Drive. I'll pop along. My mum lives just off Queen's Drive, so I'll just I'll go there. I'll wave. I might turn up in my Everton kit, full kit wanker. But yeah, Liverpool champs. My elder brother's going to be pleased then, says when I pay him. Yeah, so they've won the league.
You called it Banking Monday holiday or something like that? What's that?
Bank Holiday Monday.
Okay. What is that?
It's just actual holiday? Get off work. Yeah, it's well, I don't get it off work because I'm a YouTuber. I have to work every fucking day. But yeah, normal people who have a normal job will get the Bank Holiday Monday off. We have about 8 of them a year.
8 bank holidays. That doesn't include other statutory holidays like
it doesn't include Easter or Christmas. Right? They're separate. And we don't just get like Easter. We get Easter. We get Easter Monday. Also, we get Good Friday before. So we get like 4 days off over Easter. And
here in Canada, it's just Friday for most of the country.
You don't have Easter Monday. Easter.
I
just
did
take the piss
because of the job I'm in.
Nothing happened on Easter Monday.
So
he was resurrected, and then I don't know what he did on the day after. He just went to the pub, I think. But
I think we get a total of 14 or 15 statutory holidays throughout the year.
Yeah, I think we get something similar with that. But do you have Boxing Day at the day after?
Yeah,
Christmas?
we got Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and then
because
New Year's.
America doesn't have that, but they do have Thanksgiving, as someone pointed out. So,
well, so do we. We just have it a month earlier than they do.
Yeah, Scott is saying it's very daring to call us normal. Yeah, good point, mate.
Their Thanksgiving is them celebrating the pilgrims, right?
Yeah.
Our Thanksgiving is based off of harvest season. We're thankful to harvest.
Oh, yeah, because we have the harvest festivals.
Right?
We had the harvest festival in the UK.
Right? So that's what our Canadian Thanksgiving is based around. It's not about pilgrims. It's about it's the end of the harvest. It's everybody's done doing the crops. It's time to celebrate and get ready to relax.
Well, do you have the Queen's birthday off, or the King's birthday now? Do you have the King's birthday off?
The May 2-4 weekend was what we called it. We celebrated the Queen's birthday. Always, it was the 24th, right?
I don't know, because we don't do it in the UK. This was a weird thing. In Australia, they had the Queen's birthday off work, and in the UK, we didn't.
We were looking for an excuse to throw a holiday in May because there's no other reasons for a holiday in May. Right, that's it. We tried to space out our statutory holidays so you get at least one every month.
Yeah. Well, right? we have early May bank holiday. That's going to be on the 5th of May, and then on the 26th of May we have the spring bank holiday.
Yeah,
and then we have a summer bank holiday.
I didn't when I was younger. I didn't realize it was the Queen's birthday that we were celebrating for that, because it was called the May 2-4 holiday.
The what?
So you'd go to the liquor. The May 2-4 weekend, right?
Oh yeah,
that was what the holiday was called.
All right, okay.
Right. It wasn't called the Queen's birthday among the younger crowd. I'm talking back when I was 18, 19 years old, right? We call it the May 2-4 weekend because you'd go to the beer store, pick up a 2-4 beer, and go out for the weekend and get drunk.
What's a 2-4?
Right?
Is that
24 beers in a case?
Oh, okay. A slab of beer. They call it in Australia. It'd be a slab of beer. You got the bottle out, you get a slab of beer.
There you go. So yeah, it's a 2-4 here. Is right? That's 24 beers in the case.
Yeah. Frank is saying Boxing Day is not a holiday in Quebec. Public holidays, bank holidays are provincial jurisdictions. So there you go. Yeah. Changes depending on what province you're in, apparently.
Yeah, no, the statutory holidays do change depending on what state or province you're in. Quebec had Easter Monday.
Right.
None of the other provinces did.
Yeah.
Right. So.
So yeah, there's 7 bank holidays, which is common across the UK, but we have 8 in England and Wales and Northern Ireland, because we have Easter Monday as well. But apparently they don't have that in Scotland.
Frank just put it in there. He's 100% right. It wasn't Queen Elizabeth's birthday. It was Queen Victoria's birthday that we were celebrating in May.
Ah, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Victoria Day holiday.
Because we have 2 birthdays for the monarch. You know, you have their actual birthday, and then they have the ceremonial birthday. And I think it was because a monarch years ago had their birthday in the depths of winter. And everyone's like, quick, let's go out and party because it's the king's birthday. And everyone was like, fuck that, it's freezing cold. I don't want to go anywhere. I'm just staying under my blankets in the corner of my barn. Piss off. And said, okay, well, we'll just say his birthday's in like summer, and then when you come out and party, and they're like, yeah. So he has 2 birthdays, which is kind of cool.
That is cool.
And Dark 4x4 says, Ruby, oh yeah. I'm sure the Wurzels will cover the copyright infringements. If not, I'll provide the Kaiser Chiefs with my awful version. The King's birthday is the 2nd Saturday of June. So there you go. King's birthday.
2nd Saturday of June.
Yeah. Have a day off.
We don't really have a holiday in June because we got July 1st off, and then we got the May weekend, right?
Gareth T says Northern Ireland has 10 bank holidays. Although I did actually read that as Graham Norton. I was like, Graham Norton Island? Oh no, Northern Ireland has 10 bank holidays. 10 bank holidays! Bloody hell. I thought they'd be a lot more chilled. Right, tell us about exit polls in Canada, because we're not, if I just go back to the feed over here, They're still talking. There's no numbers up on the screens. You don't really do exit polls in Canada.
Well, right now, they're exit polls. They're not confirming anything. They're just like like in each riding, there's divisions that are reporting.
Yeah.
So right now, it's looking like it's the ridings that have reported so far. It's looking 13-4 Liberals over the Conservatives. So if they come out of the Maritimes with 25 seats, that would be great.
Yeah.
And what it's not telling me, I'm not listening to it. So that's part of the problem. I got the volume on 0. So I don't know how many total ridings there are in the Maritimes. I think it's 37, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Well,
so, we're trying to get 25 of them, right?
So. Yeah. I read there's 7 electoral districts in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Well, right now we got reporting from 17.
Yeah.
Different ridings. Yeah. So that's probably most of Prince Edward Island is reported in there. Some parts of New Brunswick would be in by now. Nova Scotia.
Yeah. But I mean, they don't do exit polls, do they, in Canada? This is something that I learned today. Apparently, they
no. By exit polls, you mean they're interviewing the people that are walking out? How did you vote?
How did you vote?
I never got asked last weekend, and no, I've never seen anybody there at any time I've been polling.
Okay.
So yeah, right now it looks like 2 of the 4 ridings on Prince Edward Island have reported Liberal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the ridings in Nova Scotia reported Liberal, and 2 of the ridings in New Brunswick. Only 1 other riding is reported in that part of the Maritimes for Conservatives.
So for the 7 seats in Newfoundland and Labrador, 6 of them have gone to the Liberals.
That doesn't look right, because I'm seeing 3.
Oh, sorry, 3. Sorry, I misheard.
No, 3 for the Conservatives. You said 7, and 4 for the Liberals is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's 7 altogether. Sorry, I just got that up tonight. It's very late over here. Okay, so they've got 1 more seat in Newfoundland and Labrador, and then there's 10 seats in New Brunswick. We've got 37 seats in Ontario is 122 seats. Why does anyone else bother voting? Prince Edward Island, you got 4 seats.
4 seats,
and then which was the other one? Prince Edward Island,
Nova Scotia.
11 seats.
11. That's 21, 25, and you said 7. 32 seats. 32 seats in the Maritimes. So I was off by 5, but we're hoping to get 25 out of the number that are here.
Okay. Can I get a better channel to go to? Because the one that's actually got the stats coming.
I'm watching CBC News on my television, so I can't stream it to you.
No, but I can look it up, can't I? And I can try and stream that from here because honestly, I mean, I can show you my virtual camera if I just update that. That's okay. If I just update your Zoom thing, let me see. Switch cameras. To my OBS, you should be able to see what's coming out now, and we're not getting any stats on the screen. It's just Canada votes in pivotal election. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that's BBC, is it? Okay.
Yeah, you can tell it's BBC because they're leaning over like this. It's the BBC stance. They
try and look up cbc.ca.
Okay.
See what they got on.
Okie dokes. We'll have to use a VPN. I'm going to do that. I've just changed the screen so I can.
You might be able to find it on.
I can muck about in the background. What is it? CBC.
CBC,
.ca.
Canadian broadcast.
Requests for signs. Certainly he.
There we go. Okay, riding results.
Canadian Broadcast Channel, I think is what it says.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Okay. Oh shit! I just closed the bloody window. I didn't want to do that. You're supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Yeah. But right now it's showing 19. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not listening to what they're saying, so I'm not sure if that's confirmed ridings or if it's just what's reported so far and the way they're leaning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I can't get it to go full screen. Why won't you go full screen? That's a bit weird, isn't it? Where's the full screen thing on this? You'd expect that to say full screen, but it doesn't. It says share, and we can put. Oh, hello. What's happening here? This is very strange. Why are they doing it? Sorry, you can't see what I'm talking about, but
not at all.
They've got it like a pop out version, and it doesn't take up the full screen for some reason.
Can you grab a hold of a corner and stretch it out?
Toggle foot. I've done it. Found it.
There you go.
So if I go back over to the watch party feed, there we go. Hey, look at that.
That's exactly what I'm looking at.
We were 1 hour. It took me an hour to fuck around with that when we got there in the end. What I could do as well is if I put the captions on, it'll come up with the captions. So you at home can see what they're saying while we're talking. So I've actually got the sound turned off at the moment. Nice, says one angry pagan. Thank you. But this is more like it. So the really conservative places, they're like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba.
Alberta and Saskatchewan are probably all going to be blue. There might be one seat out of those two provinces that goes Liberal.
But they're massively they're tiny, aren't they? In terms of population, they don't have much in the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think between the two provinces, they have about 30 seats, 25 or 30 seats.
Right. Manitoba, yeah. So, Manitoba's got 14 seats.
Saskatchewan's probably got about 20 and Alberta's got about 30.
None of it's only got one. They're having none of it. Yeah, Saskatchewan has got 14 seats and the Yukon's got one. There's just one person.
It's all population based, right? So.
Yeah. So Philip Earle has been elected. Which is
he's not around here. He must be in Newfoundland.
Yeah, I think so. Who have we got here? While we're at it, Slava Ukraini. Yes, indeed, Plum Duff. Slava Ukraini. Couldn't agree more. Oh, we got our first super chat of the night. Thank you, Deborah L. That's very kind of you. We got two Canadian dollars. That says 14 lib, 5 con. Yeah, 15 lib now. Got to update, Deborah. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. It's very kind of you. Do you normally do this? Do you normally watch the elections come in, or is this a bit unusual for you?
Me watching them?
Yeah.
I typically don't watch them, no. I've only really gotten super interested in politics since about 2015 when Trump started running, and I went, oh no. To be honest with you, I wasn't really interested in politics before that.
Yeah.
So.
He's he has got a lot of people into politics who weren't otherwise into politics. And in a way, that's a good thing, because people like you come into politics because you're like, oh God, we've got to stop
awareness.
But the worry is that there's probably more people that aren't interested in politics the rest of the time, but they'll still support Trump because that's all they know. They're like, I want to vote for the guy who makes politics be in the news every day. I don't want to vote for someone boring. I want it all to be like WrestleMania and exciting shit all going down.
That's scary, right? Come on. Please don't vote with your stupid. Vote with your brains. Don't vote with your stupid.
Indeed. Deborah L says, Carney. Canny though. That's the question. Toronto and Ottawa combined have more population than the entire province of Alberta. Yeah. The first election that I stayed up to watch wasn't the 1997 election. I went out partying with my mates because I was 18. Because I was 18. It was, Thursday night. We all went to Labato. I got really drunk. I did stay up to watch the 2000 election in America. Well, I wasn't in America. And I watched it at a mate's house and when I was in university. Mate of mine who's now a government minister over here. And I went to sleep. And it looked like Bush had won. And then I woke up and apparently Gore had won. And then no, Bush had actually won. But that took about 2 weeks to find out. 4 weeks to find out.
At that time, I was in the middle of moving to Ontario. Didn't have cable, didn't have a TV set up during that election or nothing. So I saw almost none of what was going on. Came out of it finding out after everything was over. That, Bush had won. Okay. Right? Didn't see any of the controversy over it. Didn't have nothing. Right? So.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just trying to get set up and living in Ontario. There's no.
Oh, hang on. That's not good. I just pressed the wrong button. I was going to turn off the captions because they keep covering over text that I need to see. But there was a guy there. I'm sure he only got about 10 votes. Is that the number of votes? Is that the total number of votes? That can't be the total number of votes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's only like one of the districts in the riding is reporting.
Yeah, but it says 24, 21, 2. Like, that can't be the total number of votes. Like, are you telling me that 50 people voted in this election? What?
It depends on how many people live in the riding and how many people voted in the riding, right?
Yeah, but it's going to be more
Sometimes
than...
you get low
Can you see the feed that I'm showing now? It says 24 for Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yeah,
sorry.
but that's only... I'm telling you, that's like... There's 50 different reporting stations in that riding. Only one of them is reported so far.
Oh, okay. Thank God. I was like... I know that the population of Canada's a bit small, but it's not that small. It's like 24 votes, and he's won.
No. And the star next to somebody's name, I believe that indicates who's the incumbent.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. And so where it says 16 and 7 here on the
that's
screen,
just the way it's leaning right now. That none of that is confirmed yet. Well, I think I've seen one confirmed so far.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
But one with the
it looks like that's the way it's going. Because here you've got like this Kent guy is double what the Conservatives have got.
Yeah, that's the guy.
So he's probably going to win in that. Okay.
So those are the ridings here on the island. That's my parents' riding right
Egmont.
There. Yeah.
On Prince Edward Island, PEI. Do you call it PEI or just call it Prince Edward Island? What do you call it?
PEI, Prince Edward Island. That's the guy that I'm voting for. There's only like I tell you, there was 1,000 people that showed up to vote early just on Friday.
Yeah.
And they've only got 100 votes there shown.
Wow.
Right?
Couldn't they have?
So
they can't vote them over. They can't count them over the weekend though, can they?
No, they weren't allowed to open them until tonight. So
yeah.
It's all being counted now.
Leapshin wants to know what you're smoking. Have you got a Gandalf pipe?
It's a glass Gandalf pipe, yes.
A glass Gandalf pipe. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I actually have a story about it. I bought the first one like 9 years ago.
Right.
And last summer it fell on the floor and shattered into 500 million pieces.
Oh no.
So I said, well, this is my favorite pipe by far.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I never not have a pipe. So I ordered 4.
Right.
And now there's three more sitting over there waiting.
Sweet.
In the wings, just in case something happens to this. Right? But I mean, you don't know me, Graham. I have a pipe collection. I probably have about 170, 180 different pipes.
This is my streaming hat, right? Yeah. And I've got another hat from it's my work hat. So when I'm working, I can sweat into that hat. So that's but this is I think this is my 16th hat, I think, in the last 25 years that I've been wearing hats.
Like that type of leather hat, though?
Yeah. It's Australian Akubra hat. It's kangaroo skin. It's made of kangaroo.
That's cool.
What's that, Skippy? Cool. You want us to make a hat out your skin? All right, Skippy. Chop, chop.
I have one of those Australian dusters. I can't remember what they're called. But I didn't get one of the hats.
Okay. The coverage will resume in 3 minutes, so we'll head over to the other feed here. It's just me and you. Yeah. Rosie is saying, "Oh, I'd love to visit Prince Edward Island." And the little love hearts and stuff. That's nice.
Anybody comes by, I'll take. If you want to drop me a line, you're coming to the island. I'll take you out disc golfing.
Walter says, when I was 16, I got interested in politics with Thatcher in power, leaving school, no jobs, and YTS did not have enough spaces for the amount leaving, no future generation. The Tories did an absolute number on us. Absolutely. Deborah saying the poll workers have to stay tonight until all are counted, even if it's 3 a.m. All paper ballots hand counted, which is fair enough. I mean, it's the way we do it in the UK. But apparently, if Pierre Poilievre wins this wins this thing and becomes prime minister, he doesn't become prime minister for 2 weeks, does he?
I don't think so. No.
Is that because Canada's so big it just takes that long to get there on a horse?
Well, he's still got to go through that security background check before he's allowed to be prime minister.
He does.
So that's the red tape he needs to go through.
Okay, now I've got a quandary. What do I do? I've got two of yous on the screen at the same time.
I'm going to be leaving soon.
Oh, are you? Okay, well, hang on.
Yes.
Let me try and sort this out first, so that oh no, it's okay. I'm still here. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna sort this out so that I can appear on the screen with you guys in a moment. Just let me sort that. How you doing, Mikey? How's it going?
Hello.
You all right, mate?
I've had a shower. I needed
good.
it.
There you go.
I'm glad to hear it, mate. I'm glad to hear
Horrendously so.
it.
Sometimes that's just the way it is.
Smelly bastard.
Really, smelly bastard.
So what do we know? Nothing yet?
Only one riding's been confirmed.
Yeah.
So,
but it's been leaning towards the Liberals, but we're kind of expecting that from the East Coast.
Yeah,
because of all East Coast Liberals over there.
Honestly, those last numbers didn't look as good as I was hoping. Because it was showing the Conservatives at already 6 or 7 ridings that they're in the lead. They can only win 7 ridings here in the Atlantic provinces to have that good chance of winning. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy.
There's only 32 ridings here. The Liberals got to win 25. So
yeah, not good.
If they don't, then they'll have to make it up someplace west, and that's just not happening.
Yeah. Okay, so
Vancouver will save us.
What? Will they? Will they though?
Maybe.
Will they?
They're hippies.
I don't. Yeah, but they're 50-50, Mikey. They're either conservative or NDP, and
Trump made fun of them. They'll save Canada.
I don't want to rely on that. I'd rather have, when we get to the end of Ontario and Ontario's counted, just declare the victory then. That would be great. If it gets declared, then it can only be declared for a Liberal, because there's no way the Conservatives win enough there to be elected, right?
Well, we know who didn't get a lot of votes this year, and that's the Queen of Canada.
What?
That's true. She didn't even ride.
Who's the Queen of Canada? What?
Who's the Queen of Canada? You haven't heard of her?
I will let Ali tell you all about this fun lady.
Oh, no.
Who's the Queen of Canada?
She is a nutbag.
She's a peach. She is a peach. I love you.
Jesus.
Goodbye. I'm leaving you now.
Oh no, don't! I've just fixed the screen, so it'll
I told you not to do it. I was popping in. I was just popping in and say hello.
Hang on. One sec. Just give me
Tell everybody what's up.
Give me 3 seconds, okay? 3, 2, 1.
I want to leave right now.
There we go. Right, okay, I've sorted it now. So it says watch party in the corner, and there's the 3 of us on the screen. Although I'm looking the wrong way, but I can't seem to do anything about that. Who cares?
Turn your neck around.
So where are you? Yeah, then I'm looking at the wrong place. Where are you, Mikey?
At home.
No, I mean, like, you're on someone else's chat thing, aren't you?
No, not yet.
Oh, haven't you started
I
yet?
literally just got out of the shower. I thought you guys were just doing your thing. I just came in here to bug you for a second.
Oh, okay.
And say hi.
No, we're doing our
everyone.
thing. We're doing our thing.
And to see if you guys had any information yet, because I had to text Graham while I was in the shower, and then I had to send links he wanted me to give to Ollie while I was like soapy. It was awkward. I mean,
so what you're saying is you were naked and soapy and thinking of me. Yes.
I mean, I would like. How did he know I was in the shower? And that's when he's like, "Hey, pass this to Ollie." And I was like, "Whoa."
How did I know?
How did he know?
How didn't I know? That's the real question. My spidey sense was tingling. What can I say?
Is that what the... Never mind. All right. Bye, y'all.
Cheers.
Right. Okay. I'm going to go off now and try and get this sorted again. Hide self view. There we go. So, yes, Ollie. You've had what? This is your 4th election then since 2015?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Did you watch the 2015 one, or was it only when Trump
with the first Canadian election I was really paying a close attention to was the 2017 one, right?
Yeah. Where
basically legalization of marijuana was on the bill.
Ah, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's what I like I said, I wasn't really paying. I got out and voted, but I wasn't super paying attention to politics.
Right. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So
you had an incentive.
Well, Trump got me into it. Hate to say it. If there's one good thing he did, he got me into politics so that I'm aware of what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
Just because I
got
had
to vote to legalize weed as well. I'll tell you what, I was in Toronto a few months ago, and it bloody stinks of weed. It's like walking around Glastonbury.
Yeah.
Like everyone's smoking it everywhere.
420 there just last weekend.
Yeah.
From what I hear from my friends in Ontario, they smoked out a public park, an outdoor park. There was so much smoke that people from all around were just coming there. All right, what's going on here? Why is it saying 1412 all of a sudden? That's scary as hell.
That's what it's saying.
We might need some volume to hear what they're saying.
I can turn my volume up here, but you won't be able to hear it, I'm afraid.
And Rosie, just to go back to what I was told by both Conservative and Liberal campaigns, the Liberals banked a lot of vote very heavily in the advanced polls, and those come
you're not sharing it here
day up,
No, I can't.
that could be why you're seeing.
And we're reminding you all of that, of course, because here 13 to 13 is something significant, and it's moving around a lot, and that's why.
Like it's really weird the way
we are going now to Adrian. Yeah, you bet, Rosie. Because I think we want to actually talk about another province that we're going to be waiting for soon.
That way. I saw one of the districts here on the island
certainly will be on Ontario for the Liberals.
Prince Edward Island's been all
maybe
red
some
for
of the pressure's
years.
eased off for the Conservatives. We'll see. It is the key prize. The Liberals, in particular, are looking to pick up seats that they won in their 2015 majority, but then lost in subsequent
Don't put Trump
elections.
in charge here.
A lot of those seats are along the 401.
That would be scary.
Biggest
Seats
highway
along
in Canada.
the 401,
And because
apparently.
David Cummins' job is to get up very early in the morning and
that's
come in
Ontario.
at 4 a.m., we thought we'd send him out because it's going to be a late night. I mean, why not?
So is there ridings
David, you are
reporting in
somewhere
Ontario?
along the
Okay.
401.
That could be
Where are you?
changing
What are you
things.
hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, as you all
Time's
are
at
paying attention to the
9:14.
political
Okay,
game going on
Liberals on
tonight, there's this
14.
other game
So
happening
the
here
numbers
in
they're given
Kitchener
here
and
aren't
Vaughan.
confirmed.
This
This is
the
just who's ahead in the
Kitchener versus
counting,
London,
isn't it?
the other
Yes,
battle
yes.
of
And see, it
Ontario.
keeps changing.
And what is amazing is that we are
Okay,
in
so it's gone down
Kitchener
to
Centre here.
12:15
This is
now.
one of those
Yeah.
key ridings. It
That was a bit
held
scary
by
for
the
a
Green
moment.
Party, Mike Morris,
It's
when the
still
election
scary
was
as hell,
called.
in
Now,
my
whether they're
opinion.
going to be able to hold it or not, that
Like, I
is
mean,
not a certainty.
We should be seeing
Absolutely coming into this
25
election,
to
Mike
10.
Morris was working very hard to hold on to it. But this is a city that really does
Or
flip back and
25 to
forth
8.
between the Liberals and the Conservatives.
Something like that.
And so when you look
It's
at
gone
the
up to
other
16,
ridings,
12.
three of them in Kitchener,
We need to
Kitchener,
come out of
Conestoga, Kitchener,
Ontario
South
when all the
Hespeler,
votes are counted
those
with
were
at least
decided in the
120
last
votes
election
of
by
this riding.
less than 2% in between.
And that's, I
first
think,
and second place. So let me
170
give
of the
you a sense.
riding.
I'm just gonna. Oh, hang on.
Right now is
I realised that I
tied.
just
The
turned the wrong thing
crowd
there.
is pumped, and guess what? When we
Crowd is pumped, apparently. Oh, hello. That's just gone off for a moment. Hang
right
on.
down the stairs, that's a polling station.
That's a
Now,
polling
Adrian,
station.
That is convenience here.
Okay, all right. So
What?
whatever, mate. He's just telling us there's a polling station outside the hockey match.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where he is.
There are hockey games on tonight.
Yeah. One Angry Pagan, thank you very much for the super chat, mate. Friggs, love and blessing to you Canadian Wolverines. Yeah, we love a little Wolverine.
The Wolverine is Canadian.
It is. So basically, some of those 13 Conservative seats actually flipped Liberal when they count advanced votes. So they count advanced votes later, yeah?
Yeah, that would
Right.
be my guess. Most of the
Okay.
people that got out and voted here were voting Liberal. That got out and voted early, as far as I know.
Okay.
So they can't. They're not opening those until later. That's very possible.
Hornet says you can't vote unless you watch hockey.
I
It's fair enough, isn't it?
don't watch professional hockey during the regular season. I don't want to pay that close attention to it, or else I'll get sucked right in. But as soon as the playoffs start, I can't help but watching whatever game's on. I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Right. So and the real hockey that I watch though is around Christmas. I love watching the World Juniors. That's hockey to me. The World Juniors.
I've been to one hockey
Right.
match, and that was last December. I went to see the Maple Leafs, Toronto
Did you?
Maple
Okay.
Leafs, and they were fighting the, I don't know, Kansas City Twats or something. I don't know, someone from America, and I just kept on
Okay.
shouting out like anti-American stuff. I was like, when the Maple Leafs scored, I shouted out things like, "That's for forcing us to follow you into two unpopular, unwinnable wars." I should have made it a bit more succinct or whatever, but I didn't.
Toronto, the Leafs actually are threatening to go pretty far this year.
That's for the War of 1812, motherfuckers.
The Maple Leafs are on one of the longest haven't won a Stanley Cup streaks in hockey history. They haven't won since I think it's 63 or 68.
Yeah.
So
tell me about the NDP. What are they? Are they like a socialist party?
New Democratic Party.
Right. So they're on the left,
right?
I assume.
So they're even farther over than the Liberals.
Right. Okay.
On most issues. That's why they side with the Liberals.
Do you have a Green Party?
Forming a minority.
Do you have a Green?
We do have a Green Party as well, and they tend to also. Yeah. Okay. So, and the Green Party's just mainly about like fixing the planet type thing, right? They're all about that. So
it's a bit mad because in Australia the Liberal Party is a Conservative Party, but in Canada the Liberal Party's kind of centre left, isn't it? Kind of.
So our Liberal Party here represents red, and our Conservative Party represents blue. In the United States, the Republicans are blue.
They get it the wrong way.
And the
Democrats. Every other country in the world. I said the wrong way. No, every country in the world does it with blue Conservative and red left wing Labour Liberal.
Yeah,
except for America,
the United States.
Yeah, they just fuck it up.
But I think it's because the two parties switched at one point in time in the past too, right?
Yeah, it did. It's completely arbitrary. It's so stupid. But you're coming in on a boat into an American. I don't know if Canada does this as well. If you're coming in, they switch the boys or buoys, as they say in America. They switch the boys' colours. So if you're coming in the UK, you need to keep the red, the port to the left, and green starboard to the right as you're coming in. And they flip that when you're coming into America, and then you go to Canada. It's back the way around we have. It's very confusing. Especially it's like pitch black.
Imperial instead of metric too.
Well, we do a bit of that up here as well, in the UK.
Well, we still call things out in Imperial a lot. And all the measurements for when it comes to building supplies seem to be pretty much Imperial.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Same here. Pretty much.
Like our problem here in Canada is when we do distance, we'll say, yeah, it's 7 or 8 miles. But speed limits, it's 40 kilometers an hour. Right? That messes with people. So
we have like miles per gallon, but then we buy fuel in liters. It makes no sense whatsoever. But you use km, don't you, for your signs?
Our speed limits are all in kilometers, and all our fuel here is in liters. If you look at the little gauge that's in the car, like mine tells me how many liters I'm burning per 100 kilometers driven.
Yeah.
Right. My little Civic does about 5.5 liters per 100 kilometers, maybe 6.
Cute.
So, if it's highway miles.
So, it's gone now to 19 Liberals versus 12 Conservatives. This isn't the best way to do it because it's like back and forth like this.
Yeah, it just keeps jumping up and down. I agree. It's not. They should be saying, okay, these are how many confirmed and these are how many it's leaning towards, right?
Right. Yeah.
So,
yeah. I'm just going to move the little monitor over a little bit here so people can see the edge.
Fredericton or Armonto looks, what's that? Fundy Royale looks conservative.
Ugh.
See, that's Maritimes. I don't recognize what that is. That's probably in Ontario, though.
Inbred or something. They all
Miramichi, that's in New Brunswick.
Yeah.
Moncton Dieppe, that's New Brunswick. So they're going through a bunch of New Brunswick numbers right now.
Yeah.
2011.
What?
It's up to 2011 now. Well, I'm watching it from a couple of minutes ago, I guess, on the actual stream because you're not sharing the screen here with me, right? So
I can do. Sorry, that was Mikey's fault. I thought you were still watching it. Bloody Mikey coming in and disrupting my setup.
But all Mikey's fault.
That is all Mikey's fault. Yeah. There you go. That's better. Now you should be able to see what I'm streaming. So it's 21 libs owning the libs apparently, and 10 to the con jobs. SG, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Why have I never before been aware of? I've never before even been aware of Canadian elections at all. Why does this feel so consequential? I'm worried. It feels consequential because it is.
It is, yeah. If you don't want Canada joining the United States, this is a pretty major election.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't agree more.
Right? And trust me, you don't want Canada joining the United States.
Nope. Please don't do that.
So, yeah. Everybody's saying, "Oh, but Trump, the Republicans don't want Canada to join the United States because then it'll never be a Republican vote again." Right?
Yeah.
Well, no. We're not going to have voting powers. We're going to be a big northern Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to be.
I've got a question, because I said before, what we do here up in the UK. I've got a question for you. So I'm in Durham in the UK, which is near the border with Scotland, kind of. England and Scotland. Right. What's further north? Prince Edward Island, or where I am in the UK?
I would guess that it's you.
It is
quite a bit further north too.
It is. You're about 46 degrees north. We're about 54.
Yeah, 55. I was going to say I think we're 47, but yeah. 46 is pretty close.
That's so weird. Like it's really.
What are you guys, about 38, 39? Where you are?
No, we're 54. 54 degrees north.
I was going the wrong way.
Yeah,
sorry, I was going the wrong way.
Yeah.
I was guessing you were about 10, 15 degrees off us.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But we get way worse. Well, I don't know. How about your winters?
Not bad at all. We have quite mild winters because we have. I mean, we colloquially call it the Gulf Stream, the Gulf Stream from the Gulf of Mexico, which brings warm water towards Western Europe. So France and the UK and Ireland all benefit from that. So we have quite mild winters for just how northerly we are, but we're really quite northerly.
That's been spreading out, and that warm water's been getting to us more and more too, right?
Oh, has it?
So we've been getting much more milder winters here for the last while.
Yeah, because the water comes down. It's supposed to be the cold water that comes down near you guys, and then that goes back down towards Cuba and then back up. Yeah.
What we are noticing now, though, is we're getting hurricanes in the fall.
Oh, shit.
Right? And every 3 years, it's way worse than the previous years.
Really?
It seems, yeah. It's like every third year, it's like it's amped up for some reason.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
So, yeah, we had a major storm back in 2020 that knocked the power out where I am.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks.
Oh, shit.
There was something like 390 power lines that were down all across the province.
Bloody
which
hell.
just basically knocked power out to 85%.
Because your infrastructure's not set up to cope with that shit, is it?
Not something that drastic, no.
It's the same here. The power we get hit by a storm and we don't know what to do because our it's not just like our infrastructure and our houses, buildings, bridges and things. It's our trees. Like our trees just aren't supposed to be up against 100-mile-an-hour winds. They don't know what to do.
Exactly.
They're falling over.
So many trees broke here.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, 3 years in 2017, I noticed the winds really starting to pick up, and big storm in 2017 in the September.
Yeah.
2020 was the biggest storm that we ever got.
Wow.
2023 in September, there was another big hurricane.
Yeah.
Knocked the power out for a couple of days again. I was prepared for it this time, though. I got the first after that one that knocked the power out for 2 weeks. I bought myself a generator and I got it hooked up so I can run power into the house.
Good idea.
And I can get I can have my fridge running. I can have a little tiny power thing going for heat.
Yeah.
And I get my whole entertainment system up and running so that I can be online.
With a little
right? That's it.
With a little generator.
Yeah, with my generator, right? And one good light.
Make sure you got good extraction though. You don't want that generator fumes in your house.
What? No, the generator's out in my shed, and I got a wire buried outside to run between the two.
Fair enough. So we just had an actual confirmed seat. The vote change here for the Atlantic, 50% for the Libs, the Liberals, which is up 6.3%. The Conservatives are up 12.5%. Is it going to be?
That's what I'm saying. This year, it seems like the NDP, they're taking it on the chin this year.
Yeah, it looks like all those votes came from the NDP then. Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
So here's the seat change so far.
Seat change looks like the Conservatives are getting one extra seat out of the Maritimes right now.
That's a bad sign to start with. You kind of don't want them
I
to
thought
be
it'd be
getting
going the other way.
Yeah. Kind of hope that they'll be taking the seats off the Conservatives. So that's not great.
Oh. I've lost my sound. Just a second.
Oh, sorry. It's probably me. Hello. Hello, Canada.
Back. I have a thing there's an error someplace in this headset when it connects to my thing.
Yeah.
If I got another stream running someplace and the sound cuts off in that stream, it just shuts off all my sound, and I got to reset it.
Is it Bluetooth?
Right?
Is it Bluetooth?
Yeah.
Fucking Bluetooth, man. It runs on the same frequency as microwaves and radio-controlled fucking cars and drones and fucking everything is on the same frequency as fucking Bluetooth, so everything interferes with it. I mean, Bluetooth, I think they came up with it in like the early 90s or something. It's like 30-year-old
been around
tech.
Forever.
Yeah. I think we could do with upgrading it, maybe. I don't know.
Well, and honestly, it seems like it's getting worse, not better.
Yes, because everything else uses the same frequency. It's shit.
My Bluetooth, my last phone that I had, I bought in 2013, and I only got rid of it last summer, connected to my car with a much clearer and much better signal, so I wouldn't lose connections. Now my new phone that I got, it's so much worse. People can't hear me. It's like
yeah, that's why I always have wired, because when I started doing this and having conversations with people, I thought, oh, it'll look better if I've just got a little earpiece in, Bluetooth, and I just hated it. It gave a delay. It gave a delay of like a second, which isn't too bad. You just listen to music or something, but for trying to have a conversation with this, it was like having a transatlantic pause in between these conversations. 30 seconds until the next polls close.
That would be everything that's Quebec and Ontario.
Yes. Oh, hang
So
on. Ontario as well.
They're all Eastern. Everything that's in the Eastern time zone is closing at 8:30 Eastern.
Okay. So, and Ontario, the whole of Ontario is in the Eastern time zone.
8:30 Eastern, yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
4, 3, 2, 1.
Done.
Nothing
happened. Now we got another hour until Manitoba and Saskatchewan close.
Yes.
Because they're central. And then an hour after that for Alberta Mountain.
Yeah, but we don't really care about them. It's just this is
we know which way they're voting.
Stuff's gonna come in thick and fast over the next hour, isn't it? As we hope.
It's the next hour or so, yeah.
Yeah.
So right now for you it's what, 1:30?
Yeah, it is 1:30. 1:31. Yeah. 1:31.
So I thought you said Ontario wasn't closing until 2:30 your time. Maybe I got it wrong. I could have it wrong. Maybe they're not closing until 9:30.
Let me have a look at my notes. Hang on. I wrote this down. Now I can't find my bloody notes. I probably closed it when I was panicking over Mikey turning up. It's all Mikey's fault. No, I've got 10 at 1:30 Quebec polls start closing.
Yeah.
And that should give us early Bloc Québécois and Liberal indicators. 2 a.m. is when Ontario closes. That's going to be the biggest batch.
Oh, so they're going to be 9 o'clock instead of 8:30.
Is going to be when CBC or CTV may call the election if the results are clear in Ontario. But if they're not,
I don't. Right now, it doesn't even remotely look clear to me.
No,
just to be honest with you.
Not with those early votes coming in.
That those numbers are reporting numbers from Ontario and stuff like that. I wish they'd just say, what's the Maritimes at? Did we get the 25 out of the Maritimes?
Yeah.
Because they got to be some more solid numbers out of there. But a lot of polling stations still wait until they got everything counted until they call it in, right? Let's just send them one riding and then wait till we got the other 15 ridings counted.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so you got no idea until the very end.
So I'm just gonna for our viewers at home, I'm just gonna entertain them with a map of the world.
Deborah's saying Ontario closes at 9:30. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
just showing
Deborah.
everyone the map of the world here. There's the US. There's Canada. There, and we'll zoom in. That is over here. That's Newfoundland. Is the my cursor's really small. Hang on. Try and make that a bit bigger so people can read it.
Do you see how small Prince Edward Island is?
Prince Edward Island is there, just off New Brunswick here. If you zoom in, there's Nova Scotia. Halifax is just there. That's where
that's the biggest densely populated area in the Maritimes, right there. Is Halifax, Dartmouth.
It's a lovely place. I've been to Peggy's Cove, and there's a place called Liverpool. If I zoom in, should be able to find Liverpool somewhere. Where's Liverpool?
It might be
East Preston. Is it down here somewhere?
I'm thinking Lunenburg. I live. Where's Liverpool? It might be farther west.
I think I thought it was on the way to Peggy's Cove. I'm going to zoom into Peggy's Cove. I'm sure it was around here somewhere. Hackett, Baysides, Indian Harbour.
It is not where I go.
Obviously, this is not really in my neck of the woods. I could have sworn there was a place called Peggy's Cove. Has got a lovely little lighthouse there, and they've got a great place for getting.
See, if you go to the north side of Nova Scotia, that's where I know.
Okay.
Because I got relatives that live all in the Annapolis Valley and stuff like that. So that's where we always used to go visit.
There it is. Found it. There you go. There's Liverpool.
Yeah, Liverpool.
There's a place called Liverpool. Yeah. Liverpool.
I was right. Further west.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Well, where did they go to then? Because we came down the coast. I remember going to Peggy's Cove. Maybe we just came to Liverpool and then went back.
I've been all the way to Lunenburg and Yarmouth, which is right out on the tip.
Chester command. So like if I zoom out, there's Nova Scotia there, New Brunswick, and then up here we've got Newfoundland and Labrador. So this is Newfoundland here, this island here, and Labrador's the bit on the actual mainland. Quebec over here, that's where the Quebecois are from. And if we zoom in a little bit, we'll see both.
Quebecois, that whole province is going to turn light blue, except for an area right around Montreal, which should turn red.
So there's Montreal there. There's Quebec City up there, and see this big chunk of Maine here. I think Canada should just take that. I think it's just draw a straight line from this bit, the straight line here, and just take it all the way to the coast. And just
there's a lot of people in Maine that would agree with you, but that's not the way things work.
Because then you wouldn't, if you're trying to get from like Sherbrooke here to St. John, you wouldn't have to go.
It would be a much shorter drive to go straight across.
Just go straight across. See you later, Maine. Right. Anyway,
but if you look at it, there's no population there. There's no roads anyway.
Yeah, I know. Right. So there's Toronto here, which is the biggest city.
Yeah, just that picture right there. Do you see an elephant? Every time I see that picture, I see an elephant.
I think I need to stare at it a bit longer. What's it doing?
Look at the very top. The very top is the tail, right? Don't zoom out. If you zoom out, then you're getting too much Ontario. That peninsula that sticks out there at the top is the tail.
Okay.
Then you come down and you got one of the feet is right by Barrie there.
And that's the trunk down there going into Detroit.
The trunk goes into Detroit. Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
I see it.
The elephant in Ontario.
The elephant in the room. Well, you know what? You learn something every day.
Yeah. I used to live right there in London, Ontario, right in the center of that.
Oh, did you? Oh, fantastic. Yeah. So this is where Toronto is. It's the most densely populated bit of Canada, the biggest city. And there's Niagara Falls down there. It's shared between Canada and America. And if we zoom out a bit more, we go to Ottawa, the capital, which is over here. Yeah. Is the capital.
And Ontario's pretty big, so
it is. And
now you're looking at the prairies.
And this is the Prairie states, is it? You got the Alberta
Prairie provinces.
Yeah, and you got Saskatchewan. I think in the middle,
Manitoba,
Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. And then up here in the very north, we got Nunavut, which is no one lives there. Like beautiful wilderness, amazing place. And then we've also got the Yukon, which is over here, and the Northwest Territories. And then if you zoom down here, British Columbia, we have another hive of activity, which is in Vancouver. And
Vancouver's
Vancouver. And just as a little weird geographical quirk, if I zoom in here, there's this little place called Point Roberts, which is part of the United States. But in order to get out of Port Roberts, you have to drive through Canada,
people right there,
and then back into there on the other side.
The people in Point Roberts right now are suffering the worst because of these tariffs and border problems.
Oh God, I bet they
really are.
Is there a boat? Is there a ferry? Can they go over from Port Roberts to the United States?
There's no ferry, no. So if they don't own a boat,
quirk.
the only way they can go do anything is to go through Canada to get back to the States.
Wow. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. Anyway, so yeah.
And there's also the highway that goes through BC all the way up to Alaska, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Canada's putting tolls on that highway now.
Oh, really?
Because of the tariffs.
So this is Vancouver here, and this is Canada, obviously, and that's the 49th parallel along there. And then up here, you see this border here. This is Alaska.
That's the bottom part of
got
United
this little
States,
panhandle bit that sticks out from here.
Yeah.
And this is all. So the only way to get from this part of America to one of the freak states, Alaska, which America bought off the Russians in like the 1850s or something. Yeah, you've got to drive through Canada. You drive through BC, British Columbia. Anyway, that's enough for your Canadian map. I'll just go over to this screen for a moment while I get rid of this. But there you go. That's a little brief tour of Canada. Where's your favourite part of Canada, apart from the place where you live? Because obviously that's cheating.
Apart from the place where I live,
yeah,
you just made it hard.
If you had to go on holiday somewhere in Canada, gun to your head, where would you go?
I've got a holiday planned this summer to Sarnia, Ontario.
Ooh, what's there?
I'm planning on going to a convention there this summer, BahaCon.
What con?
BahaCon, BAHA. It stands for Blue Water.
Yeah.
Atheist, Humanist, and Agnostics.
What's a blue water person?
It's right on the lake.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's called what is it? It's Lake Superior or Lake. Which lake is it? I can't even remember.
Ontario.
But
Michigan. Erie.
But yeah, Sarnia is right on the border, right? So nice. There's a bridge there that goes right into the United States.
So you're going to be meeting up with atheists and agnostics.
Yeah.
Are they not going to fight with each other? Are you not worried about all the fights that's going to go on?
No, there's a bunch of guest speakers there and stuff like that.
Because I'd be like, there's no God, and then the agnostics will say, well, you can't prove that, can you? And I'd be like, fuck off. And then with the fight. And then people will say, look at those people having a fight. And they say that religion causes all the fights, and look at them fighting.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Gotta be careful.
See, we got one Bloc Quebecois guy in there now.
Yeah. We've got Hornet in the chat. Thank you very much for the super chat, Hornet. It's ebbing and flowing, but I trust Canadians. So we have a Bloc Quebecois. Well, they're more likely to side with the Liberals, I think, if it comes into a coalition. Is that right?
Bloc Quebecois, no, they could go it whatever way they want.
Oh, okay.
They're totally unreliable. They could just vote whatever the way they vote, whatever way they're feeling about something.
Okay.
Right.
That's fair enough.
So,
one angry beggar saying Canada has its own small population of heathens too.
Yep.
Love a bit of heathen.
I don't know if it's small either.
I love the name of this place. It's Gaspersly les Îles de la Madeleine Linguistique. Oh, sorry, I can't even.
I got no idea what you're reading. What?
Just above my head, there's a name of a place. And it's like, it's got 17 hyphens in it.
Yeah, I couldn't pronounce that
either. How's your French? Are you pretty good at French, or?
No, not at all. Not at all.
You suck at French.
I can say oui, bonjour.
Okay, fair enough.
Right, that's about it. So my French sucks. And I get treated badly every time I drive through Quebec as a result of it. That is one problem in Quebec.
What, everyone's mean to you because you can't speak the language properly?
People in Quebec are there. If you can't speak French, they are not nice to you, for the most part.
Oh, okay. Can't you pretend to speak French by just sort of doing this?
No. For example, last summer when I drove up there. I wish. Last summer when I drove up there to go to this convention last summer, I stopped at a restaurant that was clearly open because there was people sitting down eating food.
Yes.
And getting served food. I walked into the restaurant to try and get something to eat, got stopped at the door by somebody that wanted to seat me.
Yeah.
And when they realized I didn't speak French, They told me that they were closed and asked me to leave.
Oh my God. That's very prejudiced.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine you did that to someone who didn't speak English. That would be a bit rude, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Perry says, can't you just put on a French accent? Just speak English in a French accent. That usually works, doesn't it?
No, because then they start speaking to you in French, and you go, "I got no idea what you're saying," right? Because they don't speak France French. They speak Quebec French, and it's bad. It's pretty. French people can French people can understand them, but don't think that they're fully speaking French.
Yeah, fair enough. Have they got a chip on their shoulder?
A little bit, yeah.
Is that because the French abandoned them in the snow?
It's because they want to separate.
7-Year War. Yeah, but the French didn't want them.
That's why
the French swapped them. The French swapped them for Guadeloupe in the bloody Caribbean Sea.
Yeah.
They said to the British, "We want Guadeloupe back," and the British were like, "No, you can't have it." And they went, "Okay, we'll give you Canada." And the British were like, "Okay." That happened. 7-Year War. Yeah. 1700s, 1750s, I think. Might be
so
wrong.
Kent McDonald elected. That's my district.
Oh, good. That was you, that. Your vote made the difference. There's James Awkward from the Conservatives. Bobby Morrissey is in the lead, but only by
That's so close.
Whoa!
That's so close.
Only by 13 points.
Yeah, that is too close. Wow.
Egmont. So that's what is that normally a Liberal stronghold, or
all of PEI is normally Liberal. All of PEI. If you see anything that's not Liberal, it's not a good sign.
That's not great, is it? Now let's get this straight though. But I mean, as long as the Liberals get more votes than Conservatives, then they get to choose. Even if they're in a minority, overall, they get to head up the next government.
Well, you see, if they don't have a majority, if they don't have at least 50.5% of the vote or 51% of the vote, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
Right. Then the other parties can team up and form a minority government and overrule them.
Okay.
Right. So that's the way the Liberals have been getting the 51% is they've been forming a minority government because they've been adding their votes together with the NDP.
Right. But the NDP are doing really badly. They're really sucking at this.
NDP are doing really badly. And the thing is, the Conservatives are picking up some of those seats and Liberals are picking up some of those seats.
Do you think that people were thinking this time it wasn't worth voting for the NDP because they needed to keep dickhead out? Like, you know,
that's why
dickhead.
I could be convinced to vote NDP.
Right.
I could be convinced to vote NDP. Yeah. I like a lot of their platforms just as well or better than what the Liberals run on. But I know that if I vote that way, I'm basically throwing my vote away.
Yeah, that's like us with the Greens in the UK. And depending on where you are in the country, because if you're in a Green stronghold, you may as well vote for them. But otherwise, you know. But I don't have a problem with them, and I wouldn't have a fight with them or not.
So.
Danny in the chat saying, I can say merd and putain. Putain. We and a few other words. So I can say shit and whore and yes. And a few other words. What's your favorite French word?
Putin.
My favorite French word is oiseau, which means bird.
Oiseau.
My second favorite French word is pamplemousse. Means grapefruit.
How about tabernacle? Tabernacle de colis. Yes, I was in the military, so I did learn some French swear words.
Oh, cool. So did you have to? I mean, yeah, well, out where you are, there's no real reason for being bilingual. But if you are in Montreal, you really have to be to just get around, don't you?
Pretty much.
Like, have a job and stuff. Like, would you get turned down for a job, like working in a restaurant or something like that? Would you get turned down for a job if you didn't speak French?
In Quebec, probably.
Oh shit, this isn't good. Look at this. Tearing over the peninsulas. This Jonathan Rowe creeps 500 ahead. 570.
That's Newfoundland, yeah. So
that's not good.
But I mean, they expected to have a couple of wins in Newfoundland. So
the Newfies are a bit odd, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, it's more of the people that are in Labrador too, right? That's all part of Newfoundland, Labrador.
Yeah, but I've not been to Labrador. I've been to Newfoundland, and everyone was a bit unearthly. They
They're
were a bit Twin Peaks.
yeah, they're very isolated, right? So.
Yeah, there was a woman. She had a log. The log told her things. I ate moose though. That was nice. Had some moose.
Yeah.
And you're allowed to shoot one moose a year.
Did you get screeched in?
What? No. What's that?
You never got screeched in while you were in Newfoundland?
No. What does that do?
Oh, it's a drinking tradition.
Oh, I thought it was a sex thing.
No, it's a drinking tradition. Basically, they got a drink there in Newfoundland called Newfoundland Screech.
Okay.
And it's basically moonshine, right?
Okay, yeah.
But basically the tradition is you kiss a cod, you take a drink of Screech, and then you get slapped by a Newfie and you're screeched in. Right?
You kiss a cod, as in the fish. You kiss a fish.
Yes. They have a frozen fish.
You down your moonshine, and then someone slaps you.
Yeah.
Perfect. No, I didn't do that.
That's the way I understand it. I might have to have that exactly right because I'm not a Newfie.
I love a good...
And I've never actually been screeched in, but that's what I heard.
I love a good initiation.
And basically then you become an honorary Newfoundlander when you get screeched in like that,
fantastic.
Right?
So yeah, it looks like Tory on the with one. So there's how many ridings are there in Newfoundland, the island? It's 4, isn't it?
7.
No, that's with Labrador. There's 3 in Labrador and 4 on the island. They were just showing the island there, and I think it was split into 3.
No, I think it's 2 and 5 actually.
Oh, is it?
I think it's only 2 in Labrador and 5 on the island.
Oh well, the Labrador ones look very blue then on the screen just a minute ago. Deborah, thank you very much for the £2 super chat, saying "fuck
you,
fuck,
yeah,
fuck,
yeah, pretty much."
Yes,
I was hoping for a much stronger turnout than this, but like I said, there's so much of it. This is all just speculative right now. There's very few that's actually officially elected.
I know.
And the ones that are coming in officially elected are Liberals. Right?
Yeah.
So
how many official? So that's another one there. Moncton DM.
I've only seen 3 or 4 that are actually officially elected.
Saint
right there,
John.
that's Fundy Royale. So they're saying he's elected.
Okay.
Right. So
Saint John St. Croix is gone to Tories. Tobik Maniquac has gone to the Tories as well.
Yeah.
Do you call them Tories over there?
No, Liberal Conservatives.
Conservatives. Yeah. You have to say the whole bloody word. We just call them Tories. It means thief in like old Irish.
Yeah.
That's why we call them it.
So that's France. That's in Quebec there. So there's like I said, there's no party Quebec. If you ever see a party Quebec qual running, that's all Quebec.
Okay. So Wayne Long has won in St. John Kennel Bacchus. Sorry, I didn't get the second word there. Wayne Long stands for you. I remember when I got a chocolate bar once in Egypt many moons ago, and it was called Mr. Long, and underneath it said, "When you're this long, they call you Mr."
See, we have this instead of long, it's called Mr. Big. It's got the same quote on it.
Has it?
Same quote.
When you're this big,
when you're this big, they call you Mr.
Oh wow, I had a Mr. Long. Anyway, Wayne Long stands for you for a long time.
I bet you I got one in the cupboard.
Love it. What else we got? Danny in the chat is saying knows some Finnish swear words too. It sounds like people are saying Newfoundland when they say Newfoundland. Yeah,
Newfoundland.
That's how it's pronounced. Newfoundland. That's how they said it when I was there. So I just go off what people tell me.
Newfoundland.
I don't know. I went to St. Kitts and Nevis, and they said it's pronounced St. Kitts and Nevis. The maddest one was Kiribati. And they're like, no, it's pronounced Kiribati. And I'm like, well, why does it end in a TI then? I'm like, because that's how we put our S's. Check out how we spell Christmas Island. And I'm like, oh my God. All right. The Conservatives were going to absolutely romp home just a few weeks ago, says Perry. Yeah, but that was before Trump.
100%, yeah. Oh, there's a Conservative elected in Newfoundland.
Cardigan has elected a Liberal. Charlottetown's not in yet. It does look like Sean Casey's going to win in Charlottetown.
Yeah.
More than twice as much as the nearest.
Egmont.
The Liberals are ahead. The Liberals are ahead,
Yeah,
mate.
no, he's ahead by 400. That was the same race we saw that was only they were only 10 or 12 votes
so he's
between them before.
racing ahead now.
So he's
Halifax,
he's 400 ahead
yes,
now.
Well done, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Thank you for electing someone who's not a complete knobhead. Shannon, hello, Shannon. She looks nice. It's a bit smiley, which is good. Liz Roberts looks like a green. She's got like star earrings on. She looks like, and those glasses definitely looks like a green.
Like I said, the NDP and the Green Party are almost the same party.
Yeah.
They used to be the same party. They've got difference of opinion on how to do climate control, climate and stuff like that, right? So,
Brandon Clark or Braden Clark. Oh, ew. Okay, this is Central
not
Nova,
confirmed, and it's close. It's only 150 apart. That's close. So it's not guaranteed yet.
Okay.
So same thing there. That's not done yet because only half the polls have reported 90 out of 216.
Okay.
Right. So I think in some of the ones where we're getting check marks where it's still only showing half the polls, it's because they have the total number of votes and they know that there's just not enough votes left to change the decision, right?
Yeah.
So either that or the check marks are just expected to win and we'd still have nothing confirmed. Right?
Yeah. So Nova Scotia, meaning New Scotland.
Okay, yeah.
In Latin, I think. You also got New Caledonia, because like Caledonia was the name of Scotland, wasn't it? Hibernia was Ireland and Caledonia was Scotland. New Caledonia is part of France. It's in the Pacific Ocean. You also got New Scotland Yard. You've got New Ireland and New Britain, which are off the coast of Papua New Guinea. You've got New England, which is that part of America, in it.
Yeah.
And you got New South Wales, but there's nowhere called New North Wales. I think that's really mean to North Wales. It's the one and only.
Okay.
Just saying.
I was trying to figure out where you were going with that.
Just saying. There's no New North Wales. Shite. Poor bastards. Cry myself to sleep.
That's funny.
Anyway, yeah. But the funnest thing that I found out, well, probably not the funnest, one of the cool things I found out about Toronto was it used to be called York. Not New York, just York.
York.
Doing interesting.
Well, it's part of Toronto is still called East York.
Yes.
Yeah. I grew up in Etobicoke my first 9 years, which is another part of Ontario, Toronto.
Oh, cool.
So
I like Toronto. I like being underground all day. You just sort of walk around. The whole city's like underground. It's like post-apocalyptic. You don't go up.
Did you get a chance to go right downtown, walk around downtown, see the CN Tower, all that stuff?
Yeah. Went up the CN Tower. That was really cool. Went to a hockey match. Went to the Casa Loma on the house on Haunted Hill. That was brilliant.
Okay, cool.
They film loads of boss TV shows and things and films. Hockey match. Went to Niagara Falls. Went behind the falls. That was quite cool. It was the middle of winter, so there was no one there. It's great. We had the whole place to ourselves. They have a power station that only opened in the last few years. The last time I was there in 2016, the power station wasn't open to the public. Now it is. You can go and check out how they made hydroelectric power, which I find fascinating. And there's also like a tunnel that you can walk all the way. It was where all the wastewater used to go out after driving the generators. Now the tunnel's all been dried out and you can walk along it.
You said it was December when you were there, so it was fairly cold, was it?
It was freezing.
When you went up to CN Tower on the observation deck, did you go down to the lower level where there's no windows, there's just netting?
No, I didn't know I could do that.
The
lowest I got was windows.
Yeah, the lower level is there's a whole I don't know if it's the whole part or if there's just a section of it where it's open and there's just thick rope netting, like with the squares are like 6 inches.
Nope, not doing that.
So it's you could feel the wind whistling through it and everything. It's scary because you're looking straight down with nothing there. It's like
I could just about go on the glass bit because it's got a bit of glass floor where you can stand on the glass and look down. It's terrifying enough.
Yeah.
That'll do me.
So,
they
might honestly. And I'm remembering that from when I'm like 7 or 8 years old. So that's in the 70s. So maybe that park's even closed now. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Right. So
Scott is saying need more carbon capture and hydrogen power though, Graham. Scott's just winding me up. Although I did see an article about taking carbon out the sea, which makes loads more sense than taking carbon out the bloody air, which makes no sense whatsoever. Because there's like 15 times more carbon in seawater than there is in the air. And the process is a lot simpler as well. So yeah, I can see that happening, but on the level that you'll need to do it on, good luck with that. They should do barrel rides over the falls. Well, they used to, didn't they? Over the Niagara Falls, people get in a barrel and jump off there. Scott saying he. Don't get me started. Isn't Devon one of those that still has a Brittonic language? Asked 4x4. And Mangy Pagan says, that'll be a yes and no answer. Cornish is what you're thinking of, but what's now taught as Cornish was spoken in Devon over 900 years ago, or a version of it at least. Yeah, we know we have Cornish separatists in England. People from Cornwall, they want to have, because they have got a very cool flag, I've got to say, and they would quite like to be their own country.
Separatists there. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess everywhere's got their separatists.
Well,
like as far as I'm concerned, we kind of have two different groups of separatists here in Canada now, right? We got the Parti Québécois who's always wanted to be their own separate French country.
Yeah.
And now we got Alberta that wants to be part of the States.
Yeah, this is really weird. So, why would you want to be part of the States? Like, did they not realize that at some point Trump will be dead and someone else will be in his place, and they might not like him? That's not going to matter once they've done the dash, does it? I
don't think they realize how many people go broke because they don't have health care in the States.
Well, yes, that's a very good point. But yeah, they want you to take over to have that kind of healthcare. That's why they want to take over, to give you their incredible healthcare.
Well, if what I'm hearing about Poilievre is right, I mean, his plan is to cut $140 billion out of our healthcare spending.
Yeah, probably.
Over his term, right?
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
And we only spend we spend about $370 billion a year now, so that's a fifth of what we spend on healthcare every year going out of it. That's going to nearly double the cost of medicine, all by itself.
So they're talking about the polls and the fact that it was like 48 to 51 between the Liberals and the Tories, with the Liberals ahead. So it's really, really small margins at the moment.
Yeah.
Some more results are coming in, sort of trickling in, but if there's a star by the name above my head, it means that they haven't been declared yet, I think. Oh no, it means they're incumbents. That's the incumbent. So it looks like Diane there is on her way out. If that stays like that. Here we go. Please stand by.
Well, that is in Quebec, so.
This camera crashes through the window now. I'm sure that was in the movie The Game with Michael Douglas, was it, in The Game?
I don't know. Not familiar.
X, oh God. TVX. What's even happening right now? Oh, I thought it was going to go to porn. Unfortunately,
no, I think they're just looks like they're doing a commercial of some type. Oh, I'm getting a replay of going through that window over here on the other stream.
Okay.
I see what you mean now.
Fucking US.
Yeah.
Then just leave you alone.
Stay out of our election.
That's Trump with his fucking
Cape Spear. Somebody's elected there.
Bloody signature. Looks like an echocardiogram.
The cardiogram for what?
Trump's signature.
Oh yeah. You're right. His signature just does look like scribbles up and down.
Of a particularly neurotic hamster. Sarah's in the chat. Hey Sarah, how you doing? Morning. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Hey.
Feels like a bit of a turning point, apparently.
Oh, that's right. It is 2 o'clock for you. It's getting late. You're probably getting ready to end it in another half an hour.
Yeah. What we're hoping. Besides eating chocolate and drinking coffee.
I'll be sitting here watching this for another 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, wow.
By the looks of it. Because nothing's been decided yet.
Danny says, oh no, the orange nutter. Well, you know, if nothing's decided by 2:30, I will have to go and get myself another coffee, I think. My pick has been in. It's not been declared. For okay, is there a good website to go to that could just give me the list so it's not cycling? I'll just go to the BBC actually. Okay. Conservatives are projected to flip that Newfoundland and Labrador seat. So Long Range Mountains has been flipped from the Liberals. It's one seat.
That's not good. One seat's going towards the Conservatives here in the Maritimes, maybe two.
Not great. I want a better. Let's go to the CBC site. I want a thing that just tells me the election results. Oh, here we go. Canada votes. Okay. So the Liberals have got 15 elected now, definitely. And the Conservatives have got 5. No one else has got any seats yet, officially. Oh, in fact, on our display there, that's showing above our heads, it was Liberals, blah, 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 Conservatives, blah, 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 and it did have the Bloc Québécois with 1, and that's disappeared now. That's a bit weird.
Yeah. It keeps flipping around.
So, yeah, Labrador has gone to the Liberals, and Newfoundland, Central Newfoundland has gone to the Conservatives, definitely. Long Range Mountains has definitely gone to the Conservatives. But Avalon is still Liberal, and Terra Nova has not declared yet, but the Conservatives are approximately, 600 ahead. With 195 out of 270 polls reported. So I don't want to say anything to play for. It's a bit far out. Fundy Royal has been announced for the Conservatives in New Brunswick, St. John, and St.
There's way more blue in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia than I expected.
King's Hants in Nova Scotia has gone to the Liberals. Sackville Bagginses has gone. Sorry, Sackville, Bedford, Preston has gone as well. It's not as cut and dry as I was hoping it would be at this point.
Not even close. Not. Yeah, it's scary how bad it is. It looks bad right now.
Does this look like
I'm feeling like November all over again.
Do you feel like the Conservatives could actually get a majority?
It depends how badly the NDP do.
Right.
Right. So this is, I don't know what to say.
Okay, so we're getting some more results in here. I'm just going to flip over to this screen for a moment while I put this over here. That's not working. Why aren't you working, you bastard? No, not working. I was going to try and make the screen go full for this. Where are we? Ridings list. Okay. And what can I just zoom in on that? Okay. So yeah, we've got Liberals. These are the ones that have actually been called. Liberals on 23, Conservatives on 10. Isn't that about what it was last time, though? I mean, the seat there's only been one seat that's changed hands, hasn't it?
It's pretty much where it was, but I was hoping for better results. But the thing is, like I said, they don't have a majority government now. They have a minority government, right?
Yeah.
With the NDP backing them up. If the NDP lose a bunch of votes or ridings to the Conservatives.
I see what. Okay.
So
there's Canada
the NDP. The NDP's never had anything here for a real solid, right? They've never really won any ridings. I'm worried about the ridings out west that are supposed to change.
Yeah.
Are they going to change red? Are they going to change blue? Are they going to stay NDP yellow? I don't know.
Well, I'm just looking at the map here. So if it's solid red, it means that it's been called. If it's solid blue, it means it's been called. If it's light blue, it means that the Conservatives are leading. And if it's pink, it means that the Liberals are leading. So it's looking pretty even Stevens at the moment.
Yeah.
And don't forget, down here, if I zoom right in, you've got Halifax, you've got Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, you've got Sackville Bagginses, you've got Halifax West.
Yeah.
So you've got this small area, you've got 4 seats. And then we can zoom out and that's one seat.
That's one seat.
That's
one seat because there's nobody lives there. Yeah. It's all mountains. Nobody lives there.
But it's gone to Labour. That's got their side Liberals. I keep calling them Labour. But yeah, we'll zoom in here to this is Newfoundland here. And it looks like it's going to be Conservative, Liberal. Not getting too many other polls in just yet, I don't think. Let's see if we can get the live updates up. Oh, hang on. There we go. Better. Okay. Watch whether Liberals, if they lose ground, they can make up here. Get us into Ontario. It's a key province.
Yeah, they're going to have to win 83 or 84 seats in Ontario now instead of the 80 that we were looking at, in my opinion.
Okay. Is that doable?
Maybe. It's going to be tight, though. It's going to be really tight. Because the problem with Ontario is they want to vote Conservative, but they know the better thing to do is Liberal, so we win a bunch there. We mainly win it, right? But yeah.
Surely at this point where your southern neighbour is threatening to fucking invade you and cut you off and, cause all kinds of trouble with tariffs and...
I was saying this to you earlier and to Mikey last week. A lot of people are not voting based on what they know, right? Based on what's known. Yeah. They're voting purely based on the message. We need a change. That's it. That's all it took to convince we need a change. Right. And it's like, no, look at what we're changed to first. Look at what you want to change it to first. Yeah. And they're not looking.
No.
So see some of those areas are new ridings, those yellow ones. They're not, they weren't previously NDP. They're actually new ridings.
Okay.
I think that's probably what he's actually saying or something like that.
Yeah. Oh God.
Because we added 6 ridings this year. Right. We used to have 373. Now we got 337. Now we got 343.
Okay.
So, which means that it's moved the amount that you needed from 169 to 172.
So is there a chance that the Conservatives could get more seats, but still end up not winning a majority, and could the Liberals steal a march on them by teaming up with whoever's left from the NDP, Bloc Québécois, the Greens, whoever else wins a seat here or there?
The problem with that is that you're going to have to make a deal with Bloc Québécois then.
Right.
And they just want weird things. Right? Okay. They're not sensible.
What, like Fog's legs? And
they want to separate from Canada. Right? That's like, if we give them power again, then we'll have another referendum on Quebec. Right?
And so they had it so only Quebec could vote on that. Was that right? The whole of Canada couldn't vote on it. It was just Quebec. And it was like 50.001% to stay in Canada.
Yeah. It was only like a 0.5% or 1.5% margin the last time, something like that.
Okay.
So did you see my message in the private chat, by the way?
Nope.
I just gave you a way to reach me. That's all.
Okay. Probably don't put it in the private chat because I'm streaming from my Zoom. So there's a chance that it could actually show up on the live stream. You don't want to be putting your private information up there. So I'm not going to check it, just in case.
Oh, okay. Can you check it after then? You're saying if you click the chat button right now, it would put it up on the screen. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, don't do that.
Well, it might do. I don't want to risk it. I've had to go back over videos that I've put up. Like I held up a piece of paper the other day.
Listen,
I got sent something through the post, and I realized as I was doing the show that it had my address on the top of it. I was like, shit. So I was like talking to someone, and I was rewinding the show and making sure that it was too quickly and the lights too bright that you couldn't actually read my address. Almost doxed myself.
It doesn't actually have. It doesn't really have my personal information on there. Anybody that wants to find me on Blue Sky can find me with that.
Okay.
Right? It's just Blue Sky. Yeah, it's just my Blue Sky. It doesn't have a connection to my email or my phone number or my real name.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Got you.
It's just my Blue Sky if you ever need to reach me in the future.
Okay.
So.
I got it. Copy that. Also, it comes up with Phil Morehouse's Zoom meeting because I'm actually using my mate's Zoom because he's got unlimited Zoom, you see. Whereas if I use it, I only get 40 minutes and then it kicks me off like a bastard.
Okay. There you go. And I didn't see it come up on the screen anywhere, by the way.
No.
If you're looking at it. So.
Oh, hang on. Don't want that. That was the BBC feed.
Yep.
Live updates.
I'm gonna need 2 minutes here, Graham. I gotta go let my dog out because he is bugging me here.
Okay, that's absolutely fine, mate. Don't worry about it. Just knock your mic off, and then when you get back, just turn it back on. All right, mate. No worries. Thank you. So that's Canadian Alderman off there. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to. I'm just gonna do that. All right, we'll bring him back soon. Don't worry. Jump into your chats. What's everyone saying? Didn't know Canada had a Dartmouth too. Well, yeah, it does. And a Liverpool. Hey. Cheers, Scott. Trust me, I suffered a lot with insomnia in the past. If my mind wants to sleep, I'm not going to be fighting it. Yeah. I tend not to go to sleep. I just pass out. If Carney doesn't win, then the Conservative Canadians would have. If Carney doesn't win, the Conservative Canadians would have voted to be Trump's 51st state. Yeah. Well, that's what they were going to vote for. And then some people said, oh, that's probably not very patriotic. And they need to pretend to be patriotic. So they lied and said, yeah, I wouldn't want Trump to be in charge. But the thing is about the Tories and that, they lie. They say, I'm definitely not voting for this thing. I'm not going to vote for Brexit. Not going to vote for Boris Johnson. Not going to vote for Trump. And then they go and vote for him. Let's see how we're doing on the old stats here. Not much has changed on that map there. I'll leave that for the moment. Oh, hello. Got rid of that. Don't want that on the screen. It's all good. And then okay. Okie dokes. Right. Where was I? You do, Peter. You do, Peter. Don't worry about it, Peter. Let's have a look if we can find out. What was it? I was on a mission there. Votes translating to seats. In 2021, the Conservatives actually got more of the vote share. They got 34% of the vote share, but only got 35% of the seats. Whereas the Liberals got 33% of the vote share and 47% of the seats. Because it's like a first past the post system, you see. So there you go. There you go, my friends. This is a technically a snap election. I don't know why I'm calling it a snap election. They had to have it at some point this year, so it's not really a snap election. Most of the carbon capture ideas I've seen seem to rely on storing CO2 under the sea. This is bad, as more CO2 in the ocean causes ocean acidification and leads to marine extinction events. Yeah, absolutely. But taking carbon out of the water makes more sense to me than taking carbon out of the air. But either way, we should just stop putting carbon into the air in the first place, and carbon into the water. And that would be a good idea. Am I staying up all night with this? Do I need a coffee? Asked Peter Connor. Well, maybe you do. I don't know. In 30 minutes and 20 seconds, the next polls will be closing. Should we listen in on what our friend here at CBC has to say.
Is elected accountable at Parliament when it resumes. Catherine?
Thank you very much for that. The CBC's Quibina Odor and Rosemont La Petite Patrie. And Rosie, you know, if the NDP is going to maintain official party status tonight, that is one of the seats that they would expect and hope to hold on.
Yeah, and you need 12 seats for that. And that is important if you want to have money and opportunity inside the House of Commons and get to be part of committees and have questions and all those kinds of things. So we'll talk more about that as the night goes on. Ian, as we mentioned off the top of the show, we talked about that tragedy in British Columbia, how it affected the last day of campaigning at that Filipino street festival, 11 people dead, more than 20 people injured. The city just really grappling with such a shocking event, coming at this joyous community event in Vancouver, obviously affecting the campaign as well, and had become kind of a part of the campaign on that last day of campaigning.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. You know, thinking about what's happening in New Brunswick, where the NDP vote has collapsed, but what impact does it have on seat change? None at all. Like all the parties that won last time are either elected in those same ridings or on their way. In BC, if the NDP vote collapses in the same way, it likely will have a huge impact in terms of changes among the Liberal and Conservative count. In a riding like Port Moody Coquitlam, if you look at the redistributed results in that riding, 35% is what the NDP had in terms of support in what are the new boundaries, 32% for the Conservatives, 29% for the Liberals. So imagine a world where the NDP support dropped by 15 points, for example, and then who picks up the seat. On Vancouver Island, take a look at Nanaimo Ladysmith. There, the leading party was the NDP with just over 29% of the vote, the Conservatives at 26.5%, and in third place, not the Liberals, but the Greens with almost 26% of the vote. So again, in a world where the NDP ends up losing 10 percentage points, 15 percentage points, then all of a sudden you wonder, does that go to the Conservatives? Does it elect even a Green member? Yeah. So that it's really intriguing. So, you know, the political observer in all of us finds that intriguing, even exciting to see what's going to happen. But there's the other part of the BC story, as you mentioned, and it's with, every time I think about British Columbia, it's with a heavy heart right now. I mean, everything changed on Saturday night, and so many of us, you know, just feel very close to what happened there. I know the neighborhood very well. And so we're toggling here between those two things, political excitement, but also the heaviness of what happened there on Saturday.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ian. And we are trying to reflect a little bit what's going on in Vancouver because, listen, Lindsay Duncombe talked about how people were voting, but they're also voting with all of this weight on them. Lindsay, you're in Vancouver. Give us a sense of how people are doing and what is happening there right now.
People are so overwhelmed, Rosie, by the shock of this, the sadness, the grief, the loss. I'm
just going to bring this down a little bit. You know, it's a really awful, awful story. Ollie is back. So hey, Ollie, can you? We'll just fade you in there. They're just talking about the horrific incident over the weekend in Vancouver. So many people dead, but one of the victims was like 5 years old. I think the eldest victim was like 70 or something. Absolute tragedy. Do you think this is going to have any effect on how people vote in BC, or do you think it's just going to be?
The Conservatives have been playing up that like better police protection and stuff like that angle, right? So. Who knows?
Law and order. They're always the party of law and order. They're also the party of lawbreakers, usually. Usually we know what's going to happen once the Ontario votes are counted, population-wise, says Deborah. Yeah, I get that. Scott says you've called a few things, Graham, have improved, right? But as yet, you've not called this. I don't know. The honest answer, if you asked me this a year ago, who's going to win the next Canadian election, I would have said it was the fucking Conservatives.
Yeah.
However,
6 months ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago, being the Conservatives. However, it's all to play for. So, but you know, anything that the Liberals pick up is a bonus. But we've really got to hold on till these seats start coming in thick and fast, which hopefully they will do in the next few minutes. We're hoping that the first ballots will come in from Ontario pretty soon.
I'm willing to call right now that it's not going to be a Liberal majority government.
Do you think it's going to be a Liberal minority, or do you think that the Tories might actually?
I'm hoping for a Liberal minority government now.
Okay, so that's what you got at the moment. That's what you've had the last few years, isn't it? It's been a Liberal minority.
That's what it's been for the last 10 years, pretty much. That's why the Liberals really haven't gotten anything done. Is because they've always been just shy of that majority government. So hard to get anything actually done.
How many more seats do they have to win in order to have a majority? Is it like 20 seats or something?
172 seats altogether.
They have to win 172 to win altogether, So that's to have more than half.
To have 51%, yeah. To have
and how
more
many
than
seats do they have at the moment?
I think it's 148 or 151 or something like that. That's what they just come out of, right? So they needed 20 or 30 votes from the NDP.
Okay. The last numbers I've got is 160, but obviously that was in the
might have been 160.
So they need to gain 12 seats, and so far they've lost 1.
Yeah, and there's like I said, there's 6 new ridings. So when it was 160 seats,
oh, okay, I get you.
It was only 169 to have the majority.
Okay. Right. So the 2021 there was 338 seats up for grabs, and now there's 343. So is that right?
330. It was 337.
Oh, 337.
It's always an odd number.
Okay.
It's always an odd number.
All right. The turnout in 2021 was 62%. Is that right? That's pretty good by global standards.
Sorry, I missed what you said.
The turnout in 2021 was pretty good.
Oh,
it was 62%.
Yeah, it was one of the highest turnouts we had. The last couple have been like that.
Right. Okay.
Which is half the reason why it's so close, is because like a lot of the country split on a lot of these decisions.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, a big part of that split comes from part of that population just voting along their lines, not really being educated on what their party's really standing for today.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing in the States, right? I got friends in the States that I'm voting Republican. No, I'm just voting. I don't care who it is. I'm voting Republican. Right. So.
But it's
find
like,
the people
like this idea that, if they vote for the Liberals, then they'll have to use pronouns. Whereas if they vote for the Conservatives, if they vote for the Republicans, then they'll lose their job. The child will die of an easily preventable disease, and they'll live the rest of their life having to suck off sailors in the park for bread. And they're just like, yeah, I'm going to vote for Republicans because I don't want to use pronouns.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just
exactly
priorities, man. Priorities.
Well, like I said, for a lot of people that vote, it's just, no, this is the way I vote because my parents voted this way, my grandparents voted this way. That's the way I vote.
A footballification of politics.
Yeah, no, that's I know a guy that I used to talk to. I don't talk to him anymore just because we lost touch with each other. But for 2016, I when we were getting into it then, well, you're not voting for Trump, are you? Oh yeah. Really? You know what he's like, don't you? Oh, don't matter. I'm voting Republican. That was the response. It don't matter. I'm voting Republican.
It doesn't matter.
I've always voted Republican. Yeah.
Oh shit. So Central Nova's gone to the. Is that a final? Is that a final result there?
No, there's no check mark there.
Jessica Fancy Laundry. What? What a great name.
Landry, not laundry. Landry.
Check
There's
out her
no
Fancy
U in it.
Laundry. Hello, my name's Jessica Fancy Laundry. She's ahead, which is good. Look how close it is. It is really fucking close. And this is one of the reasons why it fucks me off when you get the Conservatives get in and they do all this mad, like super, super right-wing stuff. When just look at the polls, like most people are in the middle. They're not like it's so close. It's not like there's an overwhelming majority to do all this mad right-wing shit.
But as soon as they get in, regardless of how much they got in by, it's like, okay, let's do crazy shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what they voted for.
Yep, every time. Every freaking time. So who's Tom Murphy? Oh, he's a CBC person.
Yeah. He looks familiar. I'm not sure where he's from.
How do they pay for the CBC? Is that just from the government? Do they get like a government grant or something? Or they don't have adverts on the CBC, do they?
No, it depends what you're watching. For something like this, it's ad free.
Okay.
But they have regular programming too, where they just show sitcoms or whatever, right? So.
Oh, cool. Apparently, it's still quiet at the Liberal Party headquarters.
Oh, yeah, it would be. They are not doing nearly as well as they were hoping.
They've rented the sports
I guarantee
venue
you that there are a lot of frowns on their faces right now.
Shit.
Because, like I said, it is not a clear majority.
It's not.
They were hoping for a clear.
Is it?
Yeah, and honestly, like I said, once we get out west, it's going to turn blue, solid blue.
Do you think that BC is going to go blue?
That's normally an NDP holdout, and we were just looking at those numbers a few minutes ago when I was away there. You were seeing how the NDP is expected to lose a lot of the seats that they have there, and the Conservatives were in the second place in 9 times out of 10.
But those votes aren't going to go to the Conservatives, are they? Those votes will go to the Greens or to Liberals.
Could go anywhere.
The people who are going to vote for go from NDP to Liberal because they don't want their vote not to count.
See, right now that right there shows me that the Conservatives are getting more of the NDP votes than the Liberals are.
Right.
Because they gained
it's not much more though, is it? It's only
not much more, but as we go further west, it'll be more drastic.
Right.
So
why would you go from the NDP, who are even more left wing than the Liberals, to the Conservatives?
Because they're voters that just want change. That's what I'm saying. That's all they're voting for is something's got to change. Something's got to give.
Yeah, what's got to change is you got to become the 51st state of fucking America.
So
would anyone want that? Frank in the chat saying, look at Brexit. Many voted for change. However, as many discovered, not all change is good. Couldn't agree more, mate.
That's how Trump got in. It's just a change.
Yeah. Oh,
right?
Shit, look at this.
I'm going to change things. So
that is a tiny lead there by the Conservatives.
400 votes.
Jesus Christ.
So no, this is not good. I'm not feeling very good right now, to be honest with you.
But I mean, look at it from the other way. I mean, this is not emphatic in any way, shape, or form for the Conservatives.
No,
it's not like they're miles ahead.
Not.
By any stretch of the imagination. So,
like I said, we're in the next half an hour here. We're going to see a lot more numbers get added to both those columns.
Okay, there we go.
So
we have another lot have finished being able to vote. Dun dun dun. Just gonna turn the captions on. 266 seats. Key battlegrounds of the elections.
Yeah, like I said, this next half an hour.
She just had a Canadian maple leaf just sort of injected into her. That was a little animation they had there. That was nice. But yeah, I mean, this isn't. See, I think I understand your concern that the Liberals aren't romping home, but I don't feel this is like with Trump where it was one or the other, and that was it. This looks like if it continues in this direction, it's going to be the Liberals have a slightly, smaller minority. The Conservatives have a slightly bigger minority, but everyone's still in a minority.
Yeah, that's probably what it's going to end up being. But you never, like I said, if they swing all of BC, right, or even 80% of BC, that's going to change it completely, and suddenly it'll be the Conservatives having more votes than the Liberals. And the Liberals need to make deals with everybody else. To form a minority government, if that's even possible. it might not even be possible because, like I said, Bloc Québécois may not be even willing to work with them. So,
would Bloc Québécois quite like Canada to become the 51st state of America? Would that?
I think that they would like the confusion of it to try and separate again.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that.
That's happening. What I think.
I can see that happening.
So.
Yeah. Well, there's 343 seats up for grabs. We only know a handful of them so far. And these numbers here, the 25, 13, 3, they're not all confirmed, are they?
No. I where's that other map? That wasn't it. That's
the official number from CBC at the moment.
Right now it's 19-6.
Yeah, 19 seats for the Liberals, Conservatives on 6. Oh, you know. Liberals have more seats. That's good. That's still good at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now it's 19-6, but the Liberals are leading in 7 and the Conservatives are leading in 8.
Yeah. So polls in Ontario, Quebec, Nunavut, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Northwest Territories, and parts of British Columbia, BC have just closed. So the polls in most of Canada's now closed. So we're just waiting for those votes to be counted. By the looks of things. Well, I mean, no matter what happens tonight, do you think that it was a good call for Trudeau to stand down and for Mark Carney to step up?
If Trudeau was there, we'd be seeing the Conservatives sweeping everything.
Right.
Trudeau is just at the point where he was hated.
Yeah, because you either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain.
Yeah.
This Rosamy Fuck here. She's got massive fucking lead. Jesus Christ, look at that. That's insane. I wish they wouldn't put the subtitles right at the top of the screen there because it means I can't see what it's saying. This is for Saskatchewan. Battlefields, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake. There you go, mate. That's what you're talking about when you're saying that the prairie states are just crazy for the Tories, aren't they? Well, they're all farmers, aren't they? So, probably looks like the sister.
Everything out there is going to turn mainly blue.
Right.
So that's going to be 50, 60, 70 seats coming in that are guaranteed Conservative seats.
Right. Okay.
So
that's a bit of a worry because the Conservatives seem to have these guaranteed seats where it doesn't look like the Liberals can guarantee.
No, like that's the difference in Canada here is Conservatives. It's like you can't change their mind. Yeah. They vote Conservative. It doesn't matter what the guy's doing. They vote Conservative. All right. Most of the people that vote Liberal look at what's going on and try and pick what's best for the country.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if there was a Conservative leader that was actually saying stuff that I believed in, I could vote Conservative. I have voted Conservative in the past. Right? So this is what I'm saying is it's not the same thing when you're talking about Conservative voters. And I find it's the same thing in the States when it comes to Republican voters.
Yeah.
There is a certain demographic that are just locked in. Doesn't matter what they stand for. That's what we're voting for.
Right. I find this hilarious. The showing votes here at like 10 votes. This Liberal's got 10 votes. It's like, okay. That's with one poll reporting of 269. Why is it showing us this? This is ridiculous. Counted them, 10 votes.
Is that way too small for people to see? Probably.
It is because what are you trying to show? Just the I can change I can change the screen so that you are nice and big.
Let me do this.
Don't worry. Do something. You'll have to give me a second, but I will be able to do something here, I think. Okay, so if you go there, right, there you go. Is that better?
Oh yeah, now I'm the full screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was just trying to give people like you can actually see what's been done. Right now it's 19-6.
So they're the ones that have officially been announced. That
Yeah.
ways, mathematically the other one can't win anymore. So yeah, more votes for the Liberals. The Liberals are ahead.
Yeah.
Person impersonator asking, was the polling wrong, or is there a huge Elon Musk Russian interference hitting home? This is due to misguided positivity or catastrophizing algorithms. No, it was close. It was close. Like it was close.
Yeah, most of the polling is close, but I got to tell you, the extra money being spent on conservative advertising, is scary.
Yeah, that's the point.
It's all you don't see like you see one commercial for a Liberal, and 20 commercials for the Conservatives.
They've got the money, haven't they?
On places like Facebook and YouTube and stuff like that. I don't think I've ever seen a commercial for the Liberals.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's all Pierre Poilievre commercials. All of them.
He's got the backing of the International Democracy Union. He's also got the backing of bloody Vladimir Putin, hasn't he? So he's got very deep pockets. Yeah, very deep pockets.
We don't know who's been spending money on him. Like I said, he has not done his security background check.
Yeah. Okay, so the figures are coming in thick and fast now. We've got the Liberals up to 36, 37.
Yep. Conservatives up to 24. They've more than doubled too.
Yeah. And they're putting up these bloody results. Stop putting up results where like someone's got 2 votes. Stop putting that on the screen. Why are they showing when there's one poll? Is that because that's emblematic of what the other 190 are going to do in this place?
In some areas, yes. In other areas, no.
I'm gonna have to
I know it's silly. It is.
Oh, it's
I
not
don't
silly
know why
as
they
putting
do it
the
either.
subtitles over the name of the place that you need to read. So Manitoba, Riding Mountain. Man Riding Mountain. That's what it says. Riding results. And then underneath it says Man Riding Mountain.
Okay.
That's my favourite still from the night. My riding results. So we got the Liberals on 37 now. The Conservatives on 26. The Conservatives are still behind, but they're likely to pick up a load more seats now as those farming states come in, the provinces.
Yeah. Overall votes right now is 420 to 326,000.
Yeah.
420,000 to 326,000. The Liberals are getting 51% of the vote. The Conservatives are getting 40% of the vote. And then the rest is split up between the other.
But yeah, the polls that I saw said this was just going to be dead close. So it wasn't like the excitement that the Liberals were going to absolutely trounce the Conservatives. It was just that the Conservatives definitely weren't going to trounce the Liberals. And that still looks like it's the case. But I really don't want Pierre Poilievre to be the Prime Minister of Canada because he's a dickhead.
I don't want him to be the Prime Minister of Canada either. Not just because he's a dickhead, but because we could become the 51st state.
Yes.
Or Puerto Rico.
Well, you're probably more likely to be Puerto Rico. This is the thing when people talk about Britain, saying, "Oh, Britain would be the 51st state," and I'm like, "No, we wouldn't. We'd just be an overseas territory. They wouldn't give us voting rights. They wouldn't let us vote."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wouldn't let us choose
they wouldn't let us vote either.
Because we might vote the wrong way.
Because we might vote the wrong way, exactly.
Can't be having that.
You can't let people that you've just taken over vote. What are you, foolish?
Scott says people don't have a clue about politics, but they know they want things different, so they just vote against the incumbents.
Exactly. That's
Frank
why
says,
the message change is just so powerful here right now. The Liberals have been in power for 10 years.
Yeah.
And they haven't gotten much done, mainly because they've been just barely in power.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you could argue that Trump's got loads of things done. They've not been good things, but he's got things done.
He's getting things done. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, terrible thing. What things? Terrible things.
Horrible things.
Terrible, horrible things. But he got them done. Whereas, the Democrats tend to be their own worst enemy when it comes to actually getting things through the House. Horner, this feels like F1 where they're manufacturing drama, Conservatives looking strong, but then the expected result happens in the end. Well, I mean, yeah, this isn't far off what the polls were saying. Except maybe the collapse of the NDP. But even them again, looks like
that's the problem is the collapse of the NDP.
No, they've got to get at least 12. Is that the lower number that they can get?
NDP?
Yeah.
Like as long as those votes are going Liberal, then I don't care how many votes they get.
No,
but
I mean
that's the problem
isn't there something if they don't get 12 MPs, they can't take part in committees or something? What there's some rule, I think.
I'm not sure on that.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
There is something about being able to participate in the the next time it comes up when there's the big debates.
Yeah.
Right. There's 3 different qualifications. What is it? You have to have people running in at least 90% of the ridings. You have to have somebody sitting in somebody elected, and you have to have. Oh, I can't remember what the third one is. But there's 3 different qualifications, and you have to have 2 of the 3.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why the Green Party was denied the ability to participate in the last debate. Right. Okay. Because they didn't have people in 90% of the ridings.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then people said, well, why is Bloc Québécois being allowed to participate?
Yeah.
They don't have people in 90% of the ridings either.
Right.
It's because they hit the other 2 standards.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So is there going to be a slew of more results coming in now? No, we're still getting 17 votes. It's like 40 million people in Canada, right? And it's like 17 votes.
There's actually 700 votes there cast roughly, or 800 votes cast there, right? Almost, right? So it's just NDP only got 17.
Jesus Christ, what is this? 26 votes. He's got a lead
right
16.
Now we're only at 27 confirmed elected seats, 20 for the Liberals and 7 for the Conservatives.
Okay.
So I know it's showing a lot more there, but
yeah,
things could change, but
Will they? Well, do you want to get up your screen that you just had? Because I'm going to get myself another coffee. So if you bring up that and you chat with people about what
I can do that. Just give me 1 second,
and I'll just be like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something, if that. I'll be really quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fill up my coffee. Hey. Okay. Let's scoot that across. Oh, hang on. That didn't work. Why did that not work? Ah, there we go. That's better. It worked. Right. Okay. I'll knock my mic off. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. So yeah. Things are looking like a horror show here, guys. And I can't see your chat right now. Just a second. Let me see if I can fix that. Nope. I will fix it. All right. So, yeah, this is not looking good. This is giving me real flashbacks to November, both this year and 2016. So I'm, I am not a badger. I am not a badger. I am more like a beaver than a badger. Maybe a beaver eater. I don't know. Anyway. So people were wanting to look at my pipe earlier. This is my Gandalf pipe. Like I said, I got a pretty good collection of pipes over there. Not sure if you can even see them from here. Ugh. You can see them over there. There's a whole shelf of them over there. Along with my bunch of discs up on the wall. What's that? I play Frisbee golf. Yeah, I do. So it's a hell of a sport. At least I'll be able to continue enjoying that this summer, even if this election goes badly. But right now, yeah, it still looks like the Liberals will probably end up being a minority government. But I was really hoping for them to sweep this out and really come through. So, not a large bowl, it really is. Okay. Fair play. Anybody in the chat over any of you guys play disc golf or anything like that? So just wondering. I'm always looking for people to talk about disc golf. Oh, somebody was talking about F1 earlier. I am a big F1 fan. I've been following that for years. I am rather disappointed with Ferrari's performance this year. I think that they should be doing better than that, but oh well. Yeah. And who's going to win the championship? Is it going to be Lando or is Piastri going to beat him? Right now, I'm rooting for Piastri. I think he's got a real chance, honestly. Lando almost seems to be choking, doesn't he? So I'd like to see a Canadian driver get back into it. I don't count Stroll. Stroll's bought and paid for his position. Shouldn't count at all. So, but love to see a Villeneuve in there or somebody like that again that's actually got some fire. And what's the vote on Hamilton? Is he washed up now? Is he done? Right. I think 2020 broke Hamilton, in my opinion. He has not been the same since they basically stole the champion. In my opinion, in 2020, the F1 decision makers stole the championship away from Hamilton.
Dude, apparently the Libs have just taken up a bunch of seats. They're up 13 now. Apparently, I'll take you over to the other feed. Here we go.
Here, maybe I have to refresh the page.
Yeah, 13. It just came up with seat change. 13 for the Liberals, plus 13, I think.
Yeah, it's probably still projected though, because I'm still only showing 21 actually elected.
Okay, this is the very exciting living room.
To 46.
This is the old. This is weird because we're watching the TV screen with the TV screen, and the TV screens don't add up.
Yeah, that's probably recorded 10 minutes ago, right?
Yeah. But no, it did look then, and I'll put the subtitles back on for people.
You see, Bloc Québécois is up to 10 now, but they still don't have anybody confirmed.
Every time I put the things on, I can't see what. Okay, this is Ontario. This is in Kapuskasing Timmins Muck Kegawuk. Mush Kegawuk. What a great name for a place. Love it.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Liberals
I don't know exactly where that riding is. Timmins would be up north someplace though.
Yeah. Oh, there's another one of those stupid ones.
Stouffville.
2. The PPC party have got 2. Well done, PPC.
Yeah, and that's too early to make any decisions there. That shouldn't even be light blue. That should
shouldn't
still
even
be gray.
there. They're like, why do they keep showing one of 174 or something? It's so stupid.
Yeah, they shouldn't add ridings in until at least half of the polls have reported.
Yeah, exactly. What are they trying to?
And then it would make sense.
So, what comes up at 3:00 in the morning? So at 8 minutes and 52 seconds.
That's probably when the next poll closes. That'd be Alberta, right?
Let's see. Prairie provinces
Alberta
close.
or BC? Prairie provinces? Yeah, that's Alberta.
Yeah, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta. So they're all going to go to the. They're all going to go to the gobshites, aren't they? Look at this beardy man. He's very beardy. Isn't that a beard? It's a fine beard. It's a fine beard you got there.
We do have people with fine beards here.
Yes, you do. You're it's the place where the beards people come from. You know what they're called? The hipsters. All the hipsters. But you know, like about 10, 15 years ago, everyone was dressing up like a lumberjack and getting tattoos.
Oh yeah.
They all want to look Canadian. Do you want to make your picture full screen again now, so I can?
Oh yeah.
We can see you because you're really tiny on the screen. You're a little tiny man. That's better. Elbows up.
Here you go, brother.
That's a real beard, says One Angry Pagan. Fine beard, says David in the chat.
Yeah, the guy on the screen's got me beat pretty good right now.
Nick says, Graham, what are you doing here? What are you doing here, Nick? I have no idea what I'm doing here. I'm just deferring to my friend Ollie here, who's actually in Canada and is Canadian. Got a Canadian passport and everything. With a little maple.
Actually, I don't have a passport.
Do you not have a passport? What are you going to do then when the Americans invade and you need to get out?
If they're invading, then I'll apply for asylum or whatever after.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, well, you're very welcome to come over here. All you Canadians are. Except the ones who voted for it. They can fuck off.
Yeah, they can.
That's the question when people arrive. It's not going to be, are you a terrorist? It's going to say, did you vote for this shit? Yes, I did. Okay, you can fuck off then.
and you just said it a second ago, but that's what's going to happen. I see it now. Poilievre's going to say, and if he gets in, he's going to say, now I got to, even if he's a minority government, he's going to say, now I got a referendum to become the 51st state, right? Yeah. That's what he's going to say, something along those lines.
Yeah.
If he decides, fuck.
A mandate. He'll say he's got a mandate.
Mandate. That's what I'm saying. Mandate, not referendum. But
They've done it again. Look at this. 61 votes. No, I don't, stop it.
Yeah. 61 votes.
Do they always do this on CBC? It's really fucking stupid. Yeah. Everyone's in the chat like, what is going on, Graham? I don't know.
Yeah. So they're crazy that way.
They are a bit crazy.
But it's 3 of 88 polls, right? So like, I mean, there's going to be 30 times that much votes come into that area.
Yeah. So it is very close.
Too close to call.
Yeah, it is.
Way too close to call.
Yeah. So New Brunswick swung to the Liberals by 10%, swung to the Conservatives by 8%. Nova Scotia swung to the Liberals by 10%, Conservatives to 9%. Prince Edward Island swung to the Liberals 9%, Conservatives to 7%. Newfoundland and Labrador swung 11 points to the Conservatives and just 3 points towards the Liberals. And it is the NDP that lost in all 4 of those Atlantic areas. Like they just got absolutely battered. In Nova Scotia, their percentage went down 16%.
Yep.
16. Oh God, she looks like a Tory, doesn't she?
Kinda, yeah.
Horse teeth woman. Hello. My name's Michelle Horse Teeth Woman. My husband doesn't believe in taxation because he's very rich. She might not sound like that, so that might be a bit mean. Don't care. 3 Blokes in the Pub is some of the best YouTube. Thank you very much, Nick H. Thank you, sir. We're now here on Politics Social, the home of Politics Social. The Politics Social, the Friday Night Social. You've been on the Friday Night Social, haven't you, Ollie?
Once or twice, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good laugh. We like it. Friday nights, 9:30 till late, until we start falling asleep.
I get off work at 3:30, 4 o'clock my time, which is about an hour before you start that, I think.
Oh, cool.
Because I think you started at about 5 or 5:30 my time.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just in time.
There's 4 hours between us, right? It's 5 to 11 now. So.
It's 5 to 3 here. So 4 hours. Yeah. That's not bad. It's a long way on a boat, I've got to say, especially if you're rowing. But
it would be a long way if you're rowing. Holy fuck.
Yeah. What else have we got in here? We got it's all a bit fecked up, to be honest. Says Scott. I don't think it's quite as bad as I don't know.
Yeah, that's because you're not realizing the blue wave that's coming.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Right.
Like I said, to get into the prairies and it's just going to turn blue. There's at least 4. Yeah.
So we've got like
the liberals won't get any more. Right. They'll be done.
Right. Okay.
So.
But the Liberals were on 160 seats, so they're halfway there now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need 172 for a majority. So the Liberals are very close to that. They're almost there. They're 100. They're halfway to 170. Now they're on 84. I don't really know what's happening here. It's gone down. It just keeps changing. So these numbers here, they're just projections. They're not actually being called yet.
Yeah, there's only confusing. 30 seats that have been called right now.
Right.
And it's 21-9.
Okay, well, that's good.
So
that's okay, isn't it?
What I mean.
Last week, Edmonton Northwest was within touching distance for the Liberals. What happened now? 2-1. Hornet says West Coast wave is nasty, but current seat balance, I think, they're even more Liberal than it looks right now. I hope so. And Danny says, those blondes, what's wrong with them? No offense to blondes, I think. I don't know, mate. Hitler liked blondes, didn't he? He liked all the Aryan people, so I guess it went to their heads. It's a cracking night on Friday, says Scott. Oh, thank you. Scott's going to turn out to be a blonde now, and he's going to be like, how dare you say that? How very dare you. Okay, so this is 6 out of 308 polls reporting, so you can't really take anything from it yet, but it looks like Labour's got a Liberal. Sorry, stop calling them Labour. It's because it's red. I just automatically think Labour, and because blue is Conservative for me, and green is green. It's easy to remember that. Isn't it? Oh, who's this woman? Again, this is 2 of the 212 polls in Ontario, Newmarket, Aurora reporting, so you can't really gauge much from this.
Count that.
Although the Liberals have now stacked up to 91, 92.
Yeah.
We've got 52 seconds until more polls close. But you're saying the polls that close now are all going to go to Conservatives, right?
Everything in the prairies except maybe 1 or 2 seats. Yep.
Okay. But how many seats?
But we won't.
It's only about 30 seats. 40 seats, is it?
It was 14 in Manitoba, and that's the smallest population. Saskatchewan's a bit smaller population, might only be 11, but then Alberta's probably 20.
Okay.
Right, so we're talking 35, 40 seats anyway.
Okay. So we've got 18 seconds here. Very
change anything.
Small lead of 8 votes. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. So Mark Carney's standing in Nepean in Ontario. What? Nepean?
Oh, that's where he's Nepean.
Sorry, I knew I pronounced that one. Okay, so that's British Columbia has 43 seats, and then Yucatan has 1. You get 1 seat.
That's not what's closing now. That doesn't close for another hour,
right? Let me just check on my timings. 3 o'clock. Yeah, British Columbia closes between 3 and 4.
Oh, okay. So that'll be the end of that.
Yeah.
But like I said, votes will be coming in for hours. We're not going to know anything until the morning.
But I mean, look at the share of the votes there. You know, what's coming in. The Liberals are way ahead. Look at this. Look at this seat change. Liberals plus 17. Conservatives lost 5. B&Q have lost 11. That's okay. That's not terrible. Because the Conservatives aren't going to win any seats in the Prairie towns, are they? Because they've already got them.
Any extra ones? No, probably not. But like I said, in BC,
that was on the screen when I left you on the screen. I went to get coffee and I came back. That was what was on the screen. I was like, "Hang on, what?" But then I thought maybe
I don't know what this is.
I think this is the projected seat change at the moment from what they've got.
I can hope so. That if it is, then that's good news.
So this is seat
Are we up
change
14 seats in Quebec? Is that where it is?
Yeah. BQ are down 11 and Conservatives are down 3. That's pretty positive.
That's huge.
Reality.
No, that's massive if that's reality.
But then you've got a Quebec result here, and they've only counted 2 of the polls. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you can't do that. Stop doing that to us.
You're messing with our heads.
It's such a Why do they do it this way? This is so torturous. It's like, geez. They got to show us something, so all they're doing is showing us what they can. That's all they're doing. Showing us. This is reported now.
But you got 3,000 votes, but it's only 10 of the 271 polls. I mean, that's...
Yeah. So...
Okay, so, yeah, great. There's Quebec.
That would be great if that holds, but that's just not going to hold.
No, because there's going to be neighborhoods that are more French, and they're going to vote for the Bloc Québécois, the French people, aren't they?
Are they just trying to get it to a point where they can declare the Liberals victorious, and then they'll be wrong tomorrow when they wake up? That's what I fear is going on here.
Oh, that'd be great. It means I can go to bed and then I wake up and something else has happened. That often happens.
So, yeah. Well, it makes sense though, because Quebecois, I think they had 32 or 33 seats in Quebec.
Yeah.
So if it's only showing 16, like I said, all we can do is hope the numbers hold, because it's just not enough reporting to make it actually think that it's going to hold.
Yeah.
And then an hour from now, we'll get all the numbers in, and it'll be like, wow, we won Quebec. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Come on, Quebec, I'm rooting for you.
Come on, Quebec, do the right thing.
I'll never say anything bad when I'm driving through the province again if you vote Liberal.
Okay, but I do find it a little bit odd that when you go to Quebec, all the signs are just in French, whereas everywhere else are in French and English. Yep. Why is it Quebec they're just in French? Like there's
because they want to separate.
But if you go to Yukon, right, are the signs just in English?
No.
Okay, even though there's no French people there, because it's like 20,000 miles away.
It's a rule in the rest of Canada. We're bilingual. We have the signs in both.
Except for Quebec.
They voted on it, and that's the way they went.
I find that really unreasonable.
It might have been one of the concessions we made to them in one of their referendums to threaten to separate.
What, to not have it, to be less inclusive? I don't. It's just. I mean, they have signs in English in France, for fuck's sake. That country that didn't want Quebec because they swapped it for Guadeloupe. They wanted Guadeloupe, mate. They didn't want.
Like I said, France doesn't think French people or Quebec people are French.
No, they don't.
They don't speak French.
Voltaire is reported to have said, at the end of the 7-Year War, when they were negotiating with the British on, who was getting what, he's quoted as saying, well, why do we want Canada anyway? It's just a few acres of snow.
Yeah. They didn't know about all the oil and natural gas.
I didn't say that.
And the water. I'm
just don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying what Voltaire said. He's a very funny man. Maybe he was just joking. I don't know. But they wanted Guadeloupe. So, yeah, final polls. Yeah, that's it, mate. The final polls have closed in Canada's federal election. The last of the polls have now closed at 7 o'clock. Local time, Yukon, and the remainder of British Columbia. So that's it. All across Canada now, vote counting is underway.
Yep. So now we're just waiting for the results. Nobody can change anything now.
Yeah.
Unless somebody grabs a box of votes and goes and burns them in the backyard.
Hornet asks for 300 Al Gores.
300 Al Gores.
And Carney, you can do it if you un-B&Q it. I like what you've done there, Hornet. Very good. I love Quebec. If I had paid attention in school, I could speak French. I'd move there. Sadly, I never had the hope of CSE French. Says Haley. Yeah, they teach languages too late in school. They teach it when you're too busy doing other stuff.
Yeah.
They should teach it when you're a baby. Because when you're a baby, your brain's like just so it's just a sponge, just taking everything in. Teach babies how to
preschool
speak.
should be where they're teaching languages.
Oh yeah,
Preschool.
absolutely.
So
couldn't agree
because
more.
it's just so easy for you to pick it up.
Yeah.
And once you start picking it up, then you pick it up.
Hey, do you know?
Then you can keep going.
Do you know why you can never have 2 eggs for breakfast in Quebec?
Because 1 egg is enough.
Oh, he knows it. He
said. You can't tell me that one. Come on now.
It's enough. Yeah. Oh. Results. Yes. Fancy Laundry's got in. Like, well done, Fancy Laundry.
Woo.
That's in Nova Scotia, I think.
Yep.
South Shore, St. Margaret's. Cool.
So right now we got Liberals ahead in 120 seats is what they needed.
121
when they hit the Ontario border, but we got some seats reporting in that are outside that are in the prairies now.
Okay.
So,
but that
and a couple of those were reporting in. Like I saw one in Winnipeg, Liberal. It's like that should be conservative before it begins. But it was only 1 or 2 polls. It was only 1 or 2 polls that were in, right? So
yeah. Right, possible majority. Okay, so it's they're leading. They're leading.
Yep.
203. And we need 272 for a majority. Okay.
So right now they're saying we're projected to be 2 over for a majority. But like I said, they're counting too much into stuff that they just can't count on.
They counted the first 10 votes. What more do you need to know?
Yeah.
They just to turn the thing out and just count like 10 of the votes. They go, right, that's it, they've won.
Yeah, 13 people voted in this riding. Let's declare it Liberal.
There's like 20,000 more votes to fucking call, to count. It's quite fun. I like this lady. She doesn't like wearing her glasses. She keeps taking them off. This guy here, he's got a beautiful map. I like how colourful his map is.
Yep.
Should we put his subtitles on so we can see what he's saying? Let's see what he's saying. There's 2 ridings, Terra Nova, where Anthony Germain is running for the Liberals and the Hope. Central Nova. That looks like it's gone. Yeah, it's gone to the Liberals. Yeah, there's loads of seats that have already been called for the Liberals, but that looks quite a lot of blue around Toronto.
It does.
That's a lot of blue. And light blue is swaying slightly towards the
So a lot of that hasn't even reported a vote yet. Look at that, all white.
That's by Quebec, isn't it? That's Quebec.
Yeah, that's Montreal.
Montreal, sorry.
Yeah.
In Quebec. Cool. Okay.
Not cool. How much of that is blue?
Yeah, but it's the big bits around the outside, so obviously the farms, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the little bits are red. Well, little bits are coming in red.
And there's tons of little bits right there that's all white. That's all London right there, London, Ontario, where I used to live.
Liberals are ahead in 130 seats now.
Yeah.
It would be a big upset if the Conservatives pull ahead now. I mean, I know you're saying about, they're basically giving all of those prairie states over to the Conservatives already.
So
there's only
right now actually elected. It's so close elected. It's 23-12.
Okay.
Right? Elected. 24-13 now. 2 more just got declared.
24-13. That's not close. Yeah. That's the Liberals.
Considering it's only
there you go.
East Coast
CBS
stuff
News projects liberal government. There you go. They've just projected it.
Liberal minority government.
Oh, is that what it said? Oh, bollocks.
Yeah.
I wasn't reading it.
So.
Pulled it off. A stunning reversal. A Liberal comeback. The first time politician leader. You're looking live there. They're celebrating. They think they've done it. Bring on the sound.
Don't celebrate too early.
Yeah, you might end up looking a bit silly.
I see a lot of fighters, like I watch a lot of like UFC and stuff like that. You see a lot of fighters celebrate and then lose.
Okay,
So
as we said,
I'm not saying it's the majority of them.
political
When they
fortunes
celebrate,
for the
then they'll
Liberal
win the
Party
majority of
that
them.
was,
But you see
perhaps
some
to
of
be
them
left for dead
celebrate
just
and
months
lose,
ago
and
has
it's
now,
too early yet.
made this incredible comeback, remarkable comeback, and is going to form government yet again.
Mainly
with someone
because
who has
they're
never
saying
been elected
130
to public
seats right
office
now,
before.
but
We're
some of
waiting on
those
results
seats
from his
are
riding
out
tonight.
west.
Mark Carney, the 24th
And
Yeah,
Prime
yeah.
Minister,
keep
will
those
now be
seats.
the 25th Prime Minister as well. Let me show
Yeah, see,
you
it
how
just
it
went
happened.
down by one.
Well, they're saying
Right.
they're projecting it
Here
for
is the vote share,
the win.
share of vote that we've been showing
Yeah.
you through the night.
That's
the
the vote
Liberals
share.
over 50%. The
There's no
Conservatives
way
it says
38.6,
51%,
which again we've been
50.1%.
saying in a regular election would
Yeah,
have
yeah,
been
I
a
can hope. I
remarkable,
can hope it says 50%.
That's pretty
share of
good,
the
mate.
vote
That's
for
pretty
them.
good.
But the
It
story
is.
really in what's happening with the other parties on the
So
board there.
that is
Bloc and
better
the
news.
NDP
People have
not
gone
even
from the
close to
NDP
5%
over
at
to
this
the Liberals.
stage. Let me show you the
Keep-
seat
keep-
change.
Well, it's also
that
people
allows
have gone
us
away
to,
from
call
Bloc
You go, look
Quebec
at that.
and gone to the Liberals.
23 to
23
the
seats are
Liberals.
leading and elected in the Liberals.
So that,
But it's
that's
12.
a majority,
It's 12
mate.
in Quebec.
Down 5. The
It's
Bloc
12 in
down
Quebec.
12 at this stage, which, as Chantal was
That's
saying, was
huge.
not
I just
That's
don't know if
massive.
they can keep that.
out of the realm of possibility, even for people inside the
I
Bloc.
hope
but
they
would
can
be
Well,
keep
they've
that,
called
but I
it.
don't know if
They've
they
called
can.
it. I'm not going to argue with
The
them.
NDP down 6. The NDP
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now
yeah.
are extremely low.
I hear ya.
Sounds good to me.
I'm going to be watching
Remember,
it
you
for
need
another
12
4
to get
hours.
official party. I'm going to go over to.
Well,
I'll be honest with
they've-
you. I'm going to be watching. It's going to
they've
be
called
on
it and
for
people
another
have
couple
cheered.
hours, yeah.
Repeating myself, but that's going to happen
Yeah.
a lot on election night.
So this
there are
guy's
32
talking
seats
now.
in Atlantic Canada. We said the
Oh,
path to
please
majority
be
for the
true.
Liberals was 25. Right now they sit at 23, and I can tell you, this riding in Terra Nova, my buddy Terry Roberts is at the watching party for the Conservative candidate. He says the air has gone out of the place because the advanced polls are coming in.
You
and
don't
the
have
lead
his
is
closed
shrinking.
captioning
The
on.
Liberals might get to 24, not the 25. We said
Their
they needed
goal
for a
was
majority, but that gets them
25,
a
he's
little bit
saying.
closer. We go into
And they're up
Quebec,
to
you see a lot
24.
of red in a lot of
Yeah,
places,
but-
and you're going to see even more red
That's why I said
in
we
the
lost a
island
seat
of
in the
Montreal.
Maritimes.
Right now,
But if we
we
gain
had
12
said that the
seats in
Liberals
Quebec,
needed
that's
40
huge.
seats in Quebec to be on a path to a majority. They're sitting at 42. And
Okay, they
Montreal
needed
and
40
Toronto
seats to be on
South Shore
path
have
for
the
a
popular
majority,
down to
and they're
40
on
in total. It's
42.
changing in real time. But
Yeah.
still, the
And
areas
there's-
where they're strong is
they're not all
still
been
needs
called
to
yet.
come in. And that is a sign of hope for them. This is why you can see a
So they've
minority
done
government
really
is
well in
almost certain
Quebec.
at this point, or is certain at this point, and a
Which
majority
is-
government is
I'm-
still
I'm-
very
I'm
much
glad.
in flight.
That's phenomenal.
Let's go into Ontario, and let's go to that key
Ontario.
fortress, one of the 4 big pillars
Toronto.
for the Liberal governments that have been elected since 2015. You still see a tremendous amount of red, certainly in the city of Toronto and in the areas around it, punctuated with a little bit of blue right now. The latest numbers I had is that the Liberals are at 56 seats, and they're up 2 seats.
56
in Ontario.
seats in Ontario.
Seats in Ontario.
63
They need
seats,
to be at
Ontario.
80,
We
so
need
they're tracking
80.
towards
They need
that
80,
because
yeah,
a lot
that's
of
what
these
he's saying.
seats that will fill in over the course of the
Yeah,
night.
but they're not all filled in
history
yet.
and polling tells us that these will go Liberal.
So he's saying history and
let's go
polling
into
is
Manitoba.
saying they're going
The
Liberal.
Liberals are currently sitting at 4 seats. We had suggested they would want to get 6 here to build up to a total of 10 on the prairies to be at a majority level. They have 1, obviously, in the north right now where they're leading in the NDP-held riding of Churchill. And they've got a couple of 3 seats right now in Winnipeg, and these are
3
also
seats in
where the
Winnipeg.
Liberals will be competitive once we get more
This
results
is
throughout the
interesting.
night.
So this is like
there
Prairie
is
seats
still
that shouldn't
upward
really go to
potential
them.
for the Liberals as they try to get to that magic number of 172. And this helps right here. This is Desnethne Misnippy Churchill River. That's a Liberal
Easy for you to
leading
say.
in Saskatchewan. Do not adjust your set. That's a real thing. It's not
I'm sorry, I'm
officially
listening to
projected
it on my
elected yet.
TV. So
Yeah,
This is
he's
a
saying
chance
there's
for
a
the Liberals to
Liberal,
break through in Saskatchewan
basically,
for the first time since
leading
Ralph Goodale was a member of Parliament.
in
And here in
Saskatchewan.
Alberta, you see a lot of blue. This is where
Northern
a lot of the Conservative
Saskatchewan,
seats
that's
are
a new
coming
riding,
from.
yeah.
But you got to zoom in on Calgary, where the Liberals are leading right now in Calgary Centre, and you got to zoom in on Edmonton. These are going to be the areas where the Liberals and the New Democrats are going to be in a battle. Those 2 seats that I just showed, those will be pickups right now for the Liberals if those results hold. So, Rosie, you can see a roughly even performance in the Atlantic with the potential of it to get back to where it was and maybe grow a little bit.
Well,
A
going
good
up to
early start in
141 where
Quebec,
they're
decent
ahead.
numbers in Ontario.
This is pretty good, mate. This is pretty good.
Still too early to say exactly.
It's
what's
looking
gonna
much
happen.
better
saying
now,
it's still too early to say, but I mean,
OPC often complains about being the
this is
empty net
not
goal
a
on election
conservative
night.
route by
They
any
might be the
stretch of the
winner tonight when
imagination.
the results come in there.
No, it's not a conservative route. Yeah.
Kind of
So,
government Canada will have.
but I mean,
there
it's
are 100 ridings where the vote margin is about 100.
not as good as I hoped.
That is simply too
but
close to call for us and for
it
the
could have been so
decision
much
desk, and
worse.
So we're going to wait.
I'm going to say they're going to win 174 seats. That's my prediction. 174.
Important here tonight. You're always
174. You think they're going to win it by 2?
In terms of forming government.
Wow.
For Mark
Majority of
Carney
2.
Now, who is Prime Minister right
That's
now?
my guess.
Prime Minister, the
I don't really
know. That would
know.
be awesome, dude. They'd get stuff done if that was the case. They would get stuff done. So I'm still thinking they're going to be in the 160s someplace, and they're going to need to make a deal with those remaining 10 or 12 NDPs.
Dealing with the news and
right?
waiting for more news.
Because I think it was 25 NDP last vote.
Yeah. The NDP are just they're not doing great, are they? Fucking hell.
They're having their numbers cut in half.
But that's tactical voting, isn't it? Because people are scared of Trump. They're more scared of Trump taking over than anything else.
Yes.
Yvonne is saying Canada saved. Yes, we don't know necessarily, but it does look like the Liberals are going to win this. Maybe with a minority government, or maybe they might just squeak a majority. They need 172 to get a majority. And the people are celebrating. They're celebrating. Power to the people. With Graham Price says, it gives me a bit of hope that right-wing misinformation can be defeated, which is really good. Scott is saying 177 here. Peter is saying 175. So, people are being a bit more positive now. This is good, because I think we had a bit of a dip earlier because of what happened in November, obviously. That was just absolutely tragic.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I was having flashbacks there for a minute.
Yeah.
It was almost like I was in Vietnam.
It's like that episode of Game of Thrones where they all get killed, and you're like, what? What is even happening right now? What is going on? Yeah. They're not really dead, are they? And then you see them getting heads cut off, and it's like, okay, yeah. Shit. Nick H, that guy went to a high school so bad it ended up being shut down. It was so bad that when you passed it on the bus, you looked the other way and you didn't speak its name. What? Nick, sorry, who was that quote from? I knew a guy who grew up in Edmonton and is a fan of Mark Carney for the best reason, aside from this killer CV. Oh, I see. So you went to a high school that was so bad.
Well, Carney's from Edmonton, right?
Yeah. That guy went to a high school so bad it ended up being shut down. So he went to a really shit school, and yet he ended up saving the Canadian economy, saving the British economy, and now he's the Prime Minister of Canada, which is cool.
Woot.
Elon got too high when Trump won. You're going to crash when you fly that high. Well, yeah, or you take too much cat. So there's someone on the screen now. Just they seem quite happy about it. Liberal Party headquarters have seemed quite jubilant. So it's going in the right direction, I think. I feel.
It looks pretty good for like a minority government at the very least. Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to count any chickens before they're hatched.
Yeah, you're being a bit more cagey than me. Because the Conservatives are now on 108. They're creeping back up because this is all the...
They are. That's the Prairies coming in.
It's the Prairies.
Right?
But from what the guy was saying before, when it comes to Ontario, there's 80 seats that they're going for.
We need at least 80 in Ontario.
They're leading in 63, and they should pick up at least another 17 from just historical data.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Come on, please, just make this happen. Hurry up! Count the fucking votes.
But the thing is, I'm not sure if I like this, that the NDP losing so many votes.
Yeah.
Because it's not a bad idea to have multiple voices in the House.
Yeah.
Instead of just 2.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Yes, you're right. But what happens is the Liberals or Labour or the left-wing party end up not being able to do the things they want to do. And so they just get accused of being useless in government. So it just gives more power to the other side to say, oh, well, they didn't do anything because they were trying to compromise all the time. There was a video, I think it was, I can't remember whether it was like the New York Times or something, but they did a video and they were talking about how the Democrats in America, one of the biggest failings is they can't get anything done because they put so many safety features in and they have to ask everyone's permission to do every fucking thing they want to do. By the time they get around to doing it, they're out of power, or it doesn't get done, or the cost of it has gone through the fucking roof. And in states where they don't give a shit so much about zoning and health and safety and, pesky things like that, asking people's permission before you build something, they get more investment because people are like, well, I can get the shit built that I need to build here. So he wasn't saying that we should get rid of all keeping an eye on shit to make sure it doesn't fall apart. Quality control
with the states, though, you need control of all 3 branches of government to get anything done.
Well, he's just talking about the local
to really
level.
Get stuff done.
He was just talking about on a local level.
Yeah,
Liberals like to put more obstacles in the way of getting things done because they want to make sure that everyone's happy with it. And it's like sometimes you're going to piss people off. You build anything anywhere, you're going to piss people off because everyone's a NIMBY. So it's like, well, they need to be a little bit more forceful. And Labour in the UK are being forceful. They're saying, we are going to build this shit and no one's going to stop us. And we're going to make it a lot easier to build stuff. Which is good, but they're also doing a lot of shit that I'm not happy with. So One Angry Pagan says 168 to 171, I reckon. So that would just be a few seats short of a majority. It's going to be close, I think. Although I might go to bed and then get up and it's like 145. No, 245.
No, I don't think so. It'll never be 245. No. Never. Canada will never go that far one way or another. There's too much core in each party, right?
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say that. It could go that way conservative. Because like I said earlier, a lot of the Liberal voters look at what they're voting for. And if the Conservatives actually come out with something good platform, something that we want to vote for, we'd vote for them. So,
well, the Liberals are up 12 in Quebec. That's bloody good.
That's huge. That's so huge.
But then they're reporting this, mate. They're saying that she's up, but they've only got like 4 or 5 polls reporting.
It's not enough to count on.
Quick, she's got a lead of 54, but they are ahead. They are ahead.
Yeah.
Consistently. So that's good.
There's another Trudeau.
That's a Trudeau.
Dennis Trudeau. Or he's probably Denis Trudeau.
Denis Trudeau.
Yeah.
I'm just going out for a Trudeau. Nice. Will it be early doors? I don't know. Oh, hello. No, they've done it again. I don't care about someone's got 15 votes. Christ's sake.
Well, they ran. They got votes.
But then look, this is the Liberals ahead of the NDP again. That's the incumbent.
What I don't understand is why there is no picture for Lachon, Denardi. They got to have a picture for that person. Why don't they have pictures for these people?
I don't know. They just haven't got pictures. There's too many of them. You got a few hundred candidates for each party, and it's not easy, is it? 4 more years of Trump and the Conservatives back to 2 seats again. No, I don't think the Conservatives are back to 2 seats. I think it's going to be. Oh, hello. He's got a lead of 9. Oh my God, that is so close. That's Saskatchewan.
That's Saskatchewan, yeah.
That's quite surprising that it's that close. But that's only 5
at 130. Yeah. It's like
what?
That Peter Bruce could come from behind and win that one. He's only 200 back.
Yeah. My God. It's a bit odd that, isn't it? Like just
it is. It is. I remember that now from the last couple of elections. They did the same thing all the time.
Okay.
They just show everything as it comes out, just throw it at us. Right? And then
look at this. This is the vote share for Ontario. Liberals have improved it by 9.5. And although the Conservatives have improved by 9, it's not enough because they were behind to start with. That's really good. That's really promising. Yeah. I'm quite pleased. Okay, I'm quite pleased at the moment. I'm not.
The trend is good.
The trend is good.
The trend is good.
It's trending in a way that I like.
Yeah,
it's being quite trendy. Just going to fade that across so we can see the polls reporting a little bit better. It does mean squishing the screen down, but I don't care.
Graham, have you ever played disc golf?
Disc golf? That's a Canadian thing where you have like chains on a pole.
I wouldn't say it's Canadian, but
and you throw the frisbee and it goes into the chains. Is that it? It's like a little
Basically,
basket
yes.
of trains, and you have to.
Yes, basically, yes.
I've seen it played probably when I was in Canada, but I've not played it myself because I'm fucking useless. There's things I'm not very good at: sports, singing, playing musical instruments. Just got no aptitude. I try. Are you a champion?
I wouldn't say I'm a champion, no, but I don't have much in the way of sporting intentions. But I could never play golf, and I always liked golf, but I just can't hit the ball well. Everything I hit slices.
But it's really expensive, isn't it? Playing golf,
and it's really expensive. Yes.
Yeah.
Like to go play around the golf here, it's like $100 for one person, plus another $40 to rent a cart.
Bloody hell.
I can go play disc golf, and for $10. Right?
But is it a frisbee? Is it a frisbee that you throw?
No. It's a disc. It's smaller and more dense and a bit heavier than a frisbee.
But you throw it through the air, don't you? It doesn't go along the ground.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You still throw it through the air.
Okay.
So just 1 second.
He's off to play. He's off to play disc golf. That's what they play on Discworld while listening to compact discs on their floppy disks and their hard disks. Pickering, Brooklyn. 11 of the they don't call them voting booths, do they? Whatever they call them. Ballot stations.
So
there you go.
That's a regular frisbee, right?
Yeah. Aha. So it looks,
there's a hell of a difference there, right?
I can't really tell because it's quite small on the screen. Oh, that's better. Okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah, definitely one's more disc-like and one's more UFO frisbee-like. Yeah. So
I don't want to show you the underside of them because it's got. Well, actually, that one doesn't have my current phone number on it.
Is that in case you lose it?
How thick? You can see how thick that rim is, right?
Yeah.
So
how far did they go?
All the weight is concentrated.
How far did they go?
Somebody that's really good at throwing them, 600-700 feet.
Wow.
Me, my long drive is probably about 310 feet, 320 feet.
Can you be like deadly accurate with them? Do you have to, work out the wind and stuff like that?
Well, not with your finger, but you figure the wind, into your throw.
Oh wow.
An ace is a hole in one, right? That's we don't call hole in ones. We call them aces instead.
An ace. That makes sense.
But basically, it's other than that, it's the exact same terminology as regular ball golf.
Okay.
A birdie is 1 under par, an eagle is 2 under par, bogey is over par, right?
Yeah.
No, you can't chew on my frisbees. These are just my old discs. These aren't even my good ones. Those ones, my goodness. I spent money last year and got myself a cart with a wheel. Can you see that?
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely.
Right. So that's my actual disc golf bag, right?
Because you having to walk 800 feet to retrieve your disc and then walk all the way back to throw it again. That'll be a bit of a pain in the ass. So you need more than one, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's set up like a golf course, so you're always moving ahead, right? You don't walk backwards.
So if the zombie apocalypse happens, you'll be good at throwing records at the zombies and taking them out.
I would be, yes, I would be great in Shaun of the Dead.
Bloc Québécois has elected Yves-François Blanchette.
Blanchette, yeah, that sounds right.
So he's the riding results. Who's been riding the hardest tonight?
And that's only with 50% of the polls reporting. There's still 200. There's still another 217 polls to report there, but they've declared him the victor.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if they've been ahead in that many, I think they just take it like they've reported like 50 of them, and they've been ahead in all 50 polling stations. Then they're probably going to stay ahead.
Yeah, probably. I don't disagree.
This guy's quite excitable. I like him. He's good. Look at his crazy eyebrows. He's got great eyebrows. Don't know what he's saying, but it's all good. I might just put the CC back on.
He's got the Harry Potter glasses on though.
He has. Do you think he's a wizard? He needs a little scar on his head. And to be a massive transphobe.
He'd have hair if he was a wizard. Come on now. Can you think of any bald wizards? None. There are no bald wizards because they all go poof and make their hair grow.
Voldemort. Voldemort.
Oh, no, he was bald on purpose. Now he was bald on purpose because he wanted to be a reptile.
Dungeon Master from the cartoon of Dungeons and Dragons. He was.
That's bald. A god. He can do whatever he wants. Come on now. He changed his shape so many times. He could have had hair if he wanted.
True. Nico, so you have to be able to scrap just to survive the worst school in town, and he made it to Harvard. Talking about Mark Carney. Yep. I'm really glad he went to this. Like, I know I don't want him to go to a rough school necessarily, but I'm glad he went to like a normal school. So many people in our public life in the UK all went to posh school. They went to a posh, really expensive school that their parents paid like 30 grand a term for, and it's just.
I went to public school. Much. Public school my whole life. I got beat up in school.
Is public school in Canada, is that like a state school? Is that like you don't pay to go to a public school, do you?
No, you don't pay.
Because we had church schools and we had public schools, and they were different.
Well, in some places we have church schools too.
Yeah, but no. So when we say public school in the UK, we actually mean a private school, which is the opposite of a public school. Okay. Really, and so I try not to use that expression. I say that just call them private schools because you pay for private schools, and if it's not a private school, it's a state school, as far as I'm concerned. You're a crackhead, Harry, says Ernie Burns. Actually, that wasn't a very good impression because Hagrid says that, doesn't he? You're a crackhead, Harry. Morden Kanan is bald. So yeah, Morden Kanan.
Okay, that's a D&D wizard. He might have been bald. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely bald. Radagast, no, he wasn't bald. I'm trying to think of wizards now. What about Julian Sands in the movie Warlock?
I'm unfamiliar.
I know. I think he was blonde in that. I'll shut up now. Come on, there must be some more bald wizards. Bald wizards, please, in the chat while we're waiting for the number to tick up.
There are some, but I was specifically thinking Harry Potter. There's just no bald wizards. Everybody can just go grow.
Apart from Voldemort, the main guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why doesn't Harry correct his eyesight? Yay, Mark Carney wins! Yay! Oh, it's only 12. Hang on. They've reported 12 out of 229 polls, and he's elected.
Yeah, he's got double the next closest person.
Okay, all right. Mark Carney is in. He's finally elected. All necromancers are bold. Bold.
What?
Bold.
No.
Bold.
No, they're not. Not all of them.
All necromancers.
Zaggy wasn't bald.
All necromancers are bald. Rincewind, was he bald?
Who?
No. From the Discworld series, Rincewind.
Oh, I'm unfamiliar with that one. Sorry.
Oh.
You're getting off in the weeds now.
Oh, sorry. No, Hagrid's accent is supposed to be more like mine, Graham, Devonian Somerset. I was just trying to do a deep voice. You're a wizard, Harry.
You said something earlier, and what you 100% remind me of John Oliver.
Oh God, what did I say?
What was it? Something.
I was probably calling someone names.
No, it was in the earlier stream when you were talking with Mikey, and you said something that just made me think that sounded like something I've heard John Oliver say 100 times, and now I can't think of what the fuck it was.
Ah, damn it! Well,
I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat at the time.
Oh shit! I'll have to go and review it then. I did watch John Oliver today because it was the Sunday night show last night, wasn't it? So I watched that and The Last of Us.
I did watch it on my break today.
Yeah.
So
The Last of Us. I don't want to do any spoilers for anyone, but if you don't already know, The Last of Us features the girl who played the worst witch in the TV series The Worst Witch, and now it features the girl who played Dora the Explorer. So someone's come into the room, right, and they said, "I've got this great pitch for a TV show. It's The Worst Witch and Dora the Explorer fighting the zombie apocalypse."
Okay.
And they've gone,
The Last of Us? Is that a Walking Dead takeoff?
It's a zombie apocalypse thing. It's not part of the Walking Dead thing, though.
It's not part of the Walking Dead universe? Okay.
No. It's a video game. But there are similar elements. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the post-apocalyptic zombie genre. Because it tends to be, we go somewhere and we think these people are nice, and then it turns out they're not nice, they're actually cannibal serial killers. Okay, we'll go to the next place, and these people seem really nice. Oh no, they're actually not nice, they eat babies. Okay, we'll go to the next place. Oh, these people seem nice. And it's just like every time, just stop walking around, just stay where you are, right?
How much worse can we make the next bad guy? Right? How much worse can we make the next bad guy? Yeah. No, like Walking Dead, the first couple of seasons were really great, and then after that it was just so repetitive. You're right, same thing over and over. It's just,
these people seem nice. Oh no, they're cannibals.
Yeah. So the governor was just Negan. Negan is just the governor 2.0, right?
Yeah, he was. So... with a bigger bat.
Yeah.
I'm in charge, and I've got to be a psychopath for all you people to respect who you are. It was like really angry. One thing I like about The Last of Us is that people are a bit more realistic. Like the communities come together and help each other out, and there's a bit of laughter, there's a bit of camaraderie, whereas everyone takes everything so seriously in The Walking Dead. It's like a fucking trudge. Anyway, the libs are on 150 and the cons are on 130.
Yeah.
At the moment.
20 between them. And now, like, how much of BC is reported in? Right? Like how much, like...
I could have a look for
you. We still have at least 50 or 60 seats to report or more, so...
Okay.
And right now, a couple of those seats in BC are looking NDP. Look, NDP's jumped from 2 to 9, just based on what's going on in BC.
Yeah.
So...
Okay, so
they're recovering a bit there.
This was a report from about 10 minutes ago on the BBC. It says Conservative voters disappointed and confused. The mood here has now plummeted as CBC projects a Liberal government. There are rows of disappointed faces, and the energy has shifted with little for them to cheer about.
That feels pretty good, actually.
Supporters tell me that they are unsettled, very disheartened, and don't understand the results. We don't understand the result. They are still holding out hope that the Liberals won't have a parliamentary majority. Celebrations at HQ as Liberals and Mark Carney projected to form next government. So there you go. So yeah, the 18 minutes past 3, it was called UK time.
Okay.
Mark Carney's Liberal Party is expected to win enough seats in the House to form government.
Form government, but not necessarily a majority yet. They're still not sure about that.
It's still too early to know whether they will win a majority. So, we can hang on a little bit. I don't need to go anywhere. Okay, apparently, Rince Wind isn't bald. So there you go.
Who?
Rince Wind from the Discworld novels.
Oh,
okay. Call of Magic, Guards.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
No, I'm unfamiliar. The Blue Adept had hair too, right?
Didn't you have Terry Pratchett over there? Terry
Thatcher, no, that's Piers Anthony.
Terry
Pratchett. Oh, I was referring to Piers Anthony.
Oh, okay.
And the Split Infinity Saga.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Liberals. I'm just putting this into our social chat. Projected to win. Woo. There you go. Right, okay, needs to send that. Who are the NDP? What are they about? Asks Phonebox Chicken. You want to tell us what
New Democratic Party. They are far. They're Liberals plus.
Yeah.
Right. Basically.
Vote change, British Columbia. So the Conservative vote's gone up by 10%. So they're doing all right over in BC, but they were already ahead. So are they going to win AXs? Because the Liberals are also up as well. So will it make any difference?
Yeah, I think that the Conservatives are going to get more of those seats in British Columbia than the Liberals will. We'll see a bigger swing that way.
Okay.
Is that it? Yeah, 15 to 9. That's huge. We were only seeing 1% differences in the other provinces. There's a 6% difference there. BC is really coming a long way liberal.
Okay, so 157 seats now projected for the Liberals, or they're ahead.
Yeah.
But looks like Zach is winning in Richmond, East Stevenson, in British Columbia. He looks like a twat, and his eyes are too close to each other.
Just so you know, there are only a total of 38 confirmed seats.
Yes.
24 for the Libs, 13 for the Conservatives, and 1 for Bloc Québécois. So, but it still looks like it's 50.2% Liberal votes, where it's 38% Conservative after that.
Yeah. But it does look like the Liberals have siphoned off a lot of NDP votes, and also the BQ, the Bloc Québécois. It looks like they've taken a few of them as well.
Yeah. And Conservatives didn't get any of the Bloc Québécois votes, which kind of surprised me.
Yeah. So this is it. This is the CBC, projecting a Liberal government with a possible majority. Are they actually going to say? Okay.
They only need what? 3, 6, 9 seats. Looks like they need 9 more confirmed seats to get the majority according to projections. Right,
yeah.
That's going to include stuff that they think is this is going to go liberal. No matter, it's always gone liberal.
Yeah,
we haven't gotten a vote yet because it's a big area, and they're going to give it to us all at once, like those prime areas right in downtown Toronto and stuff like that still haven't delivered a vote yet. So,
but they will do. Don't you worry. Yeah. Okay. Well, look, it looks like the Liberals. I mean, it's going to be close. I mean, the Conservatives on here are still 131. The Liberals are on 158. It's not like the Liberals have romped home. But as long as
no, like I said, that never happens here.
Yeah.
The Liberals will never win like an overwhelming majority.
But wasn't there an election in the 90s when the Conservatives went down to like 2 seats or something? They got absolutely annihilated.
That's a long time ago. I don't really remember that. So, but I mean, it's the way it is now. It's like there's a certain block that just does, like all of Alberta just doesn't matter. Votes Conservative.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So. Wow, look at that. The NDP candidate there is down to 3rd place for the incumbents.
And Natasha's got 1 vote.
She's got 1 vote.
Thanks for telling us.
Thanks, Natasha. I guess they just think that it's indicative of what's to come. But I mean, it does seem a bit mad, doesn't it? So Ontario, Toronto, St. Paul's, that's gone to the Liberals there, Leslie Church. So that's
but once again, like it's just over 20% vote or of the polls are in, right?
Yeah.
So
but the Conservative voters disappointed, confused. I'm sorry, I love that headline.
That is a good headline. I like that too.
That is just awesome. I'm gonna take a picture of that on my screen and send it to my friends. I love it when Conservative voters are disappointed, not just disappointed, but also confused. Hang it in the Louvre. I'll see why you're being a little bit cagey about saying, this is definitely going to go this way, but the CBC News seems to be
looking
quite
a lot better
confident.
now. But like I said, it's a lot of these polls are just too early to really know. They're just going to switch. And questionable, that's because they shave their heads. That's a choice. That is not that they're bald. Any wizards that choose to shave their head don't count in this conversation because they're not choosing to grow their hair with a spell. Wizards can grow their hair with a spell. So none of them are bald unless they want to be bald.
Yeah. Okay. That's Bruce Fanjoy there. I might just turn the volume up on the commentary here. Oh, hang on a sec.
A lot of these references going on in here are D&D references. Have you ever played, Graham?
They got special
not for a very, very, very long time.
David's got a long ballot with him.
So I started playing in 81.
Because we have an arts and crafts.
Oh, wow.
in Carleton.
That's a long time ago. That was back when it was still demonic, wasn't it?
Well, there was TV reports of that type of BS, yeah. But I mean, I started off with the red boxed basic set.
Yeah.
And went like to the black book and the blue book for expert and the black book for masters. And then I got into first edition.
Okay.
So, after first edition, never really got into second edition because it was basically just first edition with a couple of rules altered slightly.
Yep.
Right. But then got heavy into third edition back in 2002, 2004, because it was complete change on the rules.
Yeah.
Fourth edition sucked. It was the worst. Like what were they thinking? They tried to make it like too much like a video game. And now fifth edition, and please, for people that really enjoy the game, please continue to enjoy the game and disregard what I'm about to say.
Okay.
But fifth edition is D&D for dummies. They simplified everything. They simplified it so much.
Tell us what you really think.
Yeah. No, you can still play the game and get the role-playing enjoyment out of the game and stuff like that. But a lot of the game used to be doing the math where they just took it all away.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah. I used to love my fighter character where all right, get a bonus for this, get a bonus for that, get a bonus for this, get a bonus for that. Woohoo! Chop them in half. Not anymore. My dog is asking to be let out again, and I'm going to be putting something on about do something here that you might not want shown on your stream. I don't know.
Okay. I can just knock you off for a moment if
I'm going to be gone for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, all right. I'll just knock your thing off. Thanks, Ollie. Cheers, mate.
All right.
Just get rid of Ollie there, and then we will fade him off. There you go. Look at that. Brilliant. It's like I know what I'm doing almost. Right. Never got to play D&D, says one Aggie Payne. I played it there used to be a gang of us who would like go to one of the rooms during like lunchtime to play D&D, and I don't think we ever fucking played it. Do you know what I mean? It was just an excuse not to go outside on the yard because it was cold. I didn't like playing footy. Eddie Byrne says the wizard from the Smurfs. Yes. What's his name? Begins with G. Done it. Goldman. Gargamel. Thanks. Gargamel. He was bald. Phone box chicken. How are the votes counted? Surely there's more than a few thousand per constituency. Must be a PR system. No, the phone box chicken. When those votes are coming in, if you look at the top right of the screen, it actually shows you the number of polling stations that have been counted. It'll say like 3 of 247 or something like that. So that's why the numbers are really low.
Right now it's 20 of 215.
20 of 215.
65, 36 for that one.
Yeah. Who's winning? I can see the results, but what is the prediction? The Liberals are going to win. They might not be able to form a majority government, but they're looking like they at least be able to form the minority government. They're looking to win. This is projection, by the way. These numbers here are projection. 160 seats to the Liberals, which is a hell of a turnaround because a few months ago everyone thought they were dead in the water.
Mr. Goodwill, congratulations on your party's win. How are you? What's going through your mind right now? Because your riding is still too close to call.
Yes, I think things are looking very well in the riding, but as you rightly say, it's too close to call.
161.
It's very early. I think
magic number is 172 for a majority.
Decided to give us another mandate.
Howdy, partners.
Honored and
hello.
we will work hard for Canadians. We're asking for a strong government because we know we have tough days ahead, certainly with the U.S. administration and President Trump.
Reported from the Eastern and Midland Canadian Front, all is well.
United we are, the easiest it's going to be to face President Trump.
What do you think made the difference in this election that Canadians have voted for another Liberal government? And how confident are you that it will be a majority government?
Well, clearly
How's the coverage been?
On the Canadian economy.
It's been okay. It's been okay. I'm just moving things across for a moment. Just hang on a sec.
I think have really mobilized Canadians.
Just be 1 minute.
And I think they saw in Prime Minister Carney someone who has experience on the world stage, someone who has experience with the economy, with finance, who has managed crisis versus Pierre Poilievre, who's never done anything else.
And for my next trick.
Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And they felt he was the right person for what's coming
Eat
ahead.
this beagle.
The difficult times we have ahead of us.
Live on camera.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you,
Starting with the feet.
Okay, they're going back to the camera.
And Rosie, worth noting, Stephen Guilbeault's riding, it was Gilles Ducep's old riding. It's gone block in the past. It went NDP. Even in 2015, Ellen Lever-Jared kept that.
And then I'm going to bring that down. Hey, Mikey, how you doing, mate? Are you all right?
Hello, hello. I have returned.
Hello. What you been doing in your America place, the America place that you live in, America?
I was hanging out with the other Canadians I know.
Oh, what, in America? How did that work?
They're not in America. They're in Canada.
Oh, okay. They're in Canada.
Yeah.
Okay. They are Canadians.
So they're Canadians.
It's like cold Australia. If you say cold Australia really fast, you get Canada.
But there's no poisonous things. They just went for large things.
There's moose and bears
which are luckily not poisonous. But if a moose was poisonous, oh my God, it'd conquer the earth. They'd conquer the earth overnight.
What's the largest venomous animal?
Common brown, probably.
Sorry, what?
Common brown.
Common brown.
Snake. I think they get pretty heavy.
No, it's not.
Maybe a Komodo, because they've been proved to be venomous now.
Yeah,
they're not venomous though.
They are. It's a bacteria. It's a type of bacteria.
They're not.
They are.
It's not venom. It's not venom.
It's bacteria.
They literally just got done arguing about it. Like there's like two camps now on Komodo dragons.
Oh, do they fight?
There's actually a venom camp and a saliva bacteria camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the venom's been picking up steam. They're like, dude, we have the evidence, but everyone just said, no, we'll just go with the spit thing because it sounds cool. I'm like, oh, excuse me. We have evidence too, damn it. So there's a fight right now.
One angry badger saying, one angry pagan is saying, Mikey!
Hi.
So that's good. And Wolverines, they have Wolverines. Ernie Byrne says, you see I released a song available on Spotify and iTunes and YouTube. It's called Bug Death by Ernie B. Burns. I got signed. Oh, brilliant, Ernie. You got signed. Well done, mate. I'm going to write that down.
Awesome.
So we're going to look for that Bug Death. Bug Death. I'm going to do it right now because it's ridiculous o'clock in the morning. What time is it where you are, Mikey?
9:56.
Oh, mate. You could like still go to bed and it'll be dead early.
No, because the kid's still up.
I know, but I'm just saying if you went to bed now, it'd be dead early.
I haven't had a good night's like regular sleep.
Yeah, since
a year and a half.
Oh my God.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, she's 2.
Your choice.
You've got about another year and a half or 2 years to go until she's solid sleeping through the night.
Choice and consequence.
Right, but you're going to get more like 6 to 8 hours now, most of the time.
I mean, the only difference between when she was an absolute like just bundle of blankets that I would feed and now is now she screams at me while I'm like changing her.
But that's fair enough.
Which is new, you know.
Yeah, but also fair enough.
I'll take it.
You know.
It's part of the steps, you know. Everybody has those steps.
Yeah. So
someone dealt with me.
Okay.
So now it's your turn.
Now it's my turn.
I'm going to go here. So I'm sorry. I was trying to get the video back of the screen. You know what? It's really close. Liberals are down to 159 and Conservatives are on 141. That's pretty close, guys. That's pretty close. I feel
all right. So in the actual elected column, 69 Liberals elected, 52 Conservatives elected, 11 Quebecois. It is very close still.
Okay. It is pretty close. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it? I think it's a bit
It is.
worry.
It really is.
Should.
So, and Mikey, just so you can see the chart I'm looking at, since I'm almost big screen right now, see, I'm looking at this, where it's actually showing real numbers elected.
So says you in their realness.
Stop with all the realness, man. It's just getting all too real.
I'll teach you.
Okay. Well, teach us to be real.
Does Ernie have a channel, or is it just the one from Spotify on YouTube? Because I'll sub to his real channel, but I don't want to just sub to like the topic, because then like nothing else, you know what I mean? I'll never find the rest of it. Well, that's for him. He can answer. Give him a moment.
Give him a moment. So right, so I'm trying to be very clever here.
Remember earlier, Graham, I was saying the Liberals had 52.2%, 50.2% of the vote.
Yeah,
that's down to 44.4% of the vote now.
Oh shit!
And the Conservatives at 40.8.
Okay.
Like I said, it's way closer than what we're saying, but than what it looks like in those those numbers projections.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, why did they call it so early then? If that's the case, like, what were they thinking?
I don't know. I really don't.
Seems a bit ridiculous.
And the thing is, they're right 9 times out of 10, but every now and then they're wrong.
Yeah. And then when they're wrong,
just like my lucky watch.
What?
Oh, look, they're showing the numbers I was just looking at. Actually,
cool.
that's from a few seconds ago, I guess.
Fair enough.
Ownage.
So it's come up 158 to 144. It's getting really close. I don't like how close this is. Stop being so close, you bastards.
Yeah, I told you, man. I told you it was going to be way closer. Because a lot of those votes that we were seeing Liberal in Quebec,
yeah,
they're switching over the Quebec to Party Quebec, Bloc Québécois, right?
Oh, because there now. We thought that they were going to go to the Liberals, but they're not.
Yeah.
Well, that's a ball ache, isn't it?
So.
Well, that sucks. That really sucks. Right, let's try and get this show on the road here. What am I doing? Okay, let's do that. Yes. Now we have. Okay, that looks cool. I think that looks cool. Might be wrong. Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to swap these. Why is it that you used to be able to swap the screens around on Zoom, but I can't do it at the moment? It's all right. I just looked the wrong way for the whole thing.
Just click and drag it.
It's what you normally do, but it's just not letting me click and it's not letting me drag. It's a real drag when it's not letting you click and drag. Multi-speaker.
Yeah, because it's moving them, but then they don't stay there. Oh, there it is. You just have to hold it until the box changes.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I was on multi-view instead of gallery. That's why it wouldn't let me.
Oh, what a nerd!
But now I've fixed it. It's fine. God. It's fine. It's all sorted.
You know,
it's all beautiful.
There's always one out there. You know,
it is. It is. Right. So now this looks really nice because we're sort of along the bottom and the.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. I like the way that's all. I like it when a plan comes together. So yeah, the Liberals are now on 158. That's gone down. The Greater Toronto is being shown now on the screen, and they're absolutely that's very red. It's all good.
Yeah.
Then York Centre, because it used to be called York. We covered that earlier, didn't we? But then all the areas around the city have all gone blue, which is a bit disconcerting.
It is.
Yvonne says he should never have drunk the Trump Kool-Aid. Well, no one should drink the Trump Kool-Aid. Clearly, it's not going to end well, is it? And then they're bringing up Southwest Ontario. That's pretty blue. That's pretty disturbingly blue. What's wrong with people in Ontario? Why are they voting all these blue people in?
Oh, their federal provincial government is always generally conservative. It's a fairly conservative province, right? It's the federal stuff that we're worried about right now.
Yeah, Toronto.
That backwards. So
okay, but this is
like Doug Ford's a conservative.
Yeah,
and he's been getting in for years.
Yeah.
So
Yvonne is saying, hearing that Pierre Poilievre, it might lose his seat.
That would be nice.
Is that likely? Is that?
Doesn't mean anything because one of the other conservatives just give up their seat for him and then he stays in, right?
Nice. Yeah,
So,
but
I think his attachment to Trump was a mistake, because everyone thought, look, we'll get on board with this and ride the gravy train all the way to Vic. No, everybody fucking hates this guy. In every poll, in every country, in every demographic, everybody hates this guy.
Yeah. Apparently, a question about sanity saying, from what I've seen, the Komodo venom is similar to that of vampire bats in that it stops clotting. There you go. So there's 20 seats projected between the Conservatives and the Liberals at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting really tight. I mean, most of the map's filled out now.
Yep.
I mean, look, it's still a hell of a turnaround, isn't it, for the Liberals from what was?
Oh yeah, no, this is still a turnaround. I mean, it was looking like it was going to be 200 seats for the Conservatives.
Sheesh.
Right? It was going to be an overwhelming majority for them.
Yeah.
But
y'all would have been state bound if that happened.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If Trump had only kept his mouth shut for another year.
Yeah, but he couldn't, could he?
No.
That's usually like the downfall for most of these like big villains at the end of all things is just, they just can't shut the fuck up. they just can't manage it. They just can't behave. They can't be quiet. They can't do it. It's beyond their scope.
Okay, so Ontario, St. Paul's there. Leslie Church has been elected. I think we had that result in ages ago, to be honest with you. I'm going to move politics, social, ident in the top right-hand corner.
Like I said, we still have very small numbers actually confirmed.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's more now. 85 confirmed Liberals, 59 confirmed Conservatives, and 13 confirmed Bloc Québécois.
Right.
Québécois.
So, I see. They brought that up because they're actually interviewing Leslie Church. That's why well, they seem to just be talking at her at the moment. She just seems to be nodding. She's going to keep talking. He's still talking. Oh, there she gets to talk. Wow, that was a hell of a setup. I wonder what question he asked her. So polls have shut. The outcome will be what it is. Let's hope that Canadians do the democratic world proud and stop voting against and start voting for. That's from Personal Impersonator. Phonebox Chicken says Piers Morgan is the world's largest poisonous animal, and Calvin McKenzie is the largest venomous animal. Can't argue with that. And so Canada has plenty of rattlesnake species, at least. Apparently, there's some rattlesnakes in Canada.
Yeah, scorpions too.
We have the furry rattlesnake in Ontario.
Fuck off. There's a furry snake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a joke. Come on. That's like,
no.
Hey baby, come check out my furry snake.
The name of it, but it's got fur.
It's called the furry love snake.
No, I don't know what it's called. It's a rattlesnake that's got fur.
What? That's a crime against nature. We need to extinctify this thing. So how come a dodo's extinct and yet this thing is allowed to live? It's a fairy snake, for Christ's sake. Oh, hang on. Do you mean like fairy, like soft fluffy hair, or do you mean fairy as in like a Tinkerbell? Does it have little Tinkerbell wings and it flies around and then just flies into people's faces?
No, it's got hair.
It hasn't got little fairy wings, and it's just a little flying snake. Flying snakes.
See, this is what I got to deal with, Ollie. They just keep going to you, even though the furry rattlesnake is totally a thing.
I'm sure it is. Fairy snake. The
eastern Mississauga rattlesnake, sometimes called the hairy rattlesnake.
Oh my God! Does anyone want to see my hairy snake?
Scales are Neil, giving them a slightly rough appearance. So it's the
What's
whole
it called again?
Area close to the eastern Mississauga rattlesnake.
Mississauga. The eastern
Massasauga.
The eastern So I could go up to someone and say, "Do you want to come home with me and see my eastern Mississaugan hairy snake?"
No, you can't. No,
I've got a big hairy snake at home. I want to show you my big hairy snake. It's an
That's how you end up on one of those lists. And then you can't. And then you can't visit
55
everywhere.
to 75 centimeters long, right?
It's a long snake.
And they are poisonous, or venomous, I should say.
Right. Because venom you inject and poisons like on your skin.
Yeah.
Inject and ingest. Poison is something you
seat
drink
change
or eat.
in the Greater Toronto area. That's interesting. So the Liberals have gone down 9 in Greater Toronto, and the Conservatives are up 9 in Greater Toronto.
That's not good.
In Newmarket, Aurora in Ontario, that looks like the Tories are winning there. It's quite close. They've got a 375 lead. That's with 74.
It's scary close, dude. Scary.
One angry pagan in the chat says Massasauga rattlesnakes, Northern Pacific rattlesnakes, prairie rattlesnakes, desert night snakes, and black widow spiders can all be found in Canada and are all venomous.
Yeah.
Brown recluses are up there too. We got them here.
Fucking Tories.
Those are the worst ones. The brown recluse.
Venomous fucking Conservatives.
I'd take a black widow over a brown recluse any day.
Susan Doyle. Didn't she stand
They have
any of those here.
Necrotic venom.
In the province I live in, you want to know what the most dangerous naturally occurring animal is?
Humans.
Other than
moose.
Humans.
Nope.
Moose.
Hang on. Nope. No, hippopotamuses.
I said where I live, not where somebody else lives.
Giraffes.
You might live near a zoo. I don't know.
Spitting cobra.
like if you don't count like things like horses and cows that are just big and can hurt you.
Yeah.
And dangerous.
Dogs.
Right.
Cats.
Foxes. Foxes are the most dangerous thing that lives here now.
That's really interesting.
Don't tell Graham that. He'll get his bugle out.
Seat change. Don't you? No, I will not. Seat change, British Columbia. The Conservatives added 3. The Liberals added 3. And the NDP lost 6. So the NDP lost exactly half to each of the big parties by the looks of things.
Yep.
I don't go fox hunting. What do you think that everyone in Britain goes fox hunting? That's like thinking that everyone in America is issued with a gun at birth.
That's what you say all the time. So yes, I do. That's why I think you be hunting foxes.
Because that's true. You get a little baby box.
It's a stereotype for a reason.
You get a little baby box with you get a little gun in there, and it's pink and it's got little flowers on for the baby.
Are you assuming the gender of my child by giving them a pink gun? How dare you?
Listen,
this is America.
Carney too early. This is so close now.
It is. The Liberals are on 156 and the Conservatives are on 147. Did they call it too early?
Did they call it too early?
All
those ridings that were in Quebec that just weren't ours that they counted on, and now, look, Party Quebec is up to 25. Yeah.
So just a few minutes ago, it looked like if the Liberals and the NDP teamed up, they'll have a majority, and now it's not looking quite as rosy as it was. They're looking very glum in the newsroom there. They look quite glum. This is too close, says Danny.
Things are swinging the other way.
You're not wrong, Danny. It looks way too close.
Remember, Ali, when we covered that Biden-Trump debate, and the mood just kind of was like, how much more liquor do I have?
Yeah.
How much more weed do I have? Like this is just a nightmare. I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah.
I think it's just like it's nervously close.
It was the point where he said like he destroyed Medicare, and I was just like, oh God. I just wanted the ground to just not swallow me up, but maybe swallow Biden up. Liberals are down to 155 projection, Conservatives on 149. This is so close. This is just 6 seats in it now. This is the results in Quebec. Seat change, Liberals up 9, and the Bloc Quebec down 10, and the Conservatives up 1 in Quebec.
How many do we have not reporting?
That's what I was going to look up, see how much is left.
It's 303.
Claude Guy has been he's been elected. Natalie Provost in Quebec.
I think there's 338 reporting right now. out of the 343. So there's still 6 that haven't reported yet either.
Oh my God. This is squeaky bum time, this.
Yeah. Yeah. I was feeling good half an hour ago. I was feeling really good. They were showing us great numbers and projecting great things and declaring Carney the winner. Why did they do that?
I don't know. Got our hopes up. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, isn't it?
I kind of said that earlier. Are they trying to force the Carney projection?
I don't know. What site are you on for the up-to-date? Which ones have actually been called?
That's that Canada federal elections.
Is it on the CBC website or is it a different one?
Yeah. How did I find it? Here, I'll just drop the link in the side chat.
And I think it's maybe Ali, you can attest to this. How's the coverage of elections? Has it been Americanized? Because in America, you know, like our shit's in November. The 2 Novembers before then, you're already getting the people going to podcasts and starting the whole, you know, the bullshit. When with you guys having snap elections, how do you feel like the media has really been kind of covering this?
Honestly, to me, I'm not seeing the media covering it a lot. All I've been seeing is commercials, commercial after commercial after commercial for the Conservative Party. All the regular television channels are dominated by it. YouTube's dominated by it. Facebook is dominated by it. You just see commercials for it. So it's like they bought up every bit of advertising that was out there.
Too much.
Okay, so
when it comes to the actual election coverage, though, like, I mean, CBC's not bad. They're generally fairly neutral. But all the rest of the Canadian news outlets are all owned by American companies that are like Fox and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right. So it's hard to trust any of them.
Well,
who would have thunk Rupert Murdoch would have showed his scaly face? His charred underbelly.
So it's looking like, from the looks of things on the Guardian website, they're saying Liberals on 156, Conservatives on 144, but on this projection here, it's got the Liberals on 157, one more, but it's got the Conservatives on 148, which is 4
that's
more.
the one I'm looking at right now, is saying 157, 148.
Yeah. And then that's 20. I've got 24 for Bloc Québécois. This is saying 25.
I got 25 for
11 for the
11.
NDP and 1 for the Greens.
Yeah.
So
Green Party's still in there.
Yeah. But the NDP, you were saying that they needed. We were talking earlier, weren't we? There's something about needing 12 seats for something. I've forgotten what it is.
It was 12 in a previous year. That wasn't this year.
Okay.
Right. So what they need is a combined total with the NDP and the Green Party, because they'll take the Green Party too.
No, I thought that there was something
of the 152 or 172.
Okay, so I've just updated, and the NDP have gone down to 10. Liberals are on 158 now on the Guardian website, and the Conservatives are on 148. Conservatives just got up to 149 here. Whoa, this is very, very tight. And looking at the share of the vote, it's 43% versus 41%.
Yeah. The Conservatives usually win more percentage of the vote, just because of how strongly Alberta and Saskatchewan vote Conservative, right? Because everywhere else it's more or less 50-50. In Alberta, it's like 90-40 or 80-20, right?
Just go and join America if they love it so much.
That's the plan.
It doesn't look like they're going to get a majority.
No,
it definitely does not look like
they're
going to get a majority at this point.
Right.
If they get a majority, find out where Elon was. Start the investigation now.
Well, I mean, the Liberals are ahead with the vote share at the moment, but only by a couple of percentage points. Question about Santi saying this election feels more like watching an online duck race. Probably a deliberate action by the media to make it look like a gambling event for the views. But elections have got more like this everywhere. Not easy to call, probably subject to outside influences. That takes months to undercover. Well, we know that they've spent loads of money on advertising.
31,
Conservative on 150 now.
Yeah,
well,
that
remember, Graham,
157 is probably going to stay.
Well, remember, Graham, that's what we were talking about before, earlier today, about like where all that $2.3 billion that Kamala Harris raised. Yeah, because they spend all these hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for ads.
Yeah.
And then all of these platforms are just like, I guess I'll charge you, I don't know, $2 million a minute. You know what I mean? Like, it's such a grift.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a grift on the way our system works. It's so underhanded.
Tell you what, though, those figures there, if the Conservatives team up with Bloc Québécois, they've got a government. Based on those figures.
But they'll never give up their poutine.
Sorry? What was that? Ollie?
You just can't count on Bloc Québécois.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm saying if they teamed up with the Conservatives, then they'll have a majority.
It's scared to give them power. So it's looking like it's minority, like it's that's there's two seats between them right now.
Yeah, 154 to 152. I think they've called this too early.
Yeah,
they're looking a bit. They're looking a bit like. They're looking a bit They're not looking as confident as they were before. Let's put the CC.
Not even remotely close. Nope. Told you, it felt like November again.
So Japan?
We're moving to Japan, Mike.
She's talking about crime figures and the Liberals not moving enough on it.
Yeah.
I
don't know why everyone is so afraid of crime.
Wow. Because I can't believe that it's gotten that tight. Well, I can't. I saw it coming. But
it's got crazy tight.
Like they're more afraid of crime than they are the increasing temperature of the earth, which is just hilarious to me.
There's only one riding not reporting now, I think, in all of that.
So
my math is right.
Yeah, that's right. That's so there's 342, and that's out of 343 ridings. So there's only one. If you add all those numbers together, and the Libs are ahead,
the Liberals are up again.
Just three.
Like I said, there's so many of these that were just too close to say who's going to win them.
Well, they voted like three votes, and they went, all right, the Liberals got two of these, and the Conservatives got one, so we're going to call it for them. On the Guardian site, it's still given 154 for the Liberals and 152 for the Conservatives. It's so close.
Yeah, NDP just went up one there now.
So it's not an emphatic win, but I mean it is in a way, because like we said a few months ago, the Libs.
Well, yeah, it's not the worst result, but it's not nearly as good as I was hoping.
No, it would have been nice that they got a majority, even if they just squeaked it.
Yeah.
They're up to 155, 150 now.
Yeah.
So
it's going to keep swinging like that for the next 3 hours.
So I found out there's a lot of empty cities in the north. So if you go to Hokkaido, we won't be on Tokyo's main island, but if we go to Hokkaido, there's a lot of chill people up there. Don't bother nobody. Let us grow whatever we want. You know what I mean?
What, in Japan?
Oh yeah.
Japanese people are quite xenophobic, I don't know if they'll.
That's why I promised to leave them alone.
Welcome you with open arms.
they don't have to welcome you. It's like, hey, you cool if I just stay over here and pay taxes? Cool, I won't bother you.
It's one of the reasons why their economy hasn't grown since the 90s is because they don't encourage immigration as much as other countries do.
They're learning their lesson. Now that everybody's 100 years old and there's no children.
Well, yeah.
They're getting it slowly.
Yeah.
See, now we're back up to 156, 149.
Okay.
It's just going to keep
relax a little bit
all night. No, I'm not relaxing.
It keeps swinging all night. Sounds like a good night to me.
It's time for some hot knives, Ollie.
I did some earlier. That's why. When you were coming in, I was just doing some. That's why I was off the stream for a minute. Didn't think Graham would want that going out on the stream.
Sarah says, fell asleep as the world caught fire yet. No, the Liberals are just ahead of the Conservatives. No one's going to have a stonking majority. Bareback. Did you say bareback? Oh, he said be right back.
Be right back, yeah.
Sorry, you were talking about sex stuff. Yeah, sorry, Sarah. Yeah, the world has not caught fire, which is good. Well, it kind of has because global climate change. But in this election, these are projected figures that you're seeing here. And it's 342 of the constituencies that they're projecting. There is an extra one. But as you can see, it is pretty close. There's only 7 votes between the Liberals and the
7
Conservatives.
ridings, yeah.
Well, yeah. Not votes.
7 elected people.
Yeah. They call constituencies ridings in Canada, which is cool. This election, I've read that one. Yeah. Jeannie says, the one thing you can count on watching election results in the end, some are cross with the outcome. Wow. I just like Conservative voters disappointed and confused. Because they were expecting to romp home, weren't they, with this?
5-6 months ago, it was going to be 200 seat ridings going to the Conservatives.
Wow.
All right, 200, maybe more. Wow. We're going to run away. So.
Okay, well, at least they've been held at the gate.
So I'm just looking at seats by riding here in the East Coast. Newfoundland has 7, and it's gone 4-3 for the Liberals. Nova Scotia has 11. It's gone 9-2 for the Liberals. PEI is 4 for the Liberals.
Yep.
New Brunswick has 10, and it's 6-4. That's where we lost one.
Okay.
Quebec has 78 ridings, and I have to add them up because it's just giving me blocks.
Well, the figures that CBC is giving at the moment is 148 for Conservatives, 158 for the Libs. So that's 10 between them. That is 10.
So it looks like there's 40 of those 78 are Liberal in Quebec. And that's a 9 seat change in the positive.
Oh, that's good.
And then the rest is split between Quebec and that's where there's one NDP leading in Quebec. Wow. Then the 122 looks split almost in half in Ontario.
Okay.
It's a slight majority for Ontario for the Liberals.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to fall short of the 172 that they need. We've got another Liberal
like
elected there in. Oh no! Again, it's 10 out of 266 polls. Yeah, stop it!
It's only it's 66 seats, and we were hoping to get 80 in Ontario.
Yeah,
that's a 14 seat drop. Alberta is 37 seats, and only 4 of them are not Conservative. BC's 43 seats, and half of them are Conservative.
It looks like the Liberal Party's taken Toronto St. John's. Whoa, that's gone off the screen. That's that's the vote change in Saskatchewan is 10 for the Conservatives. When you're saying like the number of votes they get in Saskatchewan is just insane. Like no one else even comes near. They're on 70%, and the Liberals are on 20%.
That's what I'm saying. They're easy 70% of the vote in Alberta.
Wow.
70-80% of the vote. They're showing it, yeah.
Okay, what do we got here? Got Bucky Burger here in Saskatchewan. Hey, so there you go. I think this is a new seat that's been created. Des Nethe Missinippi Churchill River. Is that a new one? No one's got a star.
I don't know. I can't see what you're looking at, Graham.
Oh yeah, sorry. Saskatchewan here. Andrew Scheer looks like he's winning in Saskatchewan. He's a Conservative, which is not that much of a surprise.
Oh, Bucky Beelander. There you go. I see what you mean.
Bucky Bowles.
See, I'm like, what, 5 seconds behind you. Yeah.
Okay, so it's gone back up to 158 for the Liberals, 148 for the Conservatives. It's just bouncing a little bit. But you know what? The Conservatives at the moment, they're not overtaking the Liberals. They're just not. So
it's going to stay a minority Liberal government. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Liberals are going to reach out and say, hey, come join us, NDP and Green Party. And then
I think it'd be enough. That's only going to be 169.
It's not going to be a majority, right? We'll be having a sweet talk Quebecois as well, right?
Yeah.
So
give them some more road signs.
But I mean, if you're voting Conservative, you're voting Conservative. Everybody else is not Conservative. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't block Quebecois. They're not as reliable, but they're still not the Conservative Party.
Oh, that's good.
So, like I said, they want separation.
Yeah.
So they will vote with the Conservatives when it comes to certain things. But just looking at the way that the vote was, hopefully they listened to the people and realized that more people wanted the Liberals in than the Conservatives. And that way their people vote that way.
Person impersonator saying this coverage sucks. Oh, thanks a bunch, mate. You know. Oh, hang on. No, you're saying. That you're talking about this. Okay, it's talking about what we're showing on the screen from CBC. They should only show actual results, not partial polls. Yes, I can't agree more.
We agree.
This seems like a mad way of doing it. I'm pretty sure we don't do it this way in the UK. You know, but
right now, actual elected people, we have 97 Liberals. 90 Conservatives, 15 Quebecois, and 1 Democrat. Right? So there's only 7 seats really between them officially. All the rest is still up for grabs.
Officially. Yeah, looks like they're going to come out and they're going to make a speech about how they've won. Yes, they're doing it. They're doing it. This is Mark Carney coming out. So people have got signs upside down.
We're on there too. So Ashley Burke,
Carney's coming
let's hear
right
from you.
now.
I think you have a guest with you.
Right, I'm going to switch.
I do, and there's a lot of people that are watching these election results really closely, nervous about whether or not it'll be a majority or a minority government. With me is David Lametti, the former Justice Minister
it's going to be a minority government.
Canada. He left the government last year. He's a longtime friend of Mark Carney.
Okay, I've just turned that down because it's kind of boring. Oh my word. We have Yorkshire administrative divisions called ridings, and I guess that's where Canada gets the terminology from, says Questionable Absanity. Clearly weren't here at the beginning of the stream like 4 hours ago when we said exactly that.
We said that.
Yeah, we did. We did. 4 hours and 27 minutes ago. Jesus Christ. Carney for Canada. Woke AF, which is cool. Canada Strong. Canada Strong. That's like me, Tarzan, you, Jane, isn't it? Canada strong like ox. Strong like big moose. A moose is quite dangerous. Like, if you come across a moose, will they kind of ignore you, or will they just think, like, I'm taking you on? Your mic's off. Your mic's off.
Really depends on the time of year.
Okay. So what
if it's mating season and you see a moose, you better get the fuck out of the territory.
What if you're wearing like a comedy moose hat with the little
then you're probably in danger any time of year.
The bullwinkle horns.
But mating season, they basically, if anything's moving around their territory that's not a female bull, a female.
Are you talking about
moose, they basically try and kill it.
Oh Jesus!
Right? They are dangerous.
Oh God! So like they're really horny and they just want to kill everything that moves.
Yeah,
got so much testosterone in my system. I'm gonna kill this mailbox. Fuck up your mailbox.
Have you ever actually seen a moose? Because they make Clydesdales look small, right?
Yeah, they're huge. They're absolutely monstrous.
Dinosaurs.
Do they have antlers? Are there antlers called antlers?
Yes.
They are. So
They're not horns.
Reindeers a type of moose, and a caribou, are they also a type of moose, or is they completely different?
It's the same animal.
I think caribou is the overall term for all of them, like the genus, where you have deers and you have moose and some like antelope or something like that might be in the same genus. I don't know.
That's a type of melon, isn't it? A cantaloupe.
Maybe.
That's the
cantaloupes, yes. Cantaloupes, yes.
It's like cilantro and whatever you guys in the UK call it.
Cilantro. I think we call it oh shit, I forgot what we call it now. We put it on our food at the end.
Or on your tacos.
Yeah. Obviously the stuff.
It's the little green stuff.
The green stuff you put on coriander. We call it coriander.
There you go. Yeah.
Coriander. Okay.
Yeah.
That's like coriander cilantro is caribou reindeer.
Ah, okay. What about an eggplant and an aubergine?
Aubergine's not a real word.
And you're saying eggplant is?
Obviously, eggs are real, plants are real.
Like
it's a compound word.
Open the dictionary on a page and just gone, okay, it's egg, and then you've opened it again and you've gone plant, and then just put it together.
Because it tasted like eggs when they cooked it. It's not our fault. It's purple.
That's weird.
It's weird. Purple.
It shouldn't be purple.
It is purple. That's why it's
blame your personal Jesus for why it's purple. Don't be mad at me.
Anyway, one angry pagan in the chat saying moose are fucking huge. One 7 foot at the shoulder. 7 foot, mate.
Like Wemby is like 3 inches taller than the shoulder.
Yeah.
And he's not a small fellow.
Looks like Mark Carney's won his first election. I love the fact that he's been prime minister for a month and he hasn't actually won an election.
Oh, is it over?
No. In his riding, it's been declared, yeah.
How does that actually work?
So if you're the leader of your political party, right, and you did not win, then somebody else in their party can give up their seat for you in the House.
Ah, okay.
And that's what, because you're not allowed to enter the House, speak on the floor, or do anything like that if you don't have a seat.
Right. Yeah. Obviously, clearly. Because in the UK, we have the House of Lords, and what you can do if you want someone to be in your party as part of the government, or even the Prime Minister, if they're a member of the House of Lords, they can come to the Commons and be your Prime Minister. Or leader.
I don't even have a government, so I don't even know what the fuck y'all are talking about.
You have a Trump, mate. You have a Trump. You don't need a government.
It's not a government. Yeah.
You just got an orange blob of grievances. A grievance
that no one
blob.
can understand.
Greasy grievance blob. How is he not dead? Like, he's so old and full of burgers. Come on, burgers, do your thing.
Well, luckily he didn't eat any of the RFK. Oh, he doesn't eat French fries, does he? Damn it.
But
just when I thought we had him.
Elvis was like, what? He was in his 40s, so like 43 or something when he died, wasn't he? On the bog.
It's like 400 pounds.
Eating a burger.
When you have money, medical science is miraculous.
He ain't that big. Elvis was a big fat slob at the end there. Trump's taller than him, so you know what I mean. He's got more space to hide the blob.
They're thinking that because he was wearing that blue suit at the
Pope's funeral,
the Vatican,
crazy,
and it also looks like he's lost weight. So they're wondering if he's sick.
Why would he?
I saw that on something today.
Do you wear a blue suit if you're not feeling well?
No, he's lost weight.
It's like a mood ring.
His black suit might not have fit him anymore.
Okay.
Ooh, it would have been too baggy, and then people would notice.
Yeah.
Maybe he's getting beefcake. Maybe he's watching like the manosphere shit, going to the gym. Maybe
No, dog, he's pumping straight steroids, anabolic steroids.
Maybe he's
either
just
that or
telling
he's got the
people
most advanced version of Ozempic, and he's just dropping the weight.
Yeah.
He's got people lifting for him.
It could be just, he's listening to the Joe Rogan podcast. He's got entered the manosphere. He just wants to go to the gym. And
Joe Rogan's about done with him.
Really?
Yep. Didn't take as long as I thought. The Abrego Garcia shit has splintered his own psychopathic fan base.
Yep.
Like they don't know how to deal with this because they don't believe in any of this.
And it's not so much that they care about Garcia.
Yeah.
They care about the due process.
Right.
Right.
Like we're breaking the rules to do something mean. And that bothers them.
Really? Does it though? I mean,
I've said yes 5 times.
It's not just a bit performative. I mean, Joe Rogan's a fucking billionaire.
Well, what they're seeing is, okay, they can break the rules for them. Now they can break the rules for me too. That's what they're worried about, is covering their own asses.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, breaking the rules to go deport somebody that isn't me. So then if it comes to deporting me, yeah, they'll just cover it up and then just say, well, he had a tattoo of the Chicago Bulls logo, and that's clearly Tren de Aragua.
That's fair enough.
Off he goes.
By the way, the projections at the moment are Liberals on 163 and Conservatives down to 146. So obviously,
not counting on nothing.
Moved apart a little bit, which is nice. So,
right back.
It is.
I mean, if you were taking my heart rate at the moment, now I've just calmed down a bit, and then when it was getting closer, I could feel my blood pressure rising, and then it goes.
I'm going to bed in about an hour, and we'll see where they're at.
I've got to be up in about an hour to do my morning show. Danny says Joe Rogan, I think, is trying to play both sides. Yeah, he is like a fat, bald
he always
Clint Eastwood in a fistful of dollars.
Yeah. No, he just wants to please whoever's in front of him. So now he's starting to think, well, I'm going to get these other people in front of him, so I got to please them too.
Yeah, he's such a gobshite.
He's going to start. He'll probably start giving the other side a voice now, right?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, hang on, Christia Freeland. She left the cabinet, didn't she? Of Trudeau in December. She resigned because she didn't like him. Sorry, you can't see what I'm showing on the screen, can you?
Yeah, I can. A few seconds later.
Okay, all right. It was just I recognised that name because she stood down from the government.
Okay, yeah.
She was like not happy with the way things were going, but now I think she's probably quite happy.
Yeah,
I would say. Don't you think? Okay, the Libs are down
she's
to
re-elected, so I hope so.
162 now. We have a Mikey back in the house. Hey, Mikey!
Putting a little kid to sleep without violence is a very trying task. So you have to get up a lot of times. But it is the right thing to do.
Christia.
So
Christia. It's not Christina. It's Christia, isn't it? Christia.
Mike, you get a little bit of brandy and just put it on the sucker.
No.
Right?
Oh, we got some breaking news.
Take my kid away.
John C. in the chat is reporting that Portugal's grid operator is claiming the outage is due to a rare atmospheric event. Did the Iberian... Yeah, the whole Iberian Peninsula went dark today. Like all of it. Like all of Spain, all of Portugal, and a portion of France just went off the grid, and everyone's like, what happened? Must have been a big fucking solar flare.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Coronal mass ejection, perhaps.
Ooh, I love a good coronal mass ejection.
Charlie was kind of tired. He went to lean up against the wall and leaned the wrong spot and flipped the switch off.
I told you guys we shouldn't have the whole seaboard on one breaker.
Yeah.
So by Monday night, 50% of the power had been restored across Spain, while Portuguese energy provider REN said electricity had been restored to 750,000 customers.
I like how one does a percentage and the other one does a number.
Well, yeah, because that
you
sounds...
really can't compare them.
That sounds like a lot because the population of Portugal is what, 10.5 million. So yeah, it would sound a bit shit if they said, "Oh, we've restored the power to 7.5% of the of the Humes." People go, "What? It's not very much."
Not very much at all.
Libs currently are at 162. To the Conservatives 147. So the Libs are still ahead. And this woman,
I'm seeing up to 164, 146 on the stream where I'm looking.
Yeah, 164.
I might be a few
it's gone
seconds
up. It's gone up again. 164, and the Conservatives are now on 145, which is good. So they're going down.
Oh, but it's so much closer on the actual elected. It's 103 Libs, 101 Conservatives.
Yeah, but isn't that because the ones that were obviously going to go to Conservatives have been counted really, really quickly? The ones in like
probably
Alberta and
right. It's not telling me where they're at, right?
Saskatchewan. I really like the name Saskatchewan. It sounds like a spicy sauce. They should
Saskatchewan.
They should make Saskatchewan sauce. You know, to put on your Subway sandwiches. It'd be good. That. Let's make one.
I like honey mustard on my Subway sandwiches.
Yeah. Well, I'm boycotting Subway because they're American.
Yeah, they are.
Unless it's like Burger King, which is actually Canadian for some reason.
They're all franchised out, so they're all locally owned, really.
They're showing now that there's someone in Ontario has a Liberal has a lead of 29 with 70 out of 175 polls reporting.
Yeah, they shouldn't be counting that
29. What?
Yeah.
Liberals have fallen back. I mean, that's not bad, though. The Liberals are 164. That means they're not too far off the magic number, which is...
No, but they won't hold that. They're going to lose 5 or 6 of those seats, probably.
Do you reckon?
So
it keeps going up and down.
Yeah, Quebec went from 25 down to 23, so that's probably where they gained a couple of them.
At the moment, if we just say that's the result, full stop, the Liberals have got 164 and the NDP have got 9, so you put them together, 173. That's a majority of 2. Yeah.
That is.
Huzzah!
And you get the Green Party, too. The Green Party come along with the NDP. And
they're one MP. Yeah. They got a one. I mean, mooses or meese? Moose. Plural of moose is moose. Share of the vote. That is so close. 42.6% for the Liberals and 41.7% for the Conservatives.
Yeah.
But as Ollie was saying, there's a good chance that the Conservatives will pull ahead there because there's some states that just really, really vote for the Conservatives and the other ones are just 50-50 between the two. But impersonator says he is on a grift, but Trump's performative cruelty makes him look bad. So he's pulling back on some issues. Garcia and tariffs, he's questioned.
Oh, yeah. If Trump hadn't opened his mouth, we'd be seeing 60% national vote for...
Yep. Well, I wouldn't have stayed up. So another one, Vancouver Island just come up. So the NDP have lost 4 seats. 2 of them went to Liberals, 2 of them went to Conservatives. Like, that is just... That's crazy, isn't it? So people just going away from the third party and voting for the main 2 because they want... They don't want to waste their
decision.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Stability is like the most coveted resource on the planet.
Yes.
And when people throw it away, Labor Party, Trump, like it's going to take decades, generations to get that goodwill and all that smooth, lubricated action going. No, it's all unlubricated, rough, horrible shit at this point. It's all bad. It's all gear. It's all metal on metal. And that's how it's going to be until we fix it.
Yeah.
Thanks, dickhead. Like, I don't know. Like, he literally boiled the economy because he doesn't understand shit.
That's too close to call. 400 votes with only 22 out of 230 polls reporting.
Yeah.
Too close to call.
Yeah, this is the thing that they're saying these are the riding results, and it's like there's too much, there's too many, there's loads of votes.
Results is the wrong word.
Yeah,
It's the projection. Should be writing projection.
Yeah.
Right?
Interim report.
Shouldn't be results until at least half the polls were reported.
Well, 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 I mean, they are, aren't they? Because if you're saying there's 103 Libs and 101 Conservatives that have been called, that's 204, and so that's more than half of the ridings. Or do you mean the votes in each riding have been counted?
Well, you see there, it's only 95 of 310 polls reporting. So there's still 215 polls to report.
They're showing,
and there's only 500 votes between them.
They're showing.
You don't know what's going to happen.
They're showing the NDP results here, and they are down in every single province.
Everywhere. The NDP suffered the biggest loss.
Yeah. Liberals are up everywhere. They are up in every single province. In Manitoba, they're up by 10%. Saskatchewan, they're up by 11%. Alberta, up by 11%. BC, they're up by 14 points. That's impressive. That is.
But the Conservatives are up by 10% across the board too, right?
Yeah.
BC is North Seattle anyway.
North Seattle. Oh, ye of little faith. Not everywhere's America, you know, Mikey.
They're like freaking sister cities, damn near. They're all friends.
They're not friends, not anymore.
All right.
Not like Trump is there.
I don't hang out with a BCer for hours a week, but you know, hey, you're right.
I'm making a joke.
How dare you?
You're so prickly.
I still
it's gotta be funny for me to know it's a joke.
Like a prickly pear. I think there's a big orange blob in the way.
Whether or not Jagmeet Singh won his riding or not. He was losing last we saw.
Who's this?
Poor Jagmeet. I like Jagmeet Singh.
He's the
no one else
leader of
does.
the NDP.
Oh yeah. I like him. He seems all right.
I'm the only one that likes him, and
I like him. I just don't think his party's electable.
What was the point? Did they just break off from the Liberals, or did they start somewhere else?
Right. It's hard to say. They've been around for a while. So I would have to research it and figure out what happened. It's before my time that they were created, right? So the Green Party, though, split off from the NDP. I do vaguely remember that.
Yeah.
So
man, it's
sad to see progressives lose, but it is what it is.
Yeah. This has been an epic live stream. But everyone's asleep in the UK. Like, it's the middle of the night. We've got £11.48 in chat revenue tonight for a nearly 5-hour live stream. So between the three of us, I mean, that's like 50p each. 50p an hour. That's all right, isn't it?
Hey,
more than what I've been
better
getting.
than kicking ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Checks in the post. We're gonna have to wrap it up soon. I think should we wrap it up at 5 o'clock my time? So that'll be what midnight?
10 minutes.
Midnight. No, it's 1 o'clock in the morning for you, Ollie. Isn't it?
1 for me. Yeah.
Yeah. What time's it for you, Mikey? Is it midnight?
11.
11. He's 2 hours in front of me.
Okay. So you're 6 hours ahead of us. Behind us. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ahead. Behind. They're showing Vancouver Island. It's a sea of bloody blue. Bloody hell. I mean, actually, when you drill down into Vancouver itself, it's gone a lot redder, but all around the outside, I'm absolutely loving the Tories, aren't they?
Yeah.
We love the Tories. Person impersonator says, I'm not asleep, and you still have over 100 watching. I know. I think half those people who are watching have probably fallen asleep by now.
115 watching. Wow, yeah.
They just left the phone on. Thank you for leaving your phone on.
Exactly.
I put loads of adverts on, but I feel bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. 162. Can we take that? Can we just leave it at that? That'll do.
That would be nice if they could just leave the numbers as they are. Well, actually, we need 1 or 2 more with the NDP and the Green Party, right? 1 more would be nice.
Okay, so the Greens is confirmed. Elizabeth May in British Columbia. Saanich Gulf Islands has got. She's
I just don't want to have to rely on Bloc Québécois at all. right? It'd be nice to have the 172.
Yeah.
With the Greens, NDPs, and the Libs.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna switch my camera real quick so I can stop burning all this electrons. One moment.
Don't burn the electrons.
You're burning electrons?
He's burning the electrons.
What the fuck?
I don't know. Just doesn't want to do it all.
If only I knew what he meant.
Yeah. There we go.
If only we knew what you meant, young man. So, CBC News still projects a Liberal government. So that's good.
Well, yeah, but minority.
Yeah.
Right?
Graham Price is saying, I'm still awake. Well done, Graham. I'm going to get 1 hour's sleep and I have to get up, take the girls to school. Prep for my morning show. I wonder what I'm going to talk about. What should I talk about in my morning show, Mikey? I've got to talk about something.
The news hasn't stopped yet.
Something for an hour. Wake up every morning in a blind panic, not knowing what I'm going to talk about.
I mean, if you ever want something to be outraged about, I mean, I got a list. I find things that get local coverage only.
Yeah.
Like all the time, because I'm a news pervert, and I'm like subscribed to like all the different like local Fox, like in Atlanta and Houston, Dallas, LA, Denver. So then I get all the juicy tips from all the cities simultaneously. And boy, oh boy, does a lot of stuff happen in individual areas that just doesn't make it national. And it's just like, how did everybody else not do a story on this? And then sometimes like progressives will talk about stuff, but man, like, and not to make this about America or whatever, but I'm waiting for like the First Amendment auditors. Have you seen those guys on YouTube that like deliberately antagonize the cops to see if they're going to violate their constitutional rights? Those guys have been stone silent when it comes to all of this violation of First Amendment and deporting people and denying them their Fourth Amendment and all this. They haven't said a word.
No,
they haven't said a word.
They're going to go to jail and get deported.
Yeah.
You guys are tyrants, and they would like get in like the face of like these little like administrators at like the town hall that just like don't understand that this guy with a camera in their face is allowed to do it and she just has to deal with it, but she doesn't know that, so she calls the cops and they make a big thing, try to get arrested, and then they sue the city. I mean, it's cool if you want to like teach the cops a lesson, but they go to like a lot of these like smaller towns, and dude, they don't have, you know, $250,000 for your false arrest claim, your lawsuit. No. Like these people are broke. And why are you going to broke places to get sued so that you can take all their, you know what I mean? Like it gets a bit regressive and it get a bit predatory at some point. But yeah, nothing, not a peep out of the First Amendment people. All the free speech absolutists. I mean, some of them, like
it's almost as though they're massive hypocrites, Mikey. It's almost as though they're massive hypocrites.
I think some of them are starting to not. They're starting to feel the ick. Mm-hmm. Like it has. They can't put it to word yet, but they're feeling something, and it's there. And hey, you guys got about, like I said, about 3 weeks, and then they'll all be like, you know, AOC has had some good ideas for a while, and all you guys were saying was, you know what I mean? They'll try to do the flip turn and try to turn it into their own idea. I don't care. They can try to claim it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Or getting rid of Trump was our idea. Good. Okay. I agree. Yeah. I agree. It was your idea.
I don't care whose idea it was. Let's just do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're saying. Exactly. Like, we don't care. Just get rid of it.
As soon as y'all are ready to make up an excuse to change your mind, we're ready to accept the excuse, whatever it is. Doesn't matter. You'd be like, oh, he forgot about to put out the doilies for St. Patrick's Day. He needs to be impeached. Yeah, we're with you 100%. Whatever, dude. Just make it up. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because the pain needs to be stopped. And the pain inflicted on our neighbor to the north needs to be, first of all, adequately apologized for.
Yeah.
And we need to make right any businesses that we incurred these costs on both sides of the border. that was on us.
Yeah.
We should be held liable for that. We should be held liable for that. When I become when I become president, we're making the mugs whole, because that's not fair. It's not fair to just do that to somebody's business because you're bored.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Problem is now you're doing it to everybody in the world, Mikey, and
so
right?
What is he
it's
doing?
not just us anymore.
So the projection for the NDP has gone down to 8. The Greens are still on 1. Now the Green 1 has actually been confirmed, so that's down as a definite. But the Liberals are on 161 and the Conservatives are on 150 at the moment. So that's good, clear sky between them. But if you add 9, the NDP, the Greens, to the Liberals, they've only got 170, and that's not enough for a majority. So they will be reliant on votes from Bloc Québécois.
Yep.
As it stands. Oh, it's gone to 162. Yep, they're still going to be reliant on one vote from Bloc Québécois. Maybe they could peel one away somehow. But yeah, they'll be on 171. They need 172 for a majority. That'll be the Liberals, the NDP, and the Greens.
Ali, you posted that very useful chart in the chat, and then I went to click it and I just closed it, and I'm like, what? Why would you do it?
Yeah.
But why would you close it? I don't know.
Okay.
I got it back.
I'm saying the odd thing is you don't have a clue what votes are outstanding. Are they Western votes or advance votes? Well, no, it's just they get to a point where they've counted half the votes, and well, you're not even half the vote in this thing, but they count a certain percentage of the vote, and they say, okay, that's probably what it's going to be.
And they did say they were counting the advanced voting last in all of these districts. So
the seat change in Manitoba, the NDP has lost 2 and the Liberals have gained 2. The thing is, though, I mean, even if there are a load of advance votes that haven't been counted yet,
every time you say the Liberals have gained 2 and the NDP have lost 2, that's just a break even.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's just a break even.
Okay, so 85 of 181 polls reporting in Manitoba for the Churchill Keewatin ASCII, and it looks like the Liberals are well ahead on that. They've got a lead of 1,682. So that's quite remarkable for Manitoba.
Yep.
Manitoba, Winnipeg South, Terry Drugund, he has absolutely smashed it. He's got a lead of over 9,210. He's been elected. That's with 132 of 166 polls reporting. So that looks like a dead set. Do you know what would be really helpful, CBC News? You've got your projection there of 161. Show us of how many people have actually been elected in that.
They haven't showed it once, have they?
Yeah, show us how many have been called. Yeah. Don't show just as well. It's fine to show this, right? Because it's kind of a little bit more exciting, I guess. So you got to have a bit of razzle dazzle, don't you? A little bit of showmanship,
a little razzmatazz on that thing.
Yeah,
put some seasoning on that thing.
Hey,
it's 118 to 111 actually elected now. By the way,
118 to 111. Okay.
Yeah.
That's that.
So in another hour we'll have it all.
Yeah. I think I need to get an hour's sleep. What time do I have to be up? 6:30. Jesus, I will get an hour's sleep. That's
more than enough.
More than enough.
More than enough.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
That and coffee. You got Red Bull?
Tomorrow is I'm ADHD, mate. Red Bull coffee doesn't do anything to me. I've just drank a load of coffee and I could just fall asleep now. It doesn't touch the sides. I don't know, my brain's weird. Yeah, I'm not very good with stimulants. They don't stimulate like they're supposed to stimulate.
That's why you gotta get the good stimulants. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but people say about coffee, they're like, I've had coffee and now I'm like, cornholio.
Depends on the coffee, man.
And the good Cornholio.
Got to get good coffee.
My bunker.
Some Cuban coffee or some Jamaican coffee. Oh, whew.
I've had Cuban coffee. I've had Jamaican coffee.
You know what's up?
I've had that
3,000% caffeine.
I've had that that Filipino coffee that shat out the bum of a
Oh,
civet
why?
cat. Because
the weird raccoon cat thing they got.
A civet cat.
Yeah,
civic.
And it eats the
yummy berries,
the beans, and then shits them out. Oh,
then you dry them in the sun.
So Edmonton. Oh, it's gone. That looked like it went to the NDP. So that's one for the NDP. I mean, some of the scores here, it's like several thousand for the Libs and the Cons, and then the NDP have just got like a couple hundred.
Yep.
Not been a good night for them, I don't think. I think she's been elected.
Well, that's generally the way it is in most of the ridings, because the NDP have somebody riding everywhere.
Wow.
And they always get a couple of votes.
Okay.
So,
person impersonator said it would be good to see how many of each party, how many seats change. These are just basic stats. Come on, CBC. I could run a better show.
Yeah.
Right now, Liberals are up 2, Conservatives are up 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Right, because it was 160 that the Libs had before.
The Libs are on 162
had 144.
now. Yeah, the Libs are on 162 and the Conservatives on 149. So yeah, the numbers at the moment, if they stand, then the Libs plus the SNP plus the Greens will be one short of a majority.
Yep.
One sandwich short of a picnic. Kopi Luwak is the name of the coffee that's shat out by a civet cat.
It's my third band's name.
Oh. What? Kopi Luwak?
Oh, yeah.
It's a great name.
It was huge.
It's a very good name.
Huge.
Yeah. Well. What was the name that we were talking about? Tantric Nan. That's the one that that's Supertansky and AIDS band, Tantric Nan.
That's funny. So funny.
And the other one was what was it? Something nun. It's like sex nun or something. Psycho Nun. I think that was it. Psycho Nun. It's a good name for a rock band. Hornets.
Did you play the video game Rock Band?
Ollie's a big fan.
What you mean, like where you actually play on a little electric
controller?
On the controller guitar, yeah.
Guitar Hero.
Yeah, Guitar Hero Rock Band.
Yeah. And you didn't you get like a little drum kit and stuff? There was like a little drum kit and a guitar.
Oh, dude,
Mike.
That blew my mind. I was like, oh my God, they've outdone themselves. Look at this. A shitty drum set. I'm going to play the fuck out of this.
The only reason I bring it up is because I always name my band in that the Mystic Knights of 420.
John C says, civet anal gland discharge. Smell the copy.
Yeah.
You have to wonder who first tried cat poo coffee. Well,
if we lost another one.
Desperate for a cup of Joe. What have we lost?
We're down to 161 here in a second.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just a projection, isn't it? What are we on? We won 118 versus 111 last time we looked for the actual number of actual things that have been called.
Actual number 119 to 111.
What are you looking at for the actual number? I can't find it on the internet. No one's helping me.
No one wants you to know.
There's a link in the side chat there if you just want to click on that link.
I can't because it will mess up the screen.
Just click it on and off for a second. Just grab it. Everyone look away. Avert your eyes.
It's just is it on the CBC website?
It says it's CBC News projected Liberal government, but no, it's not CBC. Is it CBC News? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just looking at it on my phone. I can look at it on my phone. Danny's saying, I'm here too, but I'm an insomniac. Watch Roland S. Martin every night, although it's
that's my man.
AMs here. Who's Roland S. Martin? Tell me more.
He's a journalist from Texas.
Oh, okay.
He is actually in Jasmine Crockett's district, Houston.
What?
Houston or Texas 2, I think it is. But he's been a journalist and reporter, and now he has a Black Star Network. So his stream is running 24/7. Like his production level would make both of us just weep. It is so busy. He has so much going on all the time, and has really been the leading voice for independent Black media.
Oh, cool.
So yeah.
So what did you
shout out to Uncle Rollo?
Did you just mad live streams all the time, all day and stuff, or?
He's just his distribution is like they have a digital cable channel, and then the clips go out, and then the clips get put into playlists, and then those playlists go out, you know what I mean? There's always something you can watch.
Okay.
Of his, he's just 24/7. It's impressive how they set all this up.
Is it a gang of people making videos, or it's just him?
He has he's definitely got a production team or whatever, but
yeah. But is he just
they have
a
a
sole
studio,
presenter, or do they have what we're doing here, where they have different people on?
Yeah. He gets different panels and does interviews in the whole nine.
Okay, cool.
It's a whole network over there.
I might have to check him out. Danny in the chat says
you've seen clips of
brilliant.
him.
He's brilliant.
You've seen clips of him. He's gone viral a dozen times.
Cool. I'm gonna go to CTV News to see if we can get a better quality. The libs are on 160 now.
160 to 151. Yeah, I see that.
They're going to be reliant on Quebecois.
At least 3 or 4 votes there.
Give a vote, Quebecois.
Yeah.
It's our birthday.
Give us a vote, you bastards. Despite facing a significant hit to their seat count, the Bloc Québécois could end election night with more power and influence than they've ever had in the House of Commons.
Yeah. I think they've only lost 2 seats. They were 25 before, weren't they?
The Green co-leader, Pedniont, has been defeated. Jonathan Pedniont has been defeated in the Montreal riding of Outremont. The Liberals have taken back Peterborough in Ontario, which is good. Sharp change in the room. Sharp turnaround in mood at Conservative headquarters. I've got this bar at the bottom saying, "We're sorry, this content is not available in your country. I don't want your stop trying to give me your content. I don't want your content, you bastards. I just want to know the."
I'm just so used to throwing my content on people, and then I realized I'm not allowed to do it with you.
It's like this big black box at the bottom of the screen saying we can't show you this content, and I'm like, okay, get rid of it then. I don't care. Oh, the libs are back
don't
up to
render
161.
it.
This is quite exciting actually, because this is they're on 170. Let's just say the libs, the NDP, and the Greens are on. They've gone back down to 160. Oh my god, this is crazy. Benjamin saying, "Oh, everyone is still here."
161 in the second.
It's all over the shop like a pork chop.
It's just whether or not they can get back up to 162, where they really need to be is 163.
163 is the magic number, isn't it? It's a magic
really
number.
The NDP and the Green numbers have not changed in forever.
But if it's coming this close, then that means that they get the early votes.
It's a minority government.
No, if they get the early votes in, surely that's going to push the libs up a bit more, is it? Because I thought a lot of the Liberal voters voted early.
Yeah, but it's probably just going to be in ridings where they're already ahead.
Okay.
It might swing a couple of those ridings in Ontario.
Yeah, because they're really close.
But that's most of those ridings have to be fully reported though by now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There's not that many people. But yeah, that though, the numbers didn't quite add up before to 343. They do now.
They do now. Yeah.
So that's
we were one short there for the longest time.
Yeah. Peterborough is my riding. We worked hard to get the Conservatives out. Cross-party effort. She was vile. So that's good.
Nice
Cheers, Deborah. We love you,
Deborah.
Cheers.
Good on you. Elbows up.
Elbows up. Elbows up, peeps. So yeah, I think we're done all right. All in all. Come on, it could have been so much worse. Like the Tories have taken a bunch of seats and were in charge. And Poilievre, as you
right
knew,
at the beginning of the night, the way it started out.
Yeah.
The way it started out, I was really, really worried that it was going to be 170, 180 Conservative votes or seats.
Well, doesn't like that's going to happen now. It's still going to be close, but
no, it's still going to be close, but it still should be the Liberals overall, just slightly ahead.
Fantastic. I mean, we might not know the final score for a couple of weeks if it's really close in some of the districts and stuff, isn't it? We'll have like postal voting.
They'll have it all counted up tonight. We'll know the official results before the end of the week.
Okay. Well, that's good.
They're organized up there.
Yeah. Unlike in America. Then again,
and it's all paper ballots, right? It's all paper. Everybody got a piece of paper. You signed it off in the right spot and turned it in.
Yeah,
that was it. So none of this electronic stuff. All those ballots are being counted by hand.
You don't use Starlink?
Nope.
Why not?
Because
sounds like a great idea.
Because then it'd be 200 fucking Conservative seats because they would have cheated.
They would have had like 800 seats. I'm like, wait a minute. This is more than we normally have. I mean 10% of that.
Benjamin in the chat wants to ask how Mikey and his family were after the AQI hit 500 in Chicago. What's that about?
The AQI? What does that stand for?
I don't know. The AQI hit 500 in Chicago.
Don't know what the AQI is.
I don't know what that is.
Oliver in the chat is saying, elbows up, Canada.
Average quarterly income?
Cheers, Ollie.
I don't know the acronym.
You notice how it's in the chat, but it doesn't pop up on your population into your actual stream?
It does. It's there. It just takes a minute.
It's delayed.
Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind.
Because I have like a 30-second delay so we can have subtitles so deaf people can watch our stream. I don't think it's the 30-second delay. It's about 10-second delay or something. Also, if I need to just cut off the stream because I've done something stupid, I can do that. AQI 500. It's coming up cigarettes. Maybe it's about cigarettes.
Air quality index.
Doesn't Chicago mean
related to that?
Doesn't Chicago mean rotten onion patch? Oh, the air quality index.
Oh, that would explain why we can't breathe the last couple of days. Oh, that's terrible.
Mystery as major US cities flooded with toxic chemicals in the air. They're gassing you, mate. Like they did with the Kurds in northern Iraq.
That would explain why the car was absolutely filthy.
Yep. So the scale goes from
and it's been unusually warm. Did that thing screw up our weather?
Probably. It goes from 0 to 500, and 500 is like the worst, and it was 500.
Oh, you know what? They probably
500 is like a volcano.
They probably should have sent out warnings for stuff like that. Oh wait, they fired all those people.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, and they fired all the people that stopped those type of pollutions from being put out in the first place, too, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was all right.
I don't even see it on here now.
It's okay, Chicago. Your air was actually fine on Wednesday. Some popular weather apps had reported a dangerously hazardous air quality index. Why is this guy's hand doing this? Fuck off with your hand. I was trying to read this, and all I could see is this guy's hand on our output doing this, and it's really distracting. It's like if you're sitting next to someone at the cinema and you can just see them at the corner of your eye scrolling on the phone like this, and you're like, fuck off, I'm trying to look at the screen, I can't see a little thing off the side. This guy's gesticulating as well. I can't talk about gesticulating, I gesticulate wildly, but that's okay. Caution, Caution, Will Robinson.
It's only it says we're at 45 right now.
Oh, that's all right.
So it was a mistake?
Don't die. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you're gonna die. I think it's gonna be all right.
I'm about to say it's hot. It's 22. Dude, it was the high today was 84 degrees.
84.
Like I almost had to fucking turn the AC on. Like it was fucking hot.
I'm fucking.
It's
freezing.
barely
I still got the
spring.
heat on here.
It's barely. We had a frost advisory last night, and then it was 84 degrees today.
It's all over the shop like a pork chop.
Like what the fuck, dude? This is why we're sick all the time.
That's
goddamn yo-yo weather.
Yeah, it's cray. Let's have a look at this.
It's humid too. Low pressure. It's gonna rain.
Right, we've got 107 viewers. We've got 90 likes, so we just need a couple more likes. Can we get some more likes on the channel, please? We'll just get a few more likes.
Do you remember about an hour ago when in the chat they were projecting? Maybe it was an hour and a half. 177, 173. Yeah, we're going to be lucky if we get 160 and maintain what we had.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's not all gone. And you've got that for another 4 years. Yay.
Well, the thing is, the Conservatives made up the ground. We lost NDP votes, and we're staying the same.
Yeah.
So
that's true. Met at Harvard or Yale or whatever. What? Oh, Jamil Javini is JD Vance's best friend. So that was the guy who was gesticulating and annoying me while I was trying to do something else. Like a bastard, like a virgin. There we go. Press the like button. That's what I want you to do. Press the like button. People watching, have you pressed the like button yet? Give us a like.
We're up to 96.
I think
97.
I thought Peter Thiel was his best friend, but I guess that's just his overlord.
That's his overlord. That's his dom.
That's his Count Dooku.
that's his Darth Sidious.
I thought the half alien, half robot character was amazing.
What, General Grievous?
What a cool character. They should have put him in 100 movies.
Really?
He should just keep escaping and keep coming back. I could watch every movie with him in it.
He was voiced by Gary Oldman, wasn't he? General Grievous.
I don't know. Maybe.
General Grievance. I have a general grievance. Question about Santi. I have an AQI meter, and the only place I've managed to get a reading over 450 is on the circle line and smoking in the car with the window shut. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. Probably not good. I've got 102 likes now. This is good.
Woot, woot, 103.
We're nearly there. We want likes, viewers, parity.
This can happen.
This is definitely going to happen.
This can happen in our lifetime. We have the ability to affect the future. Let's make it so, number one.
Oh, so Ollie, are we going to know what the final score is before too long, or should I just go to bed?
I think we're pretty much locked in at the 160.
Right.
That's what it's feeling like right now. We haven't dipped below that in a long time. If we do, we might go down one more.
Okay. But that's going to be 169 with the other two votes. So what you're saying
You're
is
back.
Where they've lost is the NDP have lost votes.
The NDP has lost
seats,
4 or 5 seats.
And they've gone to the
all
Conservatives.
To the Conservatives.
Right. Buggeration. That's not great.
And it's not. And the thing is, it's the NDP have lost 4 or 5 seats. We had 6 more seats, so it's worse than what we're even thinking, right? Because we have 6 more ridings this year compared to last year.
Yeah.
So the Conservatives have picked them all up because the NDP is down, Bloc Québécois is down, Green Party is down.
Yeah.
Liberals are the same. So the Conservatives picked up all the rest of it.
Cool.
Which is what 7, which is what we say 6, and then it's about 8, 9 seats.
Yeah,
they've picked up. That's pretty significant at these levels.
We're having a question here. Sorry, we're having a question from Idiot Box. What happens if there's no coalition possible? I mean, the Liberals can still have a minority government, can't they?
Yeah.
Whatever.
The Liberals are the minority government. So
but
the only way that they'll be able to get things through is by making deals with other parties to include their things. And it just makes it that much harder to get stuff done.
Okay.
So.
Grievish. That's his sugar daddy. Sends him bubble bath. There you go. Benjamin says, I'm hoping that the tensions between Pakistan and India settle down because currently it's playing out like the days before World War One did. Yeah, look, I mean, India and Pakistan have been having pops at each other for decades.
There's all kinds of alignments to days before World War One and days before World War II right now, with all the shit that's going on in the world.
Yeah,
it's like we've jumped backwards a century.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah. So it was Matthew Ward who played General Grievous. Why was I suddenly thinking that it was what's his name? Gary Oldman. Was Gary Oldman in Star Wars at all?
I don't think so.
I think I was just making it up. I think I'm just getting old. I'm just getting old in my mad age.
I'm going to take one more look at the confirmed.
Okay.
The confirmed elected is 127 Liberal, 115 Conservative, 19 Bloc Québécois, only 3 NDP, and the 1 Green. So, yeah. It's still really close.
It is.
The share of the votes is 42.8 for the Liberals and 41.7 for the Conservatives. And I expect the Conservatives to go up more there.
Yeah.
Just because of all the outlying ridings in Alberta and stuff like that, that are just going to be 90% Conservative.
Okay.
Their people have already been elected, so it won't make a difference on the seats. But
yeah, cool. So just to confirm, I wasn't going mad. Gary Oldman was initially cast to voice General Grievous in Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, but he later dropped out due to issues with union regulations.
Okay.
So there you go. He was meant to do the voice, he just didn't.
So you probably saw an interview or something where he mentioned it.
Yeah. I put 3 and 7 together and I got 2. Yep. But it's the same sort of method that they use to calculate this shit. So where's Mikey gone? We've lost Mikey. We can't just wrap up now with Mikey. He's trying to sort things out. That is crazy. Deborah says, "Oh yeah, they're getting the cross party efforts to get the Conservative out, which is always a plan." Oh, right then. Okay.
Gary Coleman. What?
Gary Coleman? No, Gary Oldman.
No, Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman.
I thought you said Gary Coleman.
Gary Coleman.
Nope, sorry.
Might
have played R2 though.
Different Gary. Is Gary one of those names that no one calls their kids now? No one calls the kid Gary.
Any young Garys.
Nigel, Keith. There's a few of them, isn't there?
My name suffered the same thing. It's died right out. Very few Olivers.
Yeah. No, Oliver was quite popular in the UK for a little bit. It was one of our number 1 names. It had a bit of a resurgence recently. I know some Olivers. I know some Olivers.
I met 2 other Olivers in the stream.
Yes.
And in the last 20 years, I've only met 1 other Oliver beside those 2.
I just go around collecting Olivers. Like fucking Fagin. Anyway, I'm reviewing
Fagin. What?
Fagin from Oliver Twist.
Oh,
Oliver Twist, mate.
My brain went someplace else altogether.
I know the feeling.
Are you familiar with the television show Castle?
Yes.
Yeah, the daughter, the redhead. At one point in a couple of the episodes, she's taking care of an egg. He has to do it for social studies class.
Right.
And she called the egg Fagin. Fake egg.
Fagin. Very good. Very good. Hey, the libs are up to 162 now. They need one more. And then and then DP and the Greens, they get the majority.
It won't happen. I can't see.
Can I just wait till it gets to 163? I think I'll just wait for it to move.
You're going to be waiting forever. It's never going to get back to 163.
I'll see what happens first, whether it gets to half past, because then I'll just definitely wrap up. I think there's something going on. The Conservatives are looking all miserable. I like that. I like seeing the Conservatives all miserable. That makes me happy. Is that bad? Have I become the thing I hate the most, Ollie?
I agree with you.
I just like seeing the misery on their faces.
Right now, our Conservative Party is a bunch of D-bags, so I don't have a problem with
that. Greater Vancouver, vote change, Liberals up 10.7, Conservatives up 11.4, NDP down 17.8. The Greens down, the PPC down, others down. Like, so many people have moved away from the smaller parties to the big parties.
Yep. Well, everybody said, okay, it's going to be this party or that party. We got to vote for one of those two.
Yeah.
Right. That influenced a lot of votes. That's why the NDP suffered so much.
Port Moody Colquhoun, the incumbent and NDP is on 3,722. And Paul Lambert, the Conservatives, on 11,000, and the Liberals on 10,000.
Yeah,
they've lost so many votes.
That could go either way still. But it's that the Liberals, they almost got a check mark the Conservatives in that riding.
Yeah.
Port Moody Coquitlam.
They were saying Poilievre was trailing in his
behind
seat.
in his riding. Very possibly. I don't know where he's riding, so I can't check.
That'd be fucking awesome if he is. Because I hate him. I hate him. Benjamin says, that was a reference I didn't expect. It's about Gary Coleman. You all right, Mikey?
Yes.
Okay.
She's changed.
Oh, good.
Hopefully that was the last one for tonight. Now that it's 11:30.
Don't ever change. Well, yeah, I'm gonna probably. What's happening? They've got kind of like a camera just hanging around a big Canadian flag. I don't know why. What's going on with that?
That's probably at the Liberal Party or Conservative Party headquarters, right?
Well, the Conservative Party headquarters look quite dark and dingy. Everyone look quite sad. This looks like some back room and someone just put up a big flag.
Well, everybody's
some warehouse
too. It's
some warehouse. Empty. Yeah. But yeah, I think I was going to see what happened first, 5:30 in the morning, or the Libs ticking up to 163.
Neither.
Oh yeah, no, we got one more minute, right? Yeah,
we got one more minute. So if with the Bloc Quebec, would you have to get them all on board, or you just like talk to one of them, to like take them aside and say, listen,
no,
you vote for our
shit. Just do whatever.
Okay, you vote for our shit, and we'll make it really worth your while.
Right.
Do you not have like party whips who'll say to them, I don't want you to vote with the Libs on this one?
Probably, yeah. Oh yeah, the party leaders are going to say, don't vote that way, or yes, vote that way.
Or we'll kick you out of the party.
If we're going to have to make a deal, we're going to have to make a deal with the party.
Right. Okay. So it can't just be an individual MP that you just take to one side and say, nice MP, we've got your thing you've got here. And then you knock it off the mantelpiece and you say, wouldn't want anything to happen to it, would you? Accidents will happen. You know what.
You should probably get some insurance. Make sure somebody's got your back.
Ooh, so Deborah's saying 13,000 Lib versus 11,000 Conservative in Poilievre's riding. That's with 95 out of 266 polls. That could be interesting.
He could come back, but it's definitely trending not his way. Like I said, it doesn't matter though. Somebody else will give up a seat and he'll be in. So,
but it's kind of humiliating that
it is. Yeah,
the good people of Canada just do not want him. He's unwanted. He's unwantable.
It may even make it harder for him to continue being the leader of the party. He'll have a hard time the next time that it comes up. Right. So.
Oh, okay. Well, it's past 5:30 now. It hasn't gone up to 163. bastards.
Nope.
But I'm gonna have to call it quits. Unless you guys want to continue on, I can just leave the stream running.
Oh, I'm done. I'm past that too, man. I can barely keep my eyes open right now.
I gotta finish eating dinner.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to sleep for an hour, and then I'll be back at 9 o'clock for morning brew. So thanks very much for watching, everyone at home. Thank you so much to Mikey and to Ollie for coming and talking to us throughout the night as we explored the intricacies of the Canadian electoral system, which is kind of cool. It's interesting, isn't it? I think it's interesting.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was good. Right, so elbows
and like
up.
I said, we'll probably have a total result by the end of the week.
Yeah,
like confirmed everything.
Yeah, and maybe Ollie, will you come on the Friday night social this week, and we'll.
You're starting at what, 5:30 your time?
Yeah. No, our time at 9:30. 9:30 our time.
9:30 your time.
Yeah.
So that's 5:30.
Yeah.
4 hours. 5:30 my time. Yeah.
5:30.
Yeah.
So it's drop in, drop out. So you don't have to come in at the start or stay till the end. But thanks very much.
Mandatory.
Thanks very much to everyone in the chat, especially One Angry Pagan and Danny, who stayed up for the night. We also had Benjamin and Deborah, Idiot Box, Sarah Davis. Thank you so much for coming on, and Hornet, Lucas in there as well. Genie Bottle. Thanks so much. I'll be back at 9 o'clock with Morning Brew. I don't know what the hell I'm going to talk about, but we'll have to work that out when I get there. And I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone who dropped a super chat in tonight. That's very kind of you. And like I say, 9 o'clock. Give us a like on the way out if you haven't already. And the good guys kind of won, I guess. Guys, can we just get the kind of one? Kept the status quo. You kept the Nazis from the door. You kept the wolf from the door. By the looks of things, although it's just
they're still in the yard, but they're just not in the house.
Shit. It's just gone down to 161. They're probably going to have another election in a few months' time once Trump does some more mad things. We will have to see.
So the way the elections work, like you have to have one at least once every 4 years, but you can call one whenever you want.
Well, exactly. So if Trump goes even madder and makes the Conservatives look even crazier, then they might be tempted to do this all again in October.
Well, you might have to wait 2 years. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
Okay.
I've never looked into it, to tell you the truth, so I'm not 100%.
Oh, okay. Well, on that quandary, I'll say thank you so much for watching. Hello, good evening, welcome, and goodbye. Woo!
Toodling.